The dust from the mid-season cut has settled, and a new chapter has begun. Relegated surfers refocus their sights on requalification, while rising stars seek to claim their own spot for the 2025 WSL Championship Tour.
That came down to the wire.
80 men and 48 women from various paths convene, all chasing the common pursuit to take on the world's best surfers next season.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round's an elimination round.
For these challengers, the journey to reach surfing's highest level begins here, on Australia's Gold Coast, home to world-class waves.
Oh, wow.
The 2024 Challenger Series begins now.
This is game on.
At the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It is time to kick off the Challenger Series for 2024, starting here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The world's best campaigners trying to crack the elite ranks of the CT have been warming up for over a week now here on the Gold Coast. And on day one of the event window, things are looking pretty promising in this lineup, but we have an incredibly stacked field. Some campaigners we've seen on the Challenger Series before, some new faces, and of course those relegated from the Championship Tour after the first 5 stops. What a beautiful way to kick things off. The bank in primo condition, and the booth, it doesn't get any better for me. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks again for having us on the Gold Coast, mate.
So good to have the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro back here at Snapper, and as you said, they've been here for a week. You know, the best surfers from around the world rolled up early. It just puts how much emphasis of importance it is on this event to get off to a good start.
It sure does. The free surfing has been unbelievable. The waves have been firing. The trials yesterday were held in great conditions. We saw 2 worthy surfers make that jump into the main event here. Felicity Parmentier over on the East Coast, Flick. It's great to have you here. Thanks for hosting us so beautifully over at Margaret's.
It's good to see you again. It's been so long. Doesn't really feel like it's been long. It's only been a couple of days, but I'm so happy to be here on the East Coast. Like you just said, the bank looks absolutely ruler edge. There's been some great free surfing go down, and I'm excited to get into this first Challenger Series event of the year. It's
going to be huge. Of course, for those surfers relegated, coming back here to Snapper Rocks gives you something to look forward to. But Bugs, huge news breaking during the week. This event, it's the last year where we're going to see it as a Challenger Series contest, next year being upgraded to Championship Tour status.
Look, it's been, I guess, a long time coming, you know, us folks on the Gold Coast. So it's not like we feel entitled to have one, but we kind of got spoiled by, you know, we had the stubbies and all the way through the 80s and 90s. And then we had all those great events out here in the noughties, and we've only just missed the last few years, but gosh, it's good to have the world's very best back here at Snapper Rocks.
It sure is, mate. We're going to talk more to you about what it means to Queenslanders, to the Gold Coast, and the next generation of stars coming through the junior ranks at the moment, having a CT event here once again. But right now, I want to say another big warm welcome to the broadcast to another Gold Coaster, Stace Galbraith. What's going on, mate?
G'day, Ron. Yeah, good morning. Morning, Bugs. Morning, Flick. What's going on? Well, I'm standing next to a bloke that's got the easiest job in the Challenger Series again, Will Hayden-Smith. What are we up to?
Yeah, the waves look super fun right now, so of course we're on. First day of the Challenger Series, a lot of nerves and excitement in the air, so we're going to start with the women's round of 48. There's 8 heats, and then we're going to go into 8 heats of the men's round of 80. And then at the end of the day, we've got this Snapper World Champions heat, so it's going to be an amazing day.
Certainly is. What about the rest of the forecast? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I had a good chat with Jay Phillips and Kersey and Rabbit yesterday, and there's a lot of swell in the forecast. Nothing huge, but it's not going to be flat. So the hardest part's going to be when we run and when we don't. So it's good problems here at Snapper.
Thanks, Will. Thank you, Ron.
Oh, thank you, Stace. We just saw vision of Eli Hanneman getting spat out of a barrel here at Snapper Rocks, and we're going to get that first heat underway very shortly. But things are, as Stace said, looking great out there with the conditions. Thinking about the Surfline forecast, though, let's see what's coming our way swell-wise, because we know, Bugs, that this place is a magnet and we don't need a whole lot of swell to get really fun conditions.
No, with the bank being so perfect, you know, even if it's 2 to 3 foot, you'll get 4 foot waves. It just lifts it up on the bank.
It sure does. Felicity, nice little run of swell south and east mix over the next couple of days.
Yeah, and I think all throughout today we're going to see sort of light winds all day, which means full day of competition. It's going to be looking really good. It might start to decrease through the week, but if we just look at today, I mean, that's the forecast, 3 to 5 foot faces, and you've got offshore winds this morning and then tending a little bit side shore this afternoon, ever so slightly picking up. But if we just think back to what Will was saying, you know, there's going to be swell all week. It might decrease a little bit tomorrow as we look to the next 4 days here. Sort of see it drops off, and then there is a little pulse towards the end of the waiting period. So lots to choose from.
I'm just so grateful that we have Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew as sitting on the board as an advisor to the Tweed River Sand Bypass, helping just get this bank lined up. Bugs, great job, mate, once again.
You know, the crew over there at Trespa, they're very aware that, you know, there's a major international event here, and it's certainly good to have perfect sand at Snapper. And I think this year's the best sand we've seen for an international event here for many, many years.
Oh, bring it on. Okay, we've got the big news about Snapper elevating the Championship Tour status right through to 2028, but also more news breaking this week with news of wildcards through the back half of the season for Kelly Slater. We had a feeling this was going to be the case. I mean, we love Margaret's Felicity, don't get us wrong, but not a pet event for Kelly, and he has dominated in Tahiti before and over in Fiji. So at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, at the Corona Fiji Pro, he's going to get the opportunity to chase down glory, and he's a real shot, Bugs.
Well, he really is. I mean, even when he stepped away from the tour in 1998, he still turned up at Chopu and won. I mean, these are his events. I mean, at 52 years of age, he is still a contender at those major breaks.
And we knew we were going to see a lot of him, and we're going to see a lot of him this week. He's going to be surfing in the main event. He's put himself in the draw here at this Challenger Series contest. Wouldn't miss the opportunity to take to Snapper in an empty lineup, but also this afternoon we are going to have a Snapper World Champs heat to look forward to with Kelly. But more news, Tahiti. Carissa Moore's going to make a competitive return here, Felicity.
Oh, and I can't wait to see it. Obviously, she's trying to back up that gold medal, and she's been getting a lot of runs on the board. She's done a few free surf trips there. She's looking really good. And then you got Vahine, local wildcard. She's made the semi-finals there 2 years in a row, so she's definitely out there to do some damage. She's deadly out there.
She sure is. And then 2025 WSL season wildcards, Lakey Peterson, Zhao Chianca, Stephanie Gilmore, Felipe Toledo. That is the big news that's broken this week. We've still got so much to get through in our morning show before we get heats underway here. After the break, we're going to have a look at the men's draw and have a talk about some of those relegated campaigners back here on the Challenger Series. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol here, day one of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We will have competition underway today with the opening round for the women, the round of 48, not too far away from kicking off. But before we get into that, we want to have a look at who on the men's side was relegated from the Championship Tour back to the Challenger Series. They've had less than a week to get their thoughts back together, and now they've got a positive mindset moving into this this first event. But surprised, Bugs, to see any of the names relegated back to the Challenger Series?
Yeah, I thought there was a couple of young guys. I thought Eli Hanneman was probably going to have a stronger showing coming up for his first year, but gosh, you know, it's been proven in the past that these surfers here are match hardened, they're battle hardened, and they've got a bit of a sting in the tail.
Most definitely, yeah. I think it's a pretty, you know, it's always been difficult for rookies to maintain a place in that top 22. A couple of surprises for me we're going to focus on in just a moment. Samuel Pupo, Jacob Wilcox was a surprise to me, but I think Bugs is right, Felicity. There's a lot of battle-hardened veterans that know how to get the job done on the Challenger Series in that lineup. Yeah,
I look at that list and I just think, wow, okay, these regional qualifying series guys and women, you know, are coming up against these crew who are just seasoned, the competitors, and they're so hungry. I mean, big shock for me was Jacob with just so much CT experience already under his belt, and yeah, not being able to get the job done as a rookie on tour. Eli
Hanneman winning an event on the Challenger Series last year, I think that is a massive mental advantage for anyone that's tasted victory on this Challenger Series. Risen above this field is going to have a fantastic shot of getting themselves back up there. But one person that did such a fantastic job of just, you know, turning their year around last season was Sammy Pupo. Got bumped off, Bugs, and quickly got here to the Gold Coast and put on a real show.
Last year he put on an amazing show, and he'll be defending champion this year. And gosh, he's only just missed out again this year on you know, qualifying.
Yeah, 2 victories on the Challenger Series last year for Sammy, and you know what? He was only a heat win away, like a lot of surfers on the Championship Tour, of getting his place back. But he is a force, such a great surfer.
Oh, he's such a great surfer, and you know, I feel for him because Margaret River was a tough event for him. He obviously matched up against that heat with his brother, Miggy. He defeated his brother. He still had more work to do, and then lost eventually to John. I mean, one of the greatest of all time at main break. But he's got to have confidence because he got 2 big wins on the Challenger Series last year. You know, what a way to bookend your year. Start the year with a win and finish it with a win. And yeah, another guy right here, Georgie Patar.
Oh my goodness, this guy's on some kind of roll, Bugs. Getting the call up to surf in a couple of CT events and doing serious damage.
Well, we've always felt that he's got this potential to surf at this level, and he certainly showed it through the Australian leg. George is, yes, a powerhouse.
Yep, he paid excess to drag that big sack full of prize money all the way back here to the East Coast, but it's going to help his Challenger Series campaign. It's going to relieve some pressure. I mean, he's well backed, well sponsored, but he just surfed so brilliantly against really tough opponents, even knocking off the number 1 surfer in the world at the moment.
What I saw at main break Margaret River was nothing short of extraordinary, and I always say, like, you can't just rock up to main break and with 2 days before the event and expect to do well. I don't know how much experience he's had out there. I was just blown away. He was dropping excellent scores all week, and yeah, world number 1 took him out. Surfed really well at Bells too, had that really close heat with Ethan, and I just feel like he's going to be able to carry all that confidence from that CT experience, take it to the Challenger Series, and I think he's going to be a serious threat here.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe the craziest thing about George, Bugs, is he did really well at Bells. He did really well at main break. His surfing's actually way better suited to snapper rocks. He's just so fast.
Yeah, he's got such a power game, and he's got every trick in the book as well, but his carving is extraordinary. He's going to look so good out here at Snapper, and he's going to have to.
Yeah, he is. Well, we're going to get started here at Snapper Rocks this morning with the women's event. We'll have a look at who was relegated from the CT and talk about some of the fresh faces that are also going to be campaigning here today. It is Saturday, April 27th. We're approaching 8 a.m. here. Saturdays don't get much better than this. Posted up here at Snapper Rocks, getting set to get the round of 48 underway for the women. And there is some heavily stacked heats, and we're going to see a fantastic fight for the title here, and someone's going to take that pole position moving through the first stage of the Challenger Series event. But we know that it is such a quick turnaround for those competitors that have just suffered the disappointment of being knocked off the championship tour, and now they have to just set their sights and I guess ready themselves for a whole new wave of young campaigners. And on the women's side, they are coming through, and they're coming through fast and super talented, so it's going to be difficult for these competitors to rally.
Oh, for sure. I look at all these names right here and I just think, wow, okay, they're just so strong on the Challenger Series. They're so strong on the Championship Tour as well. And I feel like, you know, the regional qualifying series girls are going to be looking at these names if they find one of these in their heat draw, and they're going to be scratching their heads like, wow, okay, this is a tough matchup. For me, I look at Sally. I mean, 2 years in a row now, she hasn't made the cut, but she's come back and she's going to be fighting for another spot on tour. Isabel Nichols, she just does so well out here. India Robinson, another one. I mean, they're big names, all of them.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons is an interesting one, though. So many, one of the most winning CT surfers of all time. And even though Sal's had a hard time chasing CT victories of late, she still wins. She goes to the ISA. She gets herself a gold medal. So, you know, don't discount Sally. She's a veteran. She's had a tough couple of years on the CT, but I could see her swinging around and getting herself a victory here, Bugs.
Well, Sally feels comfortable on the Challenger Series. You know, she's won. She made short work of it the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at last year's event winner, another surfer who was trying to get themselves back to the elite level, was India Robinson, and she had overcome some injuries too, so it was a well-celebrated victory.
Yeah, this was a major comeback for her, and I think like a long time coming to get a big win like this. I mean, last year she just surfed so well out here. Her surfing just really fit in the pocket beautifully. She has that trademark snap that she was going to, and yeah, got the big win here at the beginning of the year and got herself back on tour.
Lakey Peterson, well, she knows she's got a place on the championship tour for 2025, but Lakey Peterson, a former winner here on the Gold Coast, Bugs, is going to be a real threat without the pressure of having to chase a spot on the CT.
Oh, Lakey Peterson's surfing is made for Snapper Rocks. She looks amazing at her. As you said, she's won here at the highest level of the sport. I'm kind of surprised to see here, but she got relegated after that amazing performance by Gabriella and Soy Lindblad in Margaret's flick.
Yeah, she did, but I mean, just look at this and look at the experience that Lakey's got out here on the Gold Coast, in Queensland. She's going to be so hard to beat. She's in the draw. Her and Sally have the most experience, and it's going to be interesting to see her come here not with so much pressure, you know, knowing she's got that wild card spot. You know, she could potentially just surf and maybe get a win.
Yeah, she was at the press conference yesterday. She was totally elated to be back here on the Gold Coast. I think one of her most treasured victories as a championship tour surfer was just up the track at Kirra.
Oh yeah, that was a special day for Lakey and for everyone really to have an event back at Kirra. But I think her surfing at Snapper is going to be next level.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Of course, we've got championship tour campaigners, we've got fresh faces. We're going to have a talk about some of those rookies on the rise here right after the break. Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gundjeembara and Minyangabul people of the Bundjalung Nation and pay our respects to their elders, present, past and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations peoples here today and also joining us on the broadcast. How lucky are we to have the Slab family, who always give us such a warm welcome, make all the competitors feel safe in this area. And the Jurikai Surf Culture Mob doing a fantastic job once again, Bugs. An important family on this part of the coast, but also just keeping tradition alive.
Oh, most definitely keeping tradition alive. And we had a couple of young Slab family members surfing in the trials yesterday. You know, an awesome family from the Tweed.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. Well, we're just moments away from getting the round of 48 underway for the women. It's been a lot of fun these past couple of years watch surfers can fight their way through their regional qualifying series. And it has to be said that around the world, those series are so competitive and, you know, in their own right, very difficult to break through. But who are you looking forward to seeing on the women's side?
This morning, and I mean, someone that's a major standout for me is Ellie Harrison on the women's side. She obviously got that wildcard berth at Bells. She made a quarterfinals finish there. She won the regional qualifying series, and I just feel like she's on a bit of a roll. So I'm looking out for Ellie Harrison for sure. Yeah,
she also had a pretty good run at the Challenger Series last year, which is good. Bugs, hard to go past a World Junior Champ and local girl in Sierra Kerr, seeing her get the call up here. Yeah, well, Sierra, you know, I was talking to her dad, and Sierra's actually going to probably not take on the whole World Tour this year, and she's not looking to qualify. She was going to finish school, but gosh, she's won ISA World titles, she's won WSL World Junior titles, QS regional events this year. Incredible young surfer. Amazing young surfer. She could potentially do some damage. And then on the men's side, there is a long list of young campaigners breaking through that could really go on a magic tear through this contest as well. But one thing we're looking forward to today, including seeing the young guns coming through, is seeing the old boys. One of the true queens and immortals of the sport, Stephanie Gilmore, out in this lineup. We've got the Snapper World Champs heat later this afternoon. Bugs, how come you're not taking part, mate? Oh, I'm going to be sitting here, you know, commentating it with you, having a lot of fun. But you know, look at that. As 5 surfers, you know, there's 24 WSL World titles right there. I mean, Amazing. If you spread it out, that's 5 apiece nearly. Yeah. Although I don't think Kelly and Stephanie are giving up too many of theirs. Well, these are the world champions that dominated here on the Gold Coast, had amazing results, but they'll also be honouring the end of Kelly Slater's amazing competitive career as a full-time campaigner on the championship tour. Yeah, I cannot wait to watch this heat. And if I think about my favourite surfers out here, I think to Fanning, I think to Parko, Oki, I mean, all of them really, but I can't go past the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore. I just love the way that she surfs out here. She's got that beautiful style, affinity with this wave. And yeah, just representing for the gals. Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see. And yeah, I think everyone's going to relish the opportunity. Funny thing about Oki is you get him in a exhibition heat like that, he starts warming up. Yeah. He starts watching psych up clips. He's down there getting himself in the zone with a bit of Tai Chi. Well, he was the first out in the water yesterday after the trials. He's ready to go. But have a look at the conditions on hand for the opening day of the Challenger Series for 2024. Beautiful stuff. And I'm expecting great performances as we dive into the opening heat of the day, the round of 48 for the women. It is going to be a good one. Have a look at that. Pristine, offshore wind, grooming these long walls. And as we mentioned, we had a stellar field for the trials, the local trials here yesterday. And it was Brent Dorrington winning through on the men's side with a victory, and Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, who's going to be out there in this first heat winning the women's event. Also in the lineup, Zoe Benedetto qualifying via the North American region. She had some real great moments out here last year. Jessie Van Niekerk of South Africa, she'll be in the blue. And Kayala Tamata another performer at this venue last year. So a great way to kick things off for the Challenger Series this year. 4 very worthy competitors, and it's going to be a lot of fun to call it with your Bugs and Felicity. Yeah, we're on. This is amazing. It's been a long time coming, and the surfers have been here for over a week warming up for this, Ronnie, and it is game time. Great to have Bonsoy on as the naming rights sponsor for the Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The Bonsoy have been getting right behind a lot of the emerging talent here in Australia.
Yeah, well, we've got an incoming tide, Flick. We've got a high tide just after 10 o'clock this morning, and it's not the morning high tides aren't as big as the evening high tide. So it's a sort of a not a major high tide in that we're looking at, but it'll have some effect.
Yeah, I'm interesting right now, just the positioning right now with these four women. You can see that Jessie, I think, in the blue, she's just got a little bit of distance between the three girls that are sitting closer to the rock there. And it's just always funny to watch the beginning and the opening minutes of these heats, you know, who's being more dominant, who's being more aggressive, who really wants that inside position, and who's being a bit more submissive, sitting down the line and just letting that first rotational priority sort of play out.
Well, we know that we had really consistent, high-frequency sets rolling through yesterday for the trials. A little slower, little bit of a wait between those quality set waves today. So maintaining that position on the inside when priority's neutral at the start of the heat could be a massive advantage if you can convert.
It so will be. I think what's happening is that the surfers are really taking note, and what happens on the high tide, it tends to migrate to the wider bank. There's less waves from behind the rock. It's more of a low tide situation behind the rock. So there'll be transitional points.
Always an edge to the locals here. You look at the honour roll through those championship tour years, also years that this event was a qualifying series contest, and the last few years a Challenger Series venue. You know, surfers who've had some experience out here and surfed it in all different conditions often get themselves a victory.
Yeah, I think also that this wave has so many different faces, just like all different waves, right? But I think it pays to have so much experience here. As we get further into the draw, then, you know, the seeded round, we're going to see people CT surfers that have had so much experience out here. Women like Lakey Peterson, Sally Fitzgibbons. And I feel like that's really going to pay off. They're going to have a good understanding of, like what you were saying, Bugs, where to sit when it's high tide, low tide, experience behind the rock. And I just feel like that's going to, you know, it's going to be super important out here.
Yeah, well, we've had this morning started out in the warm-ups. It was quite a low tide. You still see a little bit of sand moving out there, but as this tide, it'll quickly come in. It will change.
Bugs, mate, this place, obviously it means a lot to you. This is where you grew up, you spent your childhood. You've left at different stages, but never moved away from this venue. What does this mean to you, this location, southeast Queensland, and what does it mean to the surfing world from a historical standpoint?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of history here. I mean, when I was a kid, you know, it was a longboard era. There were still a lot of great surfers in the area. You know, Robbie and Wayne Dean, and then Peter Druin would come down. It's always been, you know, a magical place for me to have out my childhood here. We lived right on the beach at Rainbow Bay when I was, you know, looking for someone to go surfing with.
How awesome. And obviously it's, you know, also been the stage for, you know, performance, evolution. We've seen a lot of surfboard design, trailblazers, shorten up equipment back in the day and bring it to these long walls as well.
Well, that is so true. I mean, the shortboard revolution basically happened from one weekend to the other when we were cutting down longboards underneath Michael Peterson's house, and it changed the face of surfing, and suddenly we were riding in the barrel at these places.
And then, of course, one of the greatest surfers of all time refined her act on these long walls and went on to win 8 world titles at this venue. Well, not at this venue, but all over the world.
Oh, well, Stephanie Gilmore, you know, the one thing about Queensland surfers, you see it in Parko, Mick, is, you know, it moulds your style. The actual point break itself moulds your style.
Definitely. I've got to agree with that. I feel like some of the best styles that we've seen on tour have definitely, you know, been because they've hailed from point breaks. You know, you think about Queensland as a whole, there's just point break after point break. You look behind us, we've got Snapper Rocks. You just go down the road here, you've got Kira, you have Currumbin, Burleigh Heads, just point, you know, you go even further up the coast to the Sunshine Coast. And, you know, I think even surfers that are now, even currently, were on tour, relegated back to the Challenger Series. I go to Isabella Nichols, someone who performs super well on point breaks and someone who I'm really looking forward to seeing here now in this first Challenger Series event. We see, looks like Josh Kerr and Sierra. We're just checking out the conditions this morning, and Isabella Nichols with DH.
Yeah, still a lot of great master craftsmen from this area too. You know, obviously the two biggest are of course Darren Hanley and JS, who's just celebrated 25 years in business. Congratulations to him. But you know, before them and following them, you've got a whole wave of incredible surfboard designers. As we see things get started here in the round of 48, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is now well and truly underway, with Kayala getting herself a nice opening ride here. This wave really has given her multiple opportunities to attack the pocket of the wave, and that's how you want to kick off your Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, it's a good opening ride for Kiala. It'll really set the stage, Flick. We'll see that score coming in, and that'll set the scale for the heat.
Yeah, I think just before that we saw Ziggy take off on that first wave of the set. That was a bigger one. She tried to pull in on that barrel there. So that'll be a really small score. But yeah, great opener for Kiala. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go. I feel like they might take a little while, just maybe even watch a couple more waves come through as we break down this replay. So this is Kiala from Hawaii, getting her account open here on wave number 1. Series of slashes in the pocket, sort of cutting back on this wave a little bit. Things get a little bit slower through the inside here, but just beautiful surfing. I feel like, to me, she's sort of leaving a little bit more in the tank. She doesn't want to fall. She just wants to make sure that, yeah, she squares away wave 1, and yeah, great. And you know, a lot of time ticked down on the clock until they opened up their accounts. So it's only 22 minutes remaining now, and things are going to get a little bit spicy, I think.
Well, just a throwaway number for Ziggy Aloha McKenzie there on the outside. And Kayala gave it the old taparoo down the line. She had a smaller wave, Bugs. You kind of know that, you know, you could do 100 of those moves down the line. You could surf to North Kira Bakery and get yourself breakfast. And if you don't do a big turn, you're probably not going to get a huge number. So not expecting a huge score for Kayala, but Zoe Benedetto's got herself a beautiful looking wave here. A bit more size in this one. It allows her a bit more time to draw through these rail turns as Benedetto takes this one through to the inside. She wants to have a good run at the title here this year. She was one of the standout performers last season. If memory serves me correctly, I think she fell out of the mix due to an interference.
Yep. Yeah, that was right.
She was heartbroken about it.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what I saw from Zoe last year. She had a couple of great performances. I got to watch her in Portugal as well, in Irasira, and she just looked so good on these right sort of point breaks. But this wave here, these opening combination of manoeuvres, that first turn was super strong. Big carve in the lip, up into the pocket for a snap. And for me, I feel like this is going to be a great score. Bigger wave also, and just those bigger combination of manoeuvres. You know?
Oh, those first two turns. I mean, that is where she's made the real points as we check out the rest of this Bonsoy replay here, Bugs. But just such a, you know, a strong finish, but it was all about the first two moves.
Yeah, the first two moves were just world class, and she waited for the set wave, the patience here nearly at the 10-minute mark, Flick, but it certainly paid off.
Yeah, it definitely did. And, you know, I think patience is going to be king out here today, because, I mean, you kind of want to get an early start, obviously, but so much time had ticked down. The first couple of waves that came through weren't great. So hats off to Zoe for sort of being a bit more patient, holding position and really picking the eyes out of it and getting one of those set waves as we start to see beautiful lines roll into the bay here.
Look at this thing stacking up here on day 1 of the Challenger Series. Zoe Benedetto has a good number on the way. But the South African, Jessie Van Niekerk, is going to try and maintain pace with the field here. Good size wall. This one pushing off the bank a little bit. She sticks with it though. And this is really just adding to the flow of this ride. Now she gets the opportunity to sink that rail a little more. Good stuff from Jessie. She's going to duck under this one. And that will likely be the second best wave of this heat. Expecting a really solid number for Benedetto here. And she punches through that inside section. Surfed all the way down to those recreational surfers.
Yeah, halfway through down to Rainbow Bay. It's quite a ride, and this wave really links up, Flick.
Yeah, it does. You can see straight away, bigger set wave, but for me, I think what you said, Ronnie, it's just a bit big. It's just pushing off the bank. It's not quite hitting it and standing up. Kind of like what, you know, I think back to Zoe Benedetto's wave, and it just had that steepness to it. She's still got a lot of beautiful turns done, like carving manoeuvres, but nothing that really allowed her to go vertical into the pocket. That turn there was a little bit more vertical, but long wave, I just feel like it just pushed off the bank that little bit more. This is that opening manoeuvre here. Jabs it in the pocket, but yeah, just didn't stand up, didn't have that same steepness that Zoe's wave did.
Bugs, that's a great shot just to give people a bit of an idea of the chatter on the face at the moment.
Yeah, that's a little bit of southwest chatter from the early morning, and it's definitely been a feature this morning, and with the tide coming in, that chatter will have a big effect on the waves. The later waves in the set will be smoother faced.
Yeah, and I think we sort of saw that, like those first couple of waves rolled through, Ziggy got one, and then Kiala got that one, but Zoe's one behind it was just that bit smoother. Those first couple of waves had groomed the face, and yeah, like what you're saying, Bugs, I feel like that's, you know, second, third wave of the set are going to be the pick.
Yeah, just sort of pulling the sheets tight, if you will, over this lineup, that first wave in the set, especially the bigger first waves in that set. They'll groom that lineup up a little bit. But look at the number here for Zoe Benedetto. Great start to her Challenger Series campaign. A 7-point ride. And Kiala Tomato-Bennett, a 4.5. That was the smaller wave with multiple turns in the pocket. But, you know, 10 turns doesn't necessarily mean a 10-point ride, does it?
Well, no, it doesn't. But, I mean, Jessie also, she only got a 5-1 on a set wave. So it's kind of, I think the chatter on the face really held her surfing back. And, you know, I mean, in South Africa, there's so many waves like this too. So she's not going to feel out of place out there. But I think the wave itself, that chatter, that southwest chatter on the face, really held back the scoring potential.
For me, it's just, I just see the clear difference is just the steepness and being able to get critical in the pocket. I think, you know, I look at Kiala's wave, it was a smaller one, but it forced her to do, you know, the wave kept her humble. You know, she had to go out in the face. She couldn't get really critical in the pocket, and it just came down to wave selection. Zoe's wave was a beautiful wave, and she surfed it really well. Big combination, first two manoeuvres, 7-point ride.
Yeah, another one of those surfers that's had a couple of goes at the Challenger Series now and really looks comfortable surfing at this level. Ziggy McKenzie is going to get her opportunity with priority on the outside, but she does let this first one go. And Kiala might make her pay for it. It's a pretty good looking wave at the opening, section, but you've got to say, good move there from Ziggy Aloha sitting on the outside. So hard to pass up a decent looking right-hander out here, but wave selection crucial in finding success in these earlier rounds.
Well, you know, Ziggy certainly showed that yesterday. Her wave selection was absolutely brilliant all day long, and it proved the difference.
I take this wave 10 times out of 10.
Oh, same. I would find it so incredibly difficult sitting there with priority and being like, oh, the wave looks like a good one.
Oh.
I'm just going to have to let it go.
It's snapper rocks. There's a little wave standing up. You want to take it for sure. But Ziggy Aloha McKenzie has done very well here, maintaining priority on the outside. She's up against some very tough opponents, the winner of the trials, and we'll see if she can handle the pressure. Just on 14 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take our Bonsoy break and be back in just a moment. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Competition is underway here on day one of the Challenger Series for 2024. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, starting with the women's round of 48, and with just over 12 minutes to go. It's the Hawaiian, Keala Tomoto Bennett, out in front. She's got a couple of scores, but the surfer with the big number out there at the moment is the Floridian, Zoe Benedetto. And we've got the young Australian who spends a lot of time up there in Bali, Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie, one of the best young surfers out on the book at Peninsula. We know she's got an incredible backhand yesterday, winning through in the trials, showing us that she can get it done on the forehand as well.
Yeah, she's such a good little talent coming out of Australia and Bali. She's put in a lot of time. You know, she's had some great results too. I know that she won an Australian titles late last year. She also took out a Taj Small Fries event. So I feel like she's got a good momentum going at the moment. Obviously, she's won these trials as well. Yet to see her sort of pull the trigger here. She did take that first wave of the heat, bigger sort of set wave, pulled in, but she's held priority now for a really long time. So she's being really selective. But, you know, I've got to be thinking now, you're going to be wanting to pull the trigger soon, because you're going to need two waves, right? And, you know, I look at the scores already, and Zoe's sitting out there with a 7. We'll get back to that in a sec as we see Keala.
Yeah, not wasting any time, going after something better than a mid-range 4 here, just to add to her tally and make life a little bit harder for Jessie and Ziggy out there at the moment. Doing well at this stage of the game, just to identify those insiders with a bit of scoring opportunity. You don't necessarily need the big numbers to get yourself a place in the next round, especially when there's 4 surfers in the lineup. Get into that second spot, defend that position, and you can stay alive, as we see Zoe now looking for a backup to go with the 7 from earlier on. A couple of turns from her, she kicks out. And sometimes with those backup numbers, Bugs, you just wonder if a competitor should just stay on that wave and chip away at it.
That's right. I mean, seriously, like when you got the highest score of the heat, maybe even a 4.5 or something might really see you through into the top 2.
Yeah, Keala right now, she's only trying to improve on a 2.83. I like the beginning of this wave. She was able to go more vertical, more up into the lip, a bit more critical. I mean, the wave sort of died out there, so she kicks out. And then behind her, Zoe, she's looking to back up that 7. Those first couple of manoeuvres, she was looking really good, and then she kind of had a little bit of the wobbly boot on, a bit of that chatter in the wave face, kind of got her off centre a bit. But I wonder too, you know, was it maybe worth just squeezing a little bit more juice out of the rest of that wave and you're trying to improve on that backup score a bit more?
9.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with Stace once again.
Yeah, morning, Ron, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and it's a good day to be a competitor. Plenty of fun waves in the water. It's sort of 2 foot if you wait around, but 5 foot if you really want to be patient. And I think that's the wave that Ziggy Aloha's waiting for at the minute. There's heaps of waves that are going to tempt these competitors, like we just saw there with Zoe, but there's still some really quality waves in the water. And if you can be patient and you know, hold your nerve, I think we're going to see some exciting rides go down.
Oh, I like that. It's a good call. This lineup definitely tempts the competitors because you don't get a lot of opportunities in the free surfing session. So quite often the waves that you're having to pass up in a heat, you'd happily take in a free surfing session.
Oh, you definitely would. I mean, we're really actually seeing, I touched on it before, but that tide is already making a real difference out here. It's slowing up. Ziggy sitting out there kind of behind the rock waiting for that bomb. You know, you sort of get to the point where you go, maybe she needs to even get her backup wave soon.
Yeah, and it's interesting for me. Keala's done a fantastic job of just chipping away. She hasn't even really been on a proper set wave just yet. She's got the lead. Zoe Benedetto, Benedetto sitting in second spot. She kicked out of a wave that had a little bit more potential in it. She could have put herself into number one, and even if it's just by a small margin, you know, she's only in danger of getting pushed into second as opposed to being pushed out of the top two. So you've got to call that a bit of an error.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. I feel like she could be up in that number one spot, but now she's in number two, and, you know, all it's going to take is Jessie or Ziggy getting one big wave and potentially pushing her out of that second position. So slight error there maybe, and I'm getting nervous now for, you know, third and fourth in this heat. I know Ziggy's sitting out there with priority, but, you know, there's only 7.5 minutes left on the clock now, and she's going to need two waves. Ziggy's going to need two waves right now, so it's a bit of a big ask. And, you know, when she takes her wave, she's going to be in fourth priority, which means, you know, you've got to be thinking that first and second priority are going to be taking that wave off her. Yeah,
Pugs, it is definitely a factor. In a head-to-head heat, if you're, you know, trying to chase down numbers, you've got to give yourself... You don't need a whole lot of time to turn it around. You can go hunting on the inside. You'll get the opportunities, catching waves under the surfer who's holding priority. But in a heat where there's 4 competitors in the lineup, you've got to give yourself a little bit more time.
Yeah, well, when Ziggy pulled into that barrel straight up, and if she could have made that, it would have made all the difference. But she's had nothing since. You know, Kiala, she's only had the small waves, but she looks so free on a wave. Like, she got a 5-4 for half a ride.
Yeah, she's chipping away at it, and I kind of like it. She's been a bit more busy. She's sort of milked everything she can. As we look at this replay from Jessie, and I actually think this might have been a bit of a mistake. She's got already that 5.1, but, you know, she had second priority. I don't know if she really should have taken that wave. She's going to be chasing something bigger. Now she's in fourth priority and staring down, you know, she needs a 4.31, and it's going to be hard right now because with 6 minutes on the clock, you've got to be thinking that the 3 women before are obviously going to take a wave.
And then you think about Ziggy. I mean, you know, yesterday the sets were really frequent. And, you know, you could kind of count on that you're going to get 2 or 3 sets in the rotation. Today, with that incoming tide, it's slowed up a bit. Only the bigger waves are going to stand up on the outside.
Still waiting for that opportunity. The winner of the trials. Oh, having a think for a moment about that one. Zoe Benedetto says, no dramas. I'm going to try and get rid of this 2-point ride that I'm hanging on to. And she does a couple of nice turns to get started on this one. Good mix-up, great variety in Zoe surfing. As she gets through to the inside, kicks that tail free for a moment. A more complete ride for her, and it should go into the top 2.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, Ziggy had a bit of a look at that one. She thought about it, and that was that backup situation I was talking about. Now she's got to get the bomb and then probably go wide and just hope something else pops up.
Yeah, I like what you were saying. I mean, right now, if she wants to do it in one wave, it's possible. She can get an 8.63, but big ask right now as we look at this last wave from Zoe. Beautiful slash in the pocket there, backs it up with another little vertical hack. But I feel like she's going to improve on her situation right now. She's going to improve on that 2.4 with this wave. Brings it through to the inside, gets a little finish with a little fin throw. But yeah, she's surfing really well. That board looks great under her feet. She gets a bit of a release there on that first carving maneuver. And once again, that 2-turn combo that she goes to is just looking really good. So I'd say she's going to improve on her situation, and Kiala might be dropping down into second.
Just amazing, Zoe Benedetto from Florida, just how many champion women surfers that they've produced over the years there, Bugs. Caroline Marks, world champ at the moment. She's the one that springs to mind straight away, obviously, but Frida Zamba back in the day, just a dominant force.
Oh, Frida Zamba, 4-time world champion. Lisa Anderson, 4-time world champion. I mean, you know, Florida has produced so many world champions. Well, actually, not that many, but they've got so many world titles.
Exactly, yeah, just incredibly, just dominant surfers who've reached that elite level. Zoe Benedetto's clearly dying to get there herself and have a crack at a world title. 7 and a 5.67 for her. Has her back out in front now. Wave selection's been on point. The form is incredible here in this opening heat.
Well, look, that wave that Ziggy passed up, look, you know, Zoe got a 5, 6, 7 flick. now she's got a situation where it's nearly impossible to get the one wave. She needs a 10-point ride.
Yeah. This is getting really difficult for Ziggy. She's gonna, and right now it seems like it's a one-wave job, so you're gonna have to surf the best wave of the heat. It's a big score. It's an excellent number, 9.13. But I've got to think there's probably been a couple of mistakes made, and I'd like to say what you said, Bugs, that she maybe should have gone that last one. As we look out the back, set rolling through.
Well, she's going to pass up this first one. Kiala is going to get into it, and let's see what she can do down the line. She really wants to dump her mid-range 4 here and put it out of reach of Jessie and Ziggy. Chipping away at this wave doesn't do a whole lot down the line, so she's not going to be able to do that.
But it comes back to that wave, that short ride that Jessie got before Flick. I mean, she would have been priority rotation to get that one.
Yeah. There's been definitely a couple of mistakes, and it's the first heat of the morning. It's the first heat of the event. I feel like the women are just, finding their feet, and, you've got to be thinking that women coming up in, heat 2 and 3 and 4 are all really taking notes here, and things are probably going to get a bit tightened up. Things are going to get buttoned up in the next couple of heats, and probably starting to take note that tide is filling in, and maybe, the surfers are going to move a little bit more down the line, maybe not be as selective in these upcoming heats, because, it's really worked against Ziggy right now.
The GWM 2-minute warning popping up on screen, and you know that it's going to be hard for Jessie and for Ziggy to fight their way out of this round as we wait for numbers to come through for Kiala. But not feeling like it's going to factor in too much at all. So the situation will remain the same. 4.81 required for Jessie, well within reach for her. But for Ziggy, she needs a 9.13 to jump up into second place.
Yes, it's just a bit of a shame that she never really got a crack at this one, Flick. I mean, she had an outstanding day yesterday, just winning the trials. Not an easy feat. And today just didn't happen for her.
Well, you got to wonder, maybe she's a bit tired. I mean, there's a lot of surfing to do yesterday, a lot of waves, a lot of length in ride there, and, the buzz of it all and the hype, and then, having to refocus, within less than 24 hours that's a big ask. And for someone so young, coming up against big names on the Challenger Series, I mean, I would love to see her get one more chance here, just so we can see a bit more of her surfing. But yeah, there's definitely been a couple of mistakes, and she'll know that herself as well, and definitely use this as a bit of a learning experience. And yeah, she'll go back and watch the replay and understand where those mistakes were made.
Yeah, I think Bugs probably hit the nail on the head earlier, and just like getting so accustomed to seeing so many sets roll through yesterday. Incredible frequency in the number of opportunities that were presented to the competitors, and I think Ziggy was still banking on that throughout this opening heat of the round of 48. But you've got to give props to Zoe Benedetto. What a way to kick off her Challenger Series campaign. A very comfortable heat win, and super clean rail surfing, even with the chatter on the face out there.
Yeah, solid performance, and Kiala as well. I mean, she didn't get the best waves, but she certainly looks free and loose, and she's got all the moves to snap her.
Yeah, I love the way that these two approach the heat. They just didn't sit too long. Zoe, for me, though, standout, obviously, got that 7-point ride, but her surfing just looks really crisp. It looks like she's really figured out this wave, and especially that 2-turn combo she's got going at the beginning of the wave. It's a sign of good things to come, and I feel like she's picking up where she left off last year on the Challenger Series. She had a great year last year, and looking forward to seeing more of her.
A great way to kick things off here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We'll be back with Heat 2 right after this.
all roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Beautifully said, Bugs.
Yeah.
And, mate, so fantastic to have this event back on the schedule for the Challenger Series, but obviously big news breaking this week. It will be a CT from 2025 through to 2028 with massive support from the Queensland State Government and the Gold Coast City Council. Of course, as we see things get started for the competitors in the second heat, the round of 48, Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. Had some magic runs through these Challenger Series events in the past, and she has a very tough draw here to kick things off, so she'll have to be at her best, but getting things started pretty early.
For me, I really like that opening wave. Look like her board right now, Yolanda's board, just looks like it's carrying so much speed. She was traveling so fast. I'd like to see what happened at the beginning stages of that wave, because I think we picked it up not quite at the beginning. So yeah, Eve as well from Hawaii getting things started, just a 0.5 for her. So quick little up and down. But for me, Yolanda's wave, this one looked really good. This is it here. So it takes off, looks like it's got great shape, straight up into the lip there for that first turn. Carves it around. You can see there's a bit of chatter on the face here, but it doesn't really phase her. Just that board's just holding speed through all these turns. Looks like she's got a great read on this wave. And comes through to the inside here. Things get a little bit smoother on the face of this wave. It's a little bit hung up here on that turn, but brings it through and gets the finish. So nice opener.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Bugs. The best point break surfers, you know, they flow from one move into the next. They're always rail to rail, but they seem to create time and have patience. And I thought Yolanda surfed pretty patiently on this wave, waited for the sections to stand up.
Yeah, she certainly did. She, you know, connected all the dots on that wave. There was a bit of chatter on the face, but that low compression style of hers just sort of tore through it.
Now seeing the Bonsoy replay of Safi Vetti, the New Zealander, who got herself a decent opening right here too.
Yeah, unfortunately just not getting the finish there on that last turn, but yeah, nice set wave here for her, just getting things started here on the Gold Coast. GC Surfers Paradise in the background, I absolutely love that shot there. But yeah, that was unfortunate. I feel like this would have been a good, solid backup wave if she just made that last turn. So she'll be kicking herself for that, that's for sure. But I already like the frequency that these girls, you know, they're taking off, they're catching waves. So we see more action.
Nanao Suzuki from Japan here, ripping up into the bowl. Again on the attack, punching through the lip, trying to gather some speed to get back out in front of this one. It's stretching out on her though, and she's going to get out of there. 24 and a half minutes to go. Stace, great to see things getting started with some good numbers dropping early for our competitors.
Absolutely, Ron. Zoe Benedetto, what a long 12 months wait for redemption. Must feel good.
Yeah, definitely feels good to finally just get my first heat out of the way here. I've definitely been thinking about it quite a lot of memories, so yeah, it feels good.
Obviously, you had the interference in your first round heat last year, almost like a perfect script to today. You got a 7, you're off to a great start. What's the talk to yourself like in between those sets with these long lulls? You obviously couldn't quite hold your nerve there and went a wave that wasn't of great quality. What are you talking to yourself when you paddle back out?
Yeah, definitely stuff popped into my mind after I got a 7. I was like, oh boy. But yeah, just wanting to stay calm, take it one heat at a time, one wave at a time. And yeah, just not let, it's really easy to like get jittery out there and just want to take waves. And you take a mid-sized one, then a set comes right after. So yeah, I had nothing really like a backup score, I like a 2. So just went on a smaller one and luckily it went my way, so.
Certainly did. You've got a beautiful point break style. You did grow up in Florida. Talk to us about your life there growing up and then what traveling you did.
Yeah, I traveled all throughout the Caribbean when I was younger. Just back and forth, beach breaks, point breaks, a lot of time in Puerto Rico, and Splash Inlet, New Smyrna Beach. So yeah, just a lot more beach breaks than point breaks, but a lot of my forehand, I just can't wait to get on a point break. So yeah, when I do, I just kind of relax a little bit.
You look at home here at Snapper Rocks. Well done, Zoe.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, really strong start to the event for the young Floridian, who dropped great numbers, and we've got good numbers dropping in this heat as well. 22.5 minutes to go. Yolanda Hopkins getting off to a quick start here, and Safi also getting herself a decent score as well.
Yeah, Yolanda's opening wave, 6.5, so beautiful opener for her as we break down Nanaho's opening wave here. This one just ran off super fast on the bank. Things were looking really good here, but you got to think she cut back a little bit too much on that second turn and just got stuck behind this one as it just grinds down the bank without her. So few waves ridden, but my first takeaway is I'm just liking how active these women are in this second heat.
Well, here goes Suzuki again. This wave kind of splitting and not really standing up for her at the moment. She'll try and chase it down the line, and we'll see if it reconnects with the sandbar here. It does for a moment, but she gets a little tangled up, that offshore breeze. Just you've got to pay attention to it, don't you, Bugs, with the choice of manoeuvres that you go for.
Yeah, well, you know, we saw the one before. I mean, if you do that cutback on that section, that you've got to sometimes race that section to get to the part of the wave we can really go to work on. You know, you sacrifice the entire length of ride for that one big manoeuvre.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an error there. Couldn't agree with you more. I think she shouldn't have cut back too much. She would have been able to stay with that one. That second wave there that she just took off on, you know, wave selection, maybe not the best here. She was a little bit wider on the bank, and you could just see straight away this wave's just keeping her honest. She has to sort of surf more horizontal here, not really standing up that much. She sort of sees something down the line here. Great technique to keep going, but yeah, it's just not the best wave selection, I would say, out here today. There's been a lot better waves come through. This one here, this is Eve getting things started. Real loose tail slide here, backs it up with a second one and gets a little float. So good series of combination of manoeuvres there. I like that.
Yeah, fast twitch in between turns, not wasting any time. And that's the thing about Snapper Rocks. You don't necessarily need a wave that goes on forever to get yourself a reasonable number. You know, as long as you get those solid combinations happening, you can score pretty well.
And, you know, another thing it comes down to is that on the shifting tides and out here, you can really choose different equipment. Like today, right now, that board of Airways looks like it's nice and loose, bit of tail slide, little zip to it. That fits it really well with this higher tide. On the low tide, with a real draw off the bottom, you might try different equipment.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. As we see another beautiful wave roll through the lineup.
And pouncing on this one is Safi, who'll represent New Zealand at the Olympics this year. Has just returned from Tahiti, getting familiar with the break over there to get herself set for a big run, potentially a medal. Now, that wave's not going to pan out too well for her. Yolanda Hopkins leading this heat at the moment, has a 6.5 already, and seems to know what kind of wave she's after in this lineup. This one has a nice steep pocket to it. She's already done a number of turns, cutting back to the bowl. And now looking for the finish here on the inside. And she finds it.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Yolanda. I mean, she's been trying to crack the CT now for a few years, but she's been a warrior on the Challenger Series. She surfs really well. She's actually had a couple of wild card in Portugal in the CT a couple of years ago, came up against Carissa Moore, got a win over here, and I got a win over Carissa, and I believe made the quarterfinals in Portugal. So it was really cool to see her surfing, and we'll break down this replay of Safi's Bugs.
Yeah, well, Safi's opening this wave up. It looks like it's going to be a scorcher all the way through. Just gets caught up a bit there, and again, I think just getting caught in that lip, just sacrifice the rest of the ride flick.
Yeah, and this one, Yolanda, getting a little bit of a shampoo at the beginning of this wave, but I just got to echo what you were saying, Ron Dog. I just feel like she's got a great pace to this and great choice of manoeuvres. Feels like she knows exactly what wave she wants to catch. This is going to beautifully back up her 6.5. And Yeah, she looks like she's in tune. She looks like she knows what waves she wants. And when she's on those waves, she's picking the right manoeuvres for the sections and not getting stuck behind. Yeah, good timing, good pace. Almost lost it there. But, yeah, no, did well to recover here. Regained her footing and just ducked that rail in for a beautiful open face carve. So, yeah, she's looking good and doing the runaround.
If you're going to make a little mistake like that, it's all about how well you can mask it, recover without the judges cottoning on. And her front foot did slip off that traction pad just a little bit, but she regained nicely. She's making her way round. I will say, just, I don't want to get your thoughts, Bugs. I feel like Safi is getting some bigger, more committed turns done. She just can't finish her rides off at the moment, as we see on the outside. Eve, another nice looking wall here. Conditions seem to be just cleaning up a little bit. That chatter's gone now or settled down from what we saw in the opening heat here. For the competitor there in the white, Eva Wong is unable to finish that one off.
Wow, I think she was, that wave there, the beginning of that wave, that opening carve looked so good. And what you were saying, Bugs, her board looks great. I feel after that opening couple of manoeuvres she had, the wave just didn't quite cooperate. I feel like she was able to get into the lip a couple more times. She would have been on her way to a very, very good score. I feel like it's still going to be great. She just surfed it so well. This is it here. So wave standing up, sort of growing as it peels down the bank here. Two big opening carving manoeuvres. Goes into a third cutback, but yeah, that wave face just not getting too steep here at the end. But I loved what I saw from that beginning opening manoeuvre, and then just not quite getting the finish here on the inside. So she'll be kicking herself for that, because I feel like she was on her way to a really good score. Yeah,
if she'd bookended that with a great finishing move, it would have been adding to her scoring potential. That first carve, though, was sensational.
Her board just looking so good.
Some high-quality turns being laid down in this second heat of the day. And Safi's hanging on to the lead, but probably only for a moment. Yolanda Hopkins about to make a jump into first, you'd think. We're going to take a quick break here, a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more in just a moment. Australia's Gold Coast is an absolute must if you're a surfer, but even if you're not, there's plenty to do here, plenty to see. And the Challenger Series has returned again in 2024 for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. And we are seeing the young Japanese competitor, Nanao Suzuki, on the attack here, looking to elevate her position. She's outside that qualification mark at the moment to get herself through to the next round. You want a top 2 finish. And she might have just done it. She needs a 7.23 to get herself up in the second spot at the moment.
That was great. Loved what I just saw then. That was so much better. I feel like she's noticed, you know, picked up on the couple of mistakes that she made earlier in the heat, the wave selection, the choice of maneuvers, and that right there was beautiful surfing. I love the way she finished it as well. Got a little bit of explosive fin release out of the lip there. So, you know, she's well on her way to getting back in one of those advancing positions.
It certainly seemed like one of the stronger rides of the heat. She really puts it together here, Flick.
Yeah, this was beautiful. Just 2 big slashes there. This is just timing is so much better. Gets a beautiful carve out of the lip, and here on the finish gets a big fin release. This was much better surfing, and yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, it felt like point break surfing as opposed to beach break surfing. But on the outside, we got a replay of Eva Wong, and she went to town.
Whoa, there's 3 amazing turns to start with.
Yeah, Eva just beautiful surfing here. That wave looks just crystal clear, and just like what I love when I come to the Gold Coast is watching this, these waves peel down the bank and just how beautiful and aesthetically pleasing they are. That was just so nice to watch.
I just loved the flow. It was like she was surfing in fast forward too. She was moving with incredible pace down the line. That would add to the number, you think. And it has dropped 7.87 for Eva Wong. And she has just leapfrogged Safi and Yolanda now to take that number 1 position.
It was always going to be a big score, Ronnie, because she got a 5.77 on that previous one. And Flick, I mean, that was the one that she kind of blew that final turn on. That wave there was sensational.
Yeah, she's looking really connected. The flow between her maneuvers are looking really good. As we see more live action.
Yeah, here we go, Yolanda again. She's been really strong with wave selection, putting herself on waves that had this steep, critical pocket. This one, though, stretching out. She's fighting to get back out in front of it. Has already done some decent work on the outside. Great surfing once again. But she's trying to better a couple of mid-range 6s now to get herself into a better position or hold off the fight from Safi and Nanao.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one there is going to improve on her 6.93 or the 6.5. It was a smaller wave, and she did get a little bit stuck behind that section there for a bit, so she's fighting against it, trying to get around it. You got to think, was that a little bit of an error, because now she's left Nanaho out the back, and Nanaho's probably going to drop a good score for her last wave.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Red's score to come in, and that's going to really challenge the top 2 placings.
Yeah, this section here is what I was sort of talking about. She just gets a little bit stuck behind it. So I'm not sure if it's going to improve on her situation. She's now going to be in that 4th priority situation, leaving Nanaho out the back, and we're still waiting for that score to come through. It actually has come through.
Yeah, that one dropping now. Not quite enough to change the situation here. But you can see that there's a real edge for Eva Wong here in that number 1 position. By far the strongest ride. If she can dispose of her backup number and replace it with something better, she's going to be sweet for that next round. But I just like the fact that she stole the spotlight from a beautiful wave, and that's half the battle for these competitors here. You're going to be exposed on these long walls. You get a perfect wave, you have to be mistake-free to get yourself close to that excellent range, and you've got to do exceptional surfing to be the hero out here, because the wave is spectacular. Like you said, Felicity, aesthetically the wave is there, the canvas is there, and the picture you paint on it is going to determine the number. If you're sloppy with your strokes, if you scribble all over that canvas, you're going to get punished for it. And if you can really keep things clean and paint a nice picture for the judges, you'll get an excellent score.
Well, Evie Wong just showed that. What an illustration of exactly what you said. She got very close to that excellent range. By far the best score of the heat, though.
She had the quill out, Bugs. It was just beautiful strokes, very fine rail work. and executed it at amazing speed. I think that's what really helped to elevate the number. Everyone else has sort of been, you know, the pace has been determined by the wall, whereas she, with the lines that she drew, surfed faster than the wave was breaking and still kept all her moves really well placed. Didn't get too far out in front of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think her wave selection, one, she's picked off 2 of the best waves of the heat. And like we said, aesthetically pleasing, beautiful to watch. And her surfing has been on point, but I've just got to go back to her board. It just looks so good. It looks really like responsive in the pocket, and she's able to hold a rail, but when she needs it to, you know, be a little bit more spicy and release the fin, she can. So she's just doing so well, and she looks like she's figured this wave out. She has like a good affinity with the conditions today, and yeah, at the moment she's looking like a sure bet to be getting through this heat.
One of my favourite parts about bringing you all the broadcast from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is the Gold Coast flight cam. It just always illustrates how pristine the coastline is here, how just absolutely translucent the water is. Not strange to see huge pods of dolphins on the outside there at Snapper, the resident dolphins. As Yolanda goes after something better than a 6.5 here to hold off the attack, the late charge from Safi and Naneo, who are out there just waiting for the opportunity. Safi especially, I think she's done some of the best turns in this heat, but she hasn't found herself on waves that have extended down the line. She's also had a couple of falls.
Yeah, she's had a couple of falls, and I feel like she's paying for it. Well, she's paying for it now. She's sitting out there with priority. She does need a 7.76, so that's almost equal to the best wave of Eves in this heat as we break down the last of Yolanda. Big snap in the pocket there. She's getting around this section, lays into a carving manoeuvre here. So she's looking to improve on a 6.5 right now and gets a big finish here. Thought she lost it, but she rides out in front. So I kind of like that she's staying active. I mean, she wasn't in, you know, first or second priority, but she's just trying to make that job a little bit more difficult for Safi, a little bit more difficult for Nanaho. So she's looking fired up to me.
Yeah, she really had nothing to lose there. She was in 4th priority, time's ticking away. It was a bit of a speculator. She surfed it really well.
Yeah.
Whether it's going to improve her position, not certain about that. But I think your point before with Safi, she's had the great manoeuvres, but she's made a couple of errors as far as her reading of the wave down the line.
Well, one of your great sparring partners, Bugs, who you had so many fantastic heats with and battled for world titles with, was Mark Richards, and his breakdown of surfing, or one of his memorable quotes for me was, it's all about, in a heat, it's all about who can go out there and make the least mistakes, who's going to find success. And, you know, that is true to a point. You want to go out there and do fantastic surfing, but you'll be punished for your mistakes. And Safi, you know, for me on paper is probably the favourite going into this heat. But those errors are going to maybe cost her a good result here in this first Challenger Series event.
Yeah, it's looking that way, unless she can, you know, she's got priority though, and there's still 4.5 minutes remaining. There's certainly time for a set to come through, and if she can put a wave together, so she's certainly got the big moves.
I think to your point before, Ron, it's just, I think there's 2 different types of surfers. You know, there's really good surfers, and then there's really good competition surfers.
Yeah.
And I think they're 2 different things. I think it's one thing to be a surfer and instinctually go out there and have an affinity with the ocean, but it's another thing to come in onto the Challenger Series, and make it to the World Tour and put together heats. And we always talk about heat IQ, but you know, it's how you formulate a heat, the strategy behind it, the decisions you make under pressure. And I feel like right now, you know, it's really evident for a couple of these surfers in these heats. But and when I cast my eyes now to the Championship Tour, you've got to have it all, you know. And now there's some surfers that do their best surfing in a jersey on the World Tour, but I feel like it's 2 different things, you know.
Yeah, and it's not for everyone, the competitive side, but quite often the free surfer is an unsuccessful competitor. And you know, I think that we're lucky that surfing offers the opportunity for surfers to break off and give us something different and chase clips and do it a little differently. But, you know, certainly everyone who is here at shortstop #1 on the Challenger Series, has aspirations of getting themselves onto the CT. Even someone like Sierra Kerr, who in the press conference said yesterday, even if she was to qualify, she may not take up that position on the CT. That is the benefit of being a supreme talent. Also, having complete faith that at some point you'll get there when you feel you're truly ready to do it, a la Katie Simmers. So, you know, that's a very limited group of individuals.
Oh, it really is. I mean, and in the men's, I mean, we saw Taj Burrow do it when he was a junior. We saw Julian Wilson do it, but not many others.
Yep. Yeah, and yeah, I think with the success that some of the youngsters on the championship tour, the likes of Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks, what they've been able to achieve on the CT at a young age probably has a lot of this next generation of rising stars going, okay, you know, what's the point in not having a crack at it now? I feel like my surfing could already win heats on the CT. That's where it's such an exciting time, especially in the women's division with so much talent pushing through on this Challenger Series. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens on these this year on the Challenger Series, but in the coming years with teenagers joining the CT ranks.
I know, and I think on the women's side, you know, that the age is a little bit younger than on the men's when these women are joining the CT. And I just think back to last year's Challenger Series event when we got to see Sierra out here, and just she put together some great heats. She matched up against Steph. They had that big battle together, and I was really blown away with just how composed and mature she was for someone who's so young. And I think, you know, that we were talking, you said before, Ron, you know, there's only a few surfers in the world that sort of, you know, it was few small pool of surfers in the world that have that choice of, oh, you know, I back my surfing so much that, you know, maybe even if I did qualify this year, I don't necessarily need to take that spot. And I feel like that just speaks volumes to their self-belief as well, and that they know they're going to get there. I mean, another name that comes to mind is Erin Brooks as well. Absolute standout of a junior competitor, and, you know, got a win last year on the Challenger Series as well, last event at Sakurama, and I just feel I can't wait to see them surf here.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Here we go. Suzuki up, chasing a 6.84. 40 seconds to go. This will be her last shot at it, so she's got to go big. Chucks the reverse. Throws those fins out of the lip. Not a whole lot of height in it. Couldn't really call it an air. But Suzuki showing that she's got that progression up her sleeve, and she's chasing down that 6.84. 20 seconds to go. It'll be her last shot at it. She'll be making her way in. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, she went on a small wave, but she had to go. I mean, she didn't need a monster score, and she's surfing well. There's still a couple of seconds left, though. There's surfing to be had here.
Well, this is Eve Wong, who surfed so brilliantly in this heat. Dropped the near excellent number to get herself out in front. And she's styling her way through to the next round. And on the outside, Safi making her way in.
Well, Safi gets a bomb set, but I got a feeling, Flick, it might have been after the hooter. We'll have to wait to see.
Yeah, a few scores now. Well, this score especially for Nanaho to drop. Let's look at this replay. It was a smaller wave. She needed to go. She sort of needed to do exactly what she did at the end here. This wave didn't give her too much here. She was chasing that 6.84. So gets the progression there, gets a fin release, throws it into the reverse. She went for it, which I absolutely love. Nailed it.
Yeah, she was pleased with the making of it. It wasn't that good a wave before that, though. I don't see the score coming through the.
And that number has dropped, not quite enough.
All right, so we have heat 3 out there, Leilani.
But you've got to commend the fight and giving it a good nudge on that final section there, finishing up in third place, Suzuki. And winning through was Eve Wong with the victory, and Yolanda Hopkins also progressing here. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we've got a couple of big dogs stepping in for the call. Kaipo and Richie. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
We're back at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, the start of the pathway to qualification for the championship tour. We're getting it kicked off first day in the event window. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with former CTer Richie Lovett and a hydrodynamic expert to explain all things wet and slidey to you this morning. And we got some sliding down the Slooper Bank right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, our fellow commentators said it so eloquently. The bank is ruler edge at the moment. The Gold Coast is producing, and yeah, super excited to be up here for the first challenge event of the year. There's a different sort of vibe around the competition zone, Kipes. There's all those nerves, you know, people wanting to make the tour. A couple of the big dogs that have been relegated, they're here kind of stomping around with a bit of attitude, just ready to flex. So, you know, we're in for a great day of surfing, a great week of surfing. Can't wait.
Yeah, and another heat out in the water. Let's check it out. Who we have, Leilani McGonigal representing Costa Rica. Laura Ropp, the teenager out of Brazil, up-and-comer. Anastasia Venter representing South Africa, and a veteran actually on the Challenger Series who's been putting on displays year after year, Zali Kelly. Will this be Zali's year to qualify? Well, her path starts right here in this opening heat.
Yeah, this is another interesting matchup. Good spread of global athletes here. Saw some decent scores dropping in the first couple of heats, Kipes. And, well, things just, as we come up to high tide at 9:40 this morning, we are going to see things just get a little full. But here we go, first ride of the event.
First ride, and it looks like we have Leilani McGonigal up in the glare. Really, really good backhand on this surfer, although she does reside from a left-hand point break of Pavones. By just working it through this section, and that's going to be a nice start for the Costa Rican. Little inside bonus section here. Rich, this thing's going forever.
Yeah, just stuck with that wave all the way through to the inside, and that's what I was just saying about this higher tide. It will break these waves up ever so slightly, but still some beautiful, clean walls to work with here. We're seeing the wind starting to shift around from that southwesterly direction. Bit more south. Let's check the replay here. So the goofy footer just times that first turn well. Really connects with the lip on that first one. Drives around this section. Gets a little sleepy through this mid-zone. Really important to stay with this wave. She would have seen down the line here, so our surfers always keeping a keen eye on what's happening with the wave down the line. And she went okay. There's another little low road. Opportunity to build some more scores through to the inside, and just unfortunately just catches a little rail.
Taking a look here at the opening ride for the Brazilian, Laura Ropp.
Yeah, so Laura just tagging it outside here. Really extends on that third turn. Nice wrapping cutback. And then ditches out, but got some good work down out the back.
Looks like we have, I think it is Zali Kelly here in the glare.
Yeah, so Zali just, look how confident she looks on her board. You can see just cutting through the water there. Still a little bit of that wind chatter that's going up the face.
So we're waiting for 3 scores to set the stage, and priority now shifting to Anastasia Venter, the 17-year-old out of South Africa. She's out there in the white jersey, holding down priority, waiting for 3 scores to start the heat.
Yeah, so Anastasia, I believe she's a 2-time South African junior champion. And an ISA team member, so a well-established career in her early years, but really looking to break through on this Challenger Series and make a mark for herself. She's got a pretty tough heat here as well.
Well, let's go down with Stace right now and hear from the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Kipes. From your neck of the woods, Eve Wong, congratulations. That was a stunning performance.
Thank you so much. Happy to get my feet wet. First heat, nerves out of the way. Yeah.
For everyone watching at home, give us the perspective of what it's like to drop into a wave here at Snapper Rocks, 3 foot, looking down the line, not a single person in your way, and just the beautiful open canvas.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful wave. It's like a regular footer's dream out here. Yeah, it's really different when there's no one out. You actually have to like pick the right one, and yeah, so it's fun.
And how do you feel about your performance? Obviously, you spent a week here warming up, and then you come in with a heat total like that. Must feel good.
Yeah, I feel really good. I mean, I've been surfing out here for the past 10 days, so yeah, it feels good to actually get away from myself.
It's about lunchtime in Hawaii. Did you want to say, yeah, good afternoon to everyone tuning in at home?
Yeah, aloha kahiaka ya o kou, ha'ovo ya o kou, mahalo no ke kako o mawana ya u.
Congratulations, Eve. Well done. Thanks, Kipes.
Aye. Oh my ka'i. Congratulations, Eve, on to the round of 32. Cut into live action here. And this would be the opening ride for Anastasia Venter. So waited a while for this one. Executed on her priority. We'll be waiting for her score to set the scale. We already got a 5.1 in for Laura Rupp and a 5-point ride for Leilani McGonigal on their opening exchange.
Very similar scores there. So only 0.1 of a point separating two women, Laura and Leilani. So this heat already pretty interesting when you look at the scores. We'll check the replay here. Anastasia. So nice looking wave from the outset. It's a couple of nice roundhouse cutbacks. You can see taking that surfboard all the way around, connecting with the foam, rebounding off that foam as it's coming towards her. Works this one all the way through, down onto the inside, a series of cutbacks. I'm feeling a little bit of leg burn here, Kipes, as she comes all the way down into the bay.
Yeah, lactic acid's coming into play for sure with these long rides, and we can study this in slow motion.
Yeah, quite a taller stance. You know, she's standing quite tall, but getting a lot of leverage on these cutbacks here. You can see just gets a little tail slide there. This looks like Laura up and riding. Streaking down the line, looking for a good hit on the inside, and unfortunately just comes unstuck.
Now look at Zali Kelly.
Yeah, Zali, a great snap to start things off. You can see she's just cutting into these waves a little bit deeper, a bit more aggression, a bit more speed from Zali. So really starting to open up on this one. Tracking down the line here, a series of snaps, finishes well. So great ride there for Zali Kelly, and you get the feeling that that could be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, waiting for her second score. Open up with 3.83. Did much better than that on her second effort.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that affects this heat.
Yeah, so Zali just down from down the road here at Cabarita, and has been sort of knocking at the door for a while now, Harko. She's been really going at it. She's got a couple of QS wins.
Yeah, last year on the Challenger Series, she had a semi-final finish over in South Africa, a 9th place finish over in Narrabeen, and finished the year in 17th position on the Challenger Series. Of course, at the end of the year for the women, you got to be in the top 5. We take the top 5 women from the Challenger Series and graduate them on to the Championship Tour. That's the goal for each and every one of these ladies.
That's a big ask, top 5. That's when you think of the field, the amount of women who are competing in these events, the amount of women competing globally, only 5 spots are up for grabs to make it onto the Championship Tour. So every single heat, every single wave, extremely important, really cutthroat competition, and just the level of surfing from the women these days, just remarkable.
Yeah, and highly competitive, right? This is a young heat that we're looking at here. Yeah. Anastasia, just 17 years old. Zali, 20 years old. Laura, 18 years old, the veteran of the crew. Leilani McGonigal, just 24 years old. This really is, in the landscape of surfing, you can take a look at the future of women's professional surfing. Zali, back up at it again. So quick to recognize that one, just catching that one under priority. No harm, no foul. Still waiting for her second wave score, which is likely going to be the one that's going to make the difference in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this will shoot her right up into first place. And it does look like she's dropped a 6.5 on her second scoring ride. So the best wave of the heat, as we thought. And why? Well, the maneuvers were there. She connected it. There was flow between the turns. There was much more spray coming off her board as she was connecting with the lip. These are all the things that the judges really pay attention to. She makes her way back out the back, but she'll be feeling comfortable here. Very familiar with these type of conditions. Cabarita, a really fun wave in itself. Not quite as ruler edge as we see here on the Super Bank, but definitely some fun waves down in the Cabarita area.
All right, nearly halfway through this heat, 16:51. And
quick.
Kelly up in the lead. Laura Robb holding down second place currently, but still it's going to be a really, really tight finish to this one. Leilani McGonigal in pole position as far as priority, and just a 3.41 to get Leilani up into the top two. Again, 50% advancement throughout this round of 42. Top two move on into the round of 32. Likely we're going to be running some of that tomorrow. Forecast looks pretty consistent as we take a look at what's on hand.
Yeah, no, it looks really good through the whole week, actually. It's going to trend up and down slightly. The swell's actually going to come around to the east midweek. And this is a very south swell energy that we have at the moment. It has to wrap right around the corner here. But any type of east in this swell, it just draws it straight into Snapper Rocks. We see the wave height tend to stand up all the way down into the bay. But definitely going to see some great rides through the week. We'll see our competitors threading the barrel.
McGonigal activating here. Good looking wave for Leilani. Nice slash to open up with drawn out. Bottom turn check off the top's going to have to make her way down the line. Caught on her heels just a little bit, gets back up into the open face for Leilani McGonigal. Connects through to this inside section. More opportunity in front of her. And what a miracle of a wave that we have on display. Right behind her, Zali Kelly. And Zali kicking out of her ride, so another competitor there. We're going to ID that one and come back to you.
Wow, look at that white water line, Kites. It is straight as an arrow.
The bank's great. Well, we got some scores to report to you. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to come back with those scores and more and the conclusion of this third heat of the day. Stick around. Froth one up for us. It is Australia's favorite playground, the Gold Coast. Picture perfect, long white sand beaches, tons of surf breaks, theme park thrills. This place has got it all. Look at the beauty here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM Kaipara, along with Richie Lovett. Call in heat number 3 of the day, where we see the Australian Zali Kelly up in the lead, but we were waiting for some scores and they could change the situation, Rich. Still standing by for scores for each of our 4 surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in heat number 3, the round of 48. This is live action, Kipes.
The South African Anastasia Venter on another beautiful wall here at Snapper Rocks. Couple snaps back into the whitewater. Needs something a little bit more dynamic to finish. Gets up in the lip and comes down and unable for a completion.
Oh, it's a shame she couldn't finish that final turn. Points will be, well, deducted, I guess, is the brutal way to say it. You know, if you fall at the end of these waves, it will cost you.
McGonigal picking up steam throughout this heat and on this wave. Leilani with some aggressive backhand slashes for the Costa Rican. Lining up here, and a nice finish.
Wow. So she's building. You can see the confidence building, Kipes, with every single wave she rides. Just getting stronger. You can see those turns. She's performing them with way more intent. We're past the halfway mark, and she is really starting to build a campaign in this one. Some great turns.
5.77 on her last effort. We're waiting for that score. Meanwhile, we're waiting for scores. The Brazilian Laura Ropp drops a 7.33. Ropp into the lead. Zali Kelly just drops an 8.33. Kelly goes excellent and goes out in front.
Yeah, look, there's just been a flurry of action in this heat. And Zali Kelly on that last wave, just connecting beautifully with the lip, really carving the top of these waves to pieces. What a matchup. This has been an exciting heat so far.
Check out some replays of all the action here, Rich.
Yeah, deep bottom turn there. You can see right in the pocket the first turn. Down the line here, comes around this section, draws off the bottom. Beautiful face carve again. So this is the wave before. At 5.77, I believe. Clicks with that one. Down the line, more to work with. Winds up that backhand. Strong finish. And, well, this is Zali Kelly. Have a look at this one. Carves through the lip. Big opening hack, and again, just in full control. She's keeping these turns really tight in the pocket. Judges really noting where the maneuvers are done, the most critical part of the wave. That's where they want to see those big turns done, and she's done exactly that. Outside, 3 big major moves, all connected. And then this was Anastasia's last wave, a good slash. Another little slash halfway up the face, draws around this section, connects with the lip, and then hits the eject button.
Last wave here for McGonigal. We're still waiting for this score, Rich.
Yeah, this is going to be a good score too. Just the intensity of these turns, she stepped it up a notch.
Yeah, score just came through for what you're watching here, a 6.73. That's enough to get her into second place.
Good, strong finish. Really good, strong finish on that one.
Highly competitive heat right now, with Laura Ropp dropping a big number with a 7.33, still in 3rd place. Ropp needs a 5.17 to come into the top 2 and advance on this heat. The numbers coming through for the heat totals, really good.
Yeah, solid. This has been the highest scoring heat of the morning so far. The waves have just started coming through in a flurry. The surfers really starting to rip in now. So Anastasia, she needs to stay with the other women here with only just under 8 minutes to go. Great that we have the priority system in place for the 4 surfer heats.
Yeah, and mentioning that Zali Kelly with complete heat control. She's got the lead. She has first priority. She can really dictate everything going on in this final stage. McGonigal down the bank, sneaks this one away. Just a couple of turns. and that will not factor into the result.
Yeah, just at 4th priority there. Just having a look at that wider little bump that went down into the bay, but nothing doing. So she's working to replace that 5.77. Obviously, that wave was never going to produce that score, so she opts to get back out, try and put a little bit of pressure, try and make her way up the priority order by forcing the other surfers onto the next set.
Yeah, really, the battle right now, in my mind, Rich, is between Leilani McGonigal and Laura Ropp for the advancement. And McGonigal, with the advantage that she's above Ropp right now, but the disadvantage of being 4th priority. So it really is the Brazilians in the Brazilians' favor to execute right now and flip this heat.
Totally. She's in the box seat where she can, you know, take perhaps the 1st or the 2nd wave, depending on what Zali wants to do. But really, it's right there, only needing that 5.17. We've seen a number of scores in that range in this heat. So Leilani would be feeling very vulnerable right now.
And what can you do? I mean, as a competitor, 4th priority, is there anything that Leilani can do?
Well, she can put pressure on Laura just to keep her honest when those waves come through. Try and push her into a wave that may not offer her or allow her to get that score. But she needs to keep that pressure on her, keep her thinking. Just don't give her free reign of the lineup to go, oh, no, I won't choose this one. She's got to keep that pressure on.
And the radical thing about the Challenger Series is there's no second chances. Straight from round 1.
Yeah, this is it.
Elimination is, so there's consequence to every single heat. There's no non-elimination round heats like you would have in a CT. But speaking of CTs, just yesterday, Rich, we got some big news for this break. We're going to be hosting a CT event over here for the next 4 years.
Oh,
incredible.
Such good news. Cannot wait to see that. The Championship Tour returns to Snapper Rocks. Live action.
Here we go, Rob. 5.17 is the mark that she needs to make. A couple of wrapping turns. Needs something a little bit more functional
nice.
in, and the nice finish, and that could do the job.
Yeah, the young Brazilian, she picked that wave. Well, did you see that Zali Kelly, she wasn't interested in it? And then Lara went, yep, I'm all over this thing. I reckon I can get a 5.17, and I think she might have done it. So we perhaps will see position change here. Leilani under threat of moving down into 3rd. Exciting heat. Let's check the replay. Great looking wave. Nice big roundhouse cutback to start things off. Looks really confident and centered on her board here. She's not really surfing conservatively. She's really putting everything into these turns. But like you said, Kipes needed this final hit. Does a little layback. Layback snap to finish off, and the claim, she liked it.
I like it too. I think, you know, this leaves the last kind of taste in the judge's mouth, if you would, at the end of the ride. And you want to finish off with something dynamic. She did just that.
Yeah, it's like putting a little exclamation mark right at the end of the wave. Well, she got a couple of good turns on the outside, the big opening wrap, and then finished strong. She's got some good face work done in between. So there's every chance that the judges will give her the score to be close. Not convincing, but it's right there.
Judges slowly putting in the numbers right now, and it unveils a 5.63. Laura Ropp takes 2nd and bumps Leilani McGonigal down to 3rd and in jeopardy of elimination. Here she goes again, just up and out. She's going to hear the news from our on-site commentators, our beach commentators, telling her that she has done exactly what she needed to do in the final 3 minutes.
She'll make her way back out into the takeoff zone. But back to the news, Kipes. That's unreal that the Championship Tour is back at Snapper Rocks. I competed in this event when it was a Championship Tour event about 10 times through the years I was on the tour. And it's just an incredible wave, a high-performance platform. And it's a welcome return to the Championship Tour.
Not to mention, this could be the Aussie trifecta, back to 3
exciting.
events, 3 championship tour events as we look into the future for 25 through 28.
Well, if you asked any of the surfers on tour, I doubt you'd get any of them complaining about it. I think you'd see them celebrating. You know, it really is a great trifecta. Of course, Snapper Rocks into Bells and then Margaret River. 3 different waves, all really unique in their own way.
Yeah. So specifics on the actual schedule for next year, we're going to unveil that after WSL finals, but right now we know that we're locked in for those events for 4 years. So that's something to celebrate. And Laura Rupp, it's a little too early for her to celebrate, but she's got to be feeling good in that second advancing position. Zali Kelly, she's just got a clear road ahead of her right now. Again, heat control, she's got the lead, she's got priority, she's just got 90 seconds to hang on to.
Yeah, she's, you could say that job done for the morning. I can't see her slipping out of qualification through this heat. So the youngster from just down the road, she's been looking to really make her mark on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier in this heat, she's come pretty close to that CT qualification in the past. And at just 20 years old, Zali Kelly, I'm going to say that she's got a bright future in front of her. And maybe this is her year for that qualification. She's off to a nice start.
Yeah, I think it was back in 2019, was it, that she nearly made the tour? But yeah, it feels like she's been around for a while. She's had a great junior career. So this is Anastasia.
Yeah, likely the South Africans ride in. She needs a giant score of 8.89 to get into the top 2. And time's going to run out on her.
Yeah, you could just see she wasn't quite on the right waves, and just the performance wasn't as polished as the other women. But a great learning experience.
20 seconds.
Nonetheless, coming here in a challenger situation, you know, there's so much energy around this event. Big event site, crowds on the beach.
And the countdown is 5.
All right, here's a countdown. And it's official. Zali Kelly, as well as Laura Rupp, moving into the round of 32. There's all the numbers there for you. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with heat number 4 of the morning here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Don't go anywhere. It's the WSL Vault, and we're going to launch it back. Time machine back to 2005. Steph Gilmore coming in as a wild card here at Snapper. Shared the final here with Megan Abubo, Rich.
Oh, mate, this is back in my era, and, well, it was just amazing to see the young Steph coming up against, well, the season challengers, the season campaigners at the time, Megan Abubo, and then just the baby, look at her, Steph. But one thing's for sure, she had all the style and grace and flow, and, well, this was the start of it all, wasn't it? This was the event that really kicked things off for Steph. Just looking so in sync with these beautiful crystal walls here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah. Trailing in this final, came back in the last stage of this final with a 9.33 for the barrel ride. The wild card takes a big win here at Snapper.
Awesome stuff there. Obviously had the crowd support. We've always got, look at the crowds here at Snapper Rocks. Unbelievable stuff. So this is a little snippet of what we've got to look forward to when we return here for the Championship Tour 2025.
That's right. And we're going to enjoy Steph Gilmore this afternoon along with other Snapper World Champs. And we're really going to be celebrating Kelly Slater here as well. That's going to be the last heat of the day. And it's going to be something you're going to want to stick around for. It's going to be the Snapper World Champ expression session out here. And that's what a great way to finish off our day as we go into the next heat out in the water. Heat number 4 of this round of 48. And Paige Harrop up and riding the Kiwi kicking out there.
Yeah, so Paige, well, she has been around for a little while. She's had a little stint on the Championship Tour. Lady from New Zealand. Very powerful goofy footer. She would have to be, well, I'd say had the most experience out of this opening round of the women.
Yeah, you know, she's 9 years actually for Paige on the Championship Tour. She wants to get back on that. Take a look here. This is Nikki Van Dyke, who's also spent many years on the Championship Tour as well. 7 years on the CT, trying to get back on there. Van Dyke.
And Nikki looking good on that wave. So, wow, heat pretty stacked with some veteran competitors. So this is the replay of Paige. You can see that deep bottom turn connects with the lip. Driving around it again. Down the line here, looking for some open face. Now she starts to wind up again. 2 connecting turns to finish off.
So wait for the score for Paige Harrop. The ride that we saw from Nikki Van Dyke, that scored her a 3.83 opener for Van Dyke, a 29-year-old out of Phillip Island, Australia. And just, you know, had a great CT career, had a win over there in Cascais in 2017 on the CT level. 7 years on the Championship Tour for Van Dyke. She started the Challenger Series last year, Rich, with a couple of 9th place finishes on the Australian leg. It didn't really continue on, so we'll see if she commits to a full year this year and tries to fight for qualification.
Yeah, I think Nikki had, you know, that 7 years on the Championship Tour and then just sort of kind of came off the boil a little bit, but definitely was surfing well. She sort of divides her time really between, you know, her residence down in Victoria. She comes up to the Gold Coast a lot. She's got a lot of close friends here, obviously. So very used to all the point break setups here. But a great natural foot surfer.
Well, Stace's the winner for the last heat. Let's hear from Zali Kelly.
Thank you, Kaipo. Great start to the morning.
Yeah, nice way to kick off Saturday.
You controlled that heat amazingly. Surfed really well and then finished it out with priority. That was smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, after I caught that first one, it was pretty bad. I saw where Eve in the last heat got that good one. I was just like, I'll try and catch one of these, and I got the 6.5, and then I paddled back out in time for the 8, which was nice.
Lovely how that works. Talk to us about the variety on the 8 versus the 6 and what this canvas at Snapper Rocks allows you to do.
Yeah, I mean, Snapper's a hard wave to surf because you're always looking down the line. So, like, the whole time on the wave, I was just thinking, actually do a proper turn, don't just do a check snap. So, yeah, I think I maybe thought about it a bit more on the 8.
And this year, a little different to prior years where your calendar was filled up with contests. You're just going by event this year.
Yeah, just doing this one and then hopefully go on a couple trips, just have fun surfing, yeah.
You are only, excuse me if I'm wrong, Zali, 20, right?
Yeah, 20.
I feel like a veteran.
I know, I've been around for a while.
What kind of trips are you eyeing off?
I go on a lakey for a month, try and make a clip and just get some fun waves.
I like the sound of that. You're doing well here. I'll let you enjoy the afternoon off. Congratulations, Zali. Thanks, Kipes.
Thank you, Stace. As we go live action, Nikki Van Dyke taking apart this wave. Clean on the rails for Van Dyke. And a dynamic finish as she kicks out. During that interview, we also saw Anand Matsuoka come through with a fiery backhand performance.
Didn't she just? She tore that wave to pieces. And I haven't seen much of this young Japanese surfer, but wow, she has really impressed me with this opening ride. Let's check it out here. So on the backhand, just hooks it up into the lip, drives around again, and then even more power in the second and the third turn. So connecting so well, flowing just eloquently between those turns, driving all the way down the line, and just connects with that final closeout turn. So this is a real bird's eye view here. Sorry, a beach eye view, I should say. But watch this form. Just gets that beautiful upper body rotation there, keeping her eyes down the line here. And she just builds with every single one of these turns, gets some tail release.
Just enjoying the Bonsoy replay. And this, to me, Rich, feels like it's right around the excellent mark.
It's getting there, Kipes. Big wrapping cutback here. And then she finishes strong. So, and then this was Nikki's wave. She just gaps into that first turn. Clicks with the second. So the contrast of styles here between the front-sided surfers and then the backhand surfers. Obviously the natural footers here. Nikki Van Dyke driving down the line. But the wave just didn't quite stand up as much as Anand's wave. So I think we're going to see a big score here. And it has dropped in.
Yeah, Anand, a 7.67. So not quite excellent, but in the very good range. And that's a solid start for the Japanese surfer. Still waiting for score number 2 for Nikki Van Dyke, and see how that affects the situation out in the water as we cut again to Anand on the backhand once again. He's going to get a backup here. Gosh, quick backhand surfing. Nice snaps off the top. I love the speed in which she's surfing. Gave her a little jinx right there to catch a rail, but quick to back up that very good score.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's her game plan right now. Obviously, you want to start strong, tick that box. You know, got that 7.67, and then so what is her strategy now? She needs to make sure she backs it up. If she backs it up with a strong wave, she's going to close this heat out in the early stages. So let's see, watch the replay here, driving around the section, lots of speed. She just gets so much acceleration off that bottom turn, and that gives her all that momentum off the top. Just coming unstuck there, so she will be looking for a better backup score here.
Taking a look here at Ariana Ochoa, our first glimpse at the Basque surfer in this heat. So a third of the time has burned through, and Ariana just getting her first wave. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, patience. Well, in these 4 surfer heats, you know, you really just have to get into this rotation flow with priority. Chooses a good wave here, quick snap, drives around, second one, more spray. So obviously with more spray, it's an indication that the surfer's just putting more power into the turn. She gets vertical on that third hit, and then she hits the eject button.
Zooming down and taking a look up the point towards Snapper, and our beautiful setup here by Bonsoy. Thank you to Bonsoy for all the support that they've given professional surfing throughout this year, both on the CT level and now on the Challenger level.
Yeah, great partner for the tour. Another nice looking set rolling through here.
Look at this. Coming down, Anand Matsuoka. Nice patience there, but seems that the wave just tapers off, so she's going to have another swing at it. Paige Harrop trying to get out in front of this one. Does so, but a little bit of struggle there in the midsection of this wave. Needs to make up for it at the end. Looking finish for Harrop.
Yeah, good finishing turn, but as you said, Cope, she was caught behind for the majority of that wave, so that won't go unnoticed. Really got to stay out in front, but as close to the power section of the wave as possible.
Beautiful long peeling wave, but how frustrating is it when you get one out here and you're just barely behind it?
Well, if you're lucky enough to get one. Mate, on any given day, there is, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people that just surf here.
I've been making new friends, Rich.
Oh, well.
I got like 200 new friends that I've been making throughout this whole stretch from Snapper to Rainbow all the way to Greenmount.
Absolutely.
Go out there every single day, greet everyone. Hi.
That's a friendly sharing mentality, isn't it? Out here in the lineup. This was the replay of Anon's wave here, so just working for that backup score. So 2 from 2, she really hasn't converted there. This was Paige, so connects well with that first turn, but you can see here, caught behind, still caught behind, looking for that open face. Now she starts to wind up again. Bit of a sleepy snap and a cutback, so no major turns to this point, but then she hits this final section, so that was the best turn of the wave.
So 3.9 checks in for that wave that we just saw on replay for Paige Harrop. She remains in the 3rd position. Harrop needing at 4.94 to go into the top 2. Ariana Ochoa needs a 4-point ride to go into the top 2. Sitting on top, Anon Matsuoka really by way of that 7.67. And Nikki Van Dyke very, very consistent in this heat as we check out our Gold Coast flight cam, giving us a seagull's eye view of this, as Rabbit Bartholomew puts it, the man-enhanced wave. It's not a man-made wave because the wave was already here, but mankind did enhance this wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, mate, as a junior, I remember surfing out here before we had the, you know, the whole pumping system, the sand pumping system, and it was still a quality wave.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. This whole stretch, I mean, we're right at the top of the Queensland coastline here. Or the bottom, I should say, of the Queensland coast, and it stretches all the way north. You know, it's been known as Surfers Paradise. It's been called that for a reason because it really is paradise up here. Just incredible waves, and an amazing place to live, an amazing place to come and visit. But you've got to make friends in the lineup.
Yeah, well, we're enjoying this morning, but we're going to step out right now, froth it up. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Why don't you take one too, but come right back with more action from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
And we are back in the 4th heat of the day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Kuiper Girl, Richie Lovett on the call. And up and riding here, Ariane Ochoa, the back surfer, trying to make something happen, but on the heels the whole way. Finally opens up there. Explosive turn. Had to fight with this wave for quite a while before getting into the open face. Ochoa just needs a 4-point ride to go into the top 2.
Wow, that was interesting, man. She was like caught behind the whole time, and then the second she got that little section, just blasted it so hard on the backhand. Let's check the replay here. So, you know, kind of writing this off at this point, just going, nah, nothing happening. Comes around this little section and then just goes kapow. Really vertical hit. Another little connecting cut back there. So a 2-3 turn combination. And then the wave just completely loses its power. But wow, if she can get a couple of those done on an outside section, she is going to drop a big score. But 12 minutes to go. She needs to force her way into a priority situation here. Try and make her way up the order. Get one of these better waves. But the potential's there.
Yeah, 3.2 came short of the mark, but did hop up into 3rd position. Still looking for a 4-point ride for Ochoa. Harab looking for a 4.94. Nikki Van Dyke with priority and currently in 2nd in advancing position. Anand Matsuoka, you can see her right next to Nikki in the white jersey. In the lead, she opened up with a monster score of a 7.67.
Yeah, well, she's only got a 2.57 that she needs to get rid of in her scoreline, and once she does that, you can almost, well, we can't guarantee it, but she'll be feeling really comfortable about progressing through this heat. And it's a tough one too. This one's stacked.
Yeah, all of our competitors, as we look at just an explanation of the Challenger Series, this Challenger Series consists of CT surfers who've been relegated to this Challenger Series, want to re-qualify for the championship tour, as well as qualifying series surfers from 7 of our global regions: South America, the Asian region, the African region. Of course, we have the Australian region, European, North America, and Hawaii. Right now, we have a Japanese competitor. We have two Australian competitors in the way of Nikki Van Dyke and Paige Harab from that region. Europe represented with Ariane Ochoa in this heat.
Yeah, truly multinational field that we have here at the opening Challenger Series event. And it's great, isn't it, Kipes, to see all the different regions represented. You can see the level of surfing extremely high. But I've been really impressed with these opening waves of Anon from Japan.
Japanese flag represented right here on the beach. Gambate, let's go for it, Anon. And like you said, Rich, just needs to, I mean, her mission, pretty simple. Just needs to improve upon basically a 3-point ride.
Yeah, she's got 2nd
really
priority now. Yeah, she's still got plenty of time. She's 2nd priority. So she'll just, you know, wait for this next set. We've seen this morning that the sets are coming through with a series of 3 and even 4 waves in each set. So she doesn't need to stress out at this point. She'll be feeling really comfortable. Nikki, on the other hand, she needs to build on that 2nd score if she wants to secure 2nd place.
And a little bit with the swell, we've got a mix of both east swell right now, Rich, as well as some south swell.
Yeah, there's probably more predominantly south in the swell at the moment. And that east, as it comes around the corner, it does stand up a little bit more, but we do have the mix. It will shift around to the east as we get deeper into the week, and then a really promising swell at the end of the window. That's here.
Awesome.
Looking really good.
Awesome. Great news. And basically, you know, the legend and 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew was telling me yesterday that, Rich, and you can speak to this, is that these south swells are actually good to groom the bank.
Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect for it. You know, it really just does keep the sand movement just right on the bank there, keeps it really straight. But it's 9 out of 10 at the moment. It's up there with some of the best I've seen. But the good news is, even at 1 or 2 feet, it's just so rippable still. The good news, we've just gone past high tide and we've still got plenty of waves, so really promising.
Van Dyke, opening slash, gets up into the lip a couple times. Nikki, about a 5-point ride would put her into the lead, and she's on her way with some beautiful connected surfing here all the way down the line. Second section on the inside here stands up for more opportunity for Nikki Van Dijk. Let's switch our view because this waves go so far down the bank. Nice finish.
Oh, yeah.
Layback. Van Dijk likely going to take the lead.
Yeah, that was a great wave, a long wave. Multiple turns. She did about 7 turns on this wave, so the legs would be burning for sure. But Nikki, no stranger to these conditions. She's competed out here so many times before. And really looking hungry to, you know, fight her way back onto the championship tour. Let's check out the replay. Good looking wave. Opens with a nice carve down. Connects with the lip there. So 3 different turns. And right there you saw she cut that short because she needed to streak down the line here. This wave started to run off. Now she gets a deeper carve. Just smooth surfing, very composed. Driving down the line again. The wave goes for a 3rd time. You can get caught kipes though at snapper. You can keep really racing down the line. You can get to the end of it and go, I haven't turned enough. So you really need to stay on pace with this wave. Driving around this section, getting onto that heel side rail. You can see pressure really on the tail of the surfboard there.
Yeah, this one comes in as we enjoy this Bonsoy replay at a 6.5. And as we anticipated, Rich, Nikki goes to the top.
Yeah, and I think that's a good score. You know, when I reflect on it, and if I'm really critical, there wasn't just one huge moment. There wasn't that turn that really got us standing up and on the edge of our seat. It was good, clean surfing. It was consistent. And at this stage of the game, I think it's a good move because she really needed to solidify second. She's done that more, moved up into first place. But she's really putting a bit of pressure on Ariane and Paige.
Look at straight across the board, pretty much a 6.5 there from our 5 judges. Again, take that high number, take a low number, throw it away. With 3 6.5s remaining, the average pretty easy math there. And a lead for Nikki Van Dijk. Now the ball is in the court of Anand Matsuoka. Anand with priority and still has the single highest wave score in this heat.
Well, it's weird, isn't it, when you think about she got that good 7.67, that great wave. Like, that was in the opening minutes of this heat. She's had to wait now, 5 minutes to go, and she hasn't really backed it up yet.
It's the game of surfing, isn't it, Rich?
Well, it is, and then it starts to creep into your head. You're in, you know, you're in second place here. Like, she's not safe. She's not safe right now. And she starts going, okay, I've got to get a wave here. That pressure of performing starts to build. And it'll be interesting to see whether she really surfs this aggressively or whether she surfs it defensively. But yeah, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far. You know, she's done so well on the Australasian Regional Tour. I think she had a win in the Cruy event last year, maybe, I think it was. And impressive surfer.
And here she goes. Nice start. Beautiful carve. Got a little rib in the wave here. So it has to just go to some soft backhand carves. Again, doesn't need a giant number. 4.5 will take her to the lead. Quick off the top there. So nice rhythm to her surfing as she works her way down the bank. Nothing explosive as of yet, but remember, just a mid-range score is all she needs to ensure her advancement.
Yeah, well, just the wave itself, I think she eyed it off at the start and went, you know what, if I just surf this wave, I'm going to surf myself to a 6, possibly a 7. And it was a really well-composed wave. She put it together well, did all the turns in the right place. She's going to drop a good number here. She'll go straight back into the lead.
And really what that's going to spell out for both Ochoa and Harab is big requirements. Here's Paige. She got a wave as well.
So Paige out the back, a foamy one. So this was the second wave of the set. She's getting some good turns done. So she's done 3 good backhand turns and a 4th. Drives around that section. So a series of good flowing turns on the backhand here. But again, Kipes, it's lacking that one big special moment.
Oh, look at this thing.
So this was the replay of Anon's wave. So you can see a bigger, cleaner, a taller wave. Patiently waiting. There was that little rib, that crease in the wave, and she just navigated through that so well. Driving down the line here. Bottom turn, top turn combinations as the wave stands up again. Nice wrapping cutback. Just looks so sure-footed on a board, doesn't she?
Yeah, solid surfing and impressive opening performance by this Japanese surfer. Still waiting for scores under the 3-minute mark. And Nikki Van Dijk's going to take this one. Van Dijk with a long wall in front of her. Speeds down the line. Still searching. Nice snap there for Nikki, and the full rail carve all the way back. As this wave slows down, it gives her some opportunity to really open up on the rail.
Well, she gave us a little bit more variety on that one, didn't she? So looking to replace that 5.67. She might do it just by a couple of points or maybe a point. But really battling it out here for second place, looking to solidify her position. We know that Anon will go into first place when that score drops. Let's have a look at Nikki's wave. So streaking down the line, adjustments made, and then tags that first section. A nice wrap, so good variety. Then gets the tail slide, so 3 different turns to this point, and then a big wrapping cutback to finish off. So those 4 turns all connected with flow and speed. Nikki looking very, very connected here this morning.
So score does drop for Matsuoka, 6.17. The Japanese surfer goes up to the top. Nikki Van Dijk needs a 7.35 to regain the lead. We're still waiting for score for Nikki Van Dijk, and probably the most important part is that Paige Harrop needs a 6.6. Ariana Ochoa with priority needs a 6.7, and there's just 50 seconds left.
Wow, it's not out of the realms of possibility. Nice little set coming around the corner now. A couple of our competitors having a look. No, no one takes it, just not quite big enough. That's the thing, it can hit right behind the rock here, Kipes, but if the wave line, if that swell line doesn't have a wall down into the bay, it will just fade out. And a lot of these competitors, they would have been out here all week, but they would have been out here with 400 other people. Yeah. So probably not, maybe getting 1 or 2 sets in the warm-up week. But it's a different situation when you actually get out here in a heat and you've got the the whole lineup to yourself.
Yeah, what an incredible wave. We're down to 5 seconds, and it looks like it's going to be Anon, Matsuoka, and Nikki Van Dijk advancing into the round of 32. We'll see Paige Harrop and Ariana Ochoa eliminated from competition. Impressive performance by the Australian veteran, and the startup, the newcomer out of Japan, in the way of Anon, that teenager right there, 18 years old, making a name for herself heat by heat. Some big numbers.
Wow, that was a great heat there, and well, that was a formidable heat to go into. Some big names in that heat, a lot of experience, and the youngster from Japan just showing great form. A lot of confidence there to take the win. Welcome.
More action on the way. We're going to continue on here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. More action after this.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We're kicking things off in style on day one of the event window here for the Challenger Series 2024. And we're moving now into Heat 5, the round of 48 for the women. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And this morning, breaking news. Well, it's been breaking for a couple of days, let's be honest. But this event has been upgraded to Championship Tour status, and that's going to be the case starting from next year, Bugs, right through to 2028. What's it mean to Queensland, to the Gold Coast? Everyone seems to be buzzing.
Well, you know, it's a huge return. I mean, the best of the best. I mean, we've had the Challenger Series and we've had, you know, incredible talent here, but we haven't seen John Florence here. We haven't seen Gabriel Medina here. You know, the best. The Queenslanders haven't seen Ethan Ewing out here in a CT, or Jack Robinson, who's a resident here now. On the other side, we've got the, you know, some of the young girls coming through. You know, there's been a bit of a changing of the guard in women's surfing, Flick, and the new talent has not been seen.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And if I think back to, you know, this wave is world class. And I just think back to when I first started surfing and all my heroes, watching them here at the CT level. You know, I just go to Mick and Joel automatically. Their styles are just so beautiful. And I feel like it's because of this wave. And then you just can't go past Stephanie Gilmore, the absolute queen, 8-time world champ. Yeah, and obviously she's got that wild card for next year. So, yeah, first, you know, it's going to be amazing to see her back out here.
It sure is. We're actually going to see her back out here this afternoon too. 4 o'clock, we are going to have the Snapper World Champs Heritage Heat unfolding out there. It's going to be awesome to see. But let's introduce the competitors in Heat 5 here. Kira Pinkerton out there in the red. She's got good memories of competing here. Talia Swindle of the USA. We saw her up for a moment there. The surfer from Malibu. She's certainly got a strong forehand, and she'll look to put it to good use here in a stacked heat. Kobe Enright, the local. She is going to be so hard to beat here. Out there in the green, and has already dropped a big number, a 7.67. Let's have a look on the outside here. Just thumping conditions here at Snapper Rocks.
Wow, this is such a beautiful wave for Kobe Enright here. This one really standing up beautifully on the bank. And she's just getting underway with that trademark hack, those big open arms that we've just grown to love here. But beautiful way to start off her opening heat here at Snapper. She's bringing it through to the inside. Looks like it's going to stand up again. There's that big trademark hack. And it's just beautiful to watch. It looks pristine out there. That water's just absolutely dazzling right now. And oh, did she get the finish there at the end? But I mean, all the work was done already on the outside.
More time in a competitive jersey than any other competitor in the field here at Snapper Rocks, just based on all her board riders' heats out of here too, Bugs.
Oh, Kobe's had, you know, seriously hundreds of heats out here, literally, at Snapper. She's born and bred in the southern Gold Coast, and she knows this wave better than anybody, using her local knowledge.
Up again too, so open with a near excellent 7.67 and backing it up beautifully here to get a very quick lead over the field. The other competitor out there in the blue jersey that we haven't mentioned just yet, Sarah Wakita, who took out the Asian qualifying series ranks with a strong performance. Of course, the Oceania and Asia region, you can compete on both tours. So a lot of the Australian Kiwi surfers went over there into Indonesia, also into Japan, and also trying to chase down results. Sarah Wakita wrestled some big victories away from a stacked field to get her victory on the regional QS ranks. A real talent.
Yeah, a real talent. And I've got to go back to Kobe. I mean, what a way to start a heat. I mean, you think about the dream scenario, start off with a near excellent wave and then back it up here with this one as well. I mean, it just speaks to her local knowledge, obviously, and just such a beautiful read on this wave. The pace to her surfing's really well done, and choice of manoeuvres for the sections as well. I mean, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That's how you do it. Beautiful.
Yeah, this is going to be a solid backup score too, a 5.67 Bugs, but she does have a very original trademark frontside carve, doesn't she?
Oh, she just opens up those long wings and does those big swooping turns. It's a signature move we've seen out here for many, many years, and Kobe's only getting better.
Yeah, most definitely. Uses all that height and leverage to wind through those big drawn-out calves. Kobe Enright in a fantastic possession here, but in a really solid performance in that last heat was Anon, and she's with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Congratulations, a wonderful surf heat.
Thank you so much. So excited.
Who's your favourite surfer to watch out here?
My favorite surfer is Owen Light, so I imagine for watch that he's surfing and then try here. Yeah.
What was it like with the clock counting down, needing a score? Obviously, you've watched Nikki Van Dijk on the World Tour. You must be stoked to get the win in that heat.
Yeah, it was a little slow hit, and then I was but focused just my doing what to do, so I could wait need score, and then yeah, just surfing. I'm so excited. Yeah.
You did a wonderful job. Congratulations. Would you like to say good morning to everyone watching at home in Japan?
応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド1勝てたので、この調子で次のヒートも頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, mate. Anon Matsuoka, a fantastic performance, and you've got to remember too, Championship Tour caliber surfers in that last heat, so that's a huge win, one that she'll never forget, and she's got her campaign rolling nicely here at the first stop on the Challenger Series for 2024. Impressive, and I think, you know, Asia has a really strong contingent of women fighting for places on this Challenger Series. You know, not a whole lot of places for them reserved in this draw. And we're seeing it get more competitive at each of the qualifying series regions around the world, but just 3 surfers representing Asia on the Challenger Series this year. And Anon doing beautifully to get an opening round win there.
Yeah, she did amazingly, and on her backhand, and you know, you could just see, she spoke in that post-heat interview with Stace, just looking up to Owen, and you know, I think back to Owen's performances out here and just how good he is on his backhand, that amazing comeback win that he had after the injury that he suffered, and then to get the win out here was incredible. So she's trying to emulate, you know, some of the best out here. But yeah, that's a big heat win for her. And you know, she took out that heat with a 13.84 total. If I look at this heat right now, Kobe's already sitting on a 13.34 total within like the first couple of minutes of this heat. It's pretty impressive stuff right now. She's got a real stranglehold on this heat.
You'd expect nothing less. I mean, board riders events, Bugs, you know, are a different competition entirely. You know, most of the time here in Australia when we have a board riders event, you have one female in your team, and Kobe Enright's been a real key to the success of the Snapper Rocks Club for a long time. What it's the benefit for her though in that is that she can go out there in a lineup with, you know, more than 2 surfers out there, with 4, and feel pretty comfortable in this situation, because most of those board riders events have 4 people in the lineup at any one time.
Yeah, and mostly males. You know, so she's surfing out there, used to surfing in, you know, ABB events and inter club events against guys, you know, and so she knows her way around out here. Another interesting thing about right now, see, Kira Pinkerton and Sarah Wakita, they haven't got their first wave, so they're still jostling for that inside positioning. You see them moving around the rock like the previous heats have been a little wider flick.
Priority neutral in the opening stages of a heat, and obviously with a couple of waves being ridden for Talia Swindle and Kobe Enright here, it means that they've fallen behind in the priority order, but we still have 2 surfers out there competing for that inside position, and at the moment Kira Pinkerton is hanging on to that position. The Californian, I mentioned she had some great memories competing here earlier this year, came out for an international board riders event here and got herself a 2nd place finish in the women's event. Did some great surfing. Ended up with a a niggling hip injury towards the later stages of the event, but it still didn't stop her from dropping excellent scores.
And then, then she went home with that momentum and just wailed through the QS regional qualifiers in the United States. And I saw Kira yesterday. She's actually got an eye injury right now. It was a really strange one. She's got a blurred vision out of one eye, so
wow.
She was really concerned about it.
Well, let's see how she fares. We know that she wasn't slowed down at all by her injury earlier in the year at that board riders meet, but this is going to be a big heat for Kira. She's got the sizey turns in her surfing to get excellent numbers even at the championship tour level, but it is going to be Sarah Wakita swinging on the inside here, looking to get this heat rolling. Comes up over that section. This wave standing up again on the inside. Nice hit there. Beautiful compact surfing. Gets a little bogged down for a moment, but recovers nicely for a solid hit on the end of this one. 17.5 minutes to go. And Kira will now assume ultimate priority at the takeoff zone. But what did you make of the start here for Sarah?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I saw that one. You could see that it was, as that wave moved in on the bank, it was kind of pushing a bit further down the bank, and she kind of said, okay, I'm going to pull the trigger here. I see something down the line. She got a couple of nice maneuvers first off, and then the wave, let's break it down here. So first big opening carve here. She gets another second carve, but then the wave kind of has this funny little rib in it, and she has to stick with it. She sees something down the line, but down the line here, it kind of hit the bank really nice.
Yeah, I mean, there's a wave in two halves. She had to get over that ridge. The second half of this wave is outstanding.
Yeah, beautiful finish there from Sarah. So nice start, and this big turn here up into the lip, gets a little bit of release from the fins. So this was really, really good surfing, and she navigated that little rib and little bump in the middle of that section of that wave really well. So good read, and nice way to open up her account.
Yeah, once you bog down on a turn like that too, you really want to make up for it and get the judges' attention once again, get them re-engaged in that ride, and she finished so strong. And that should be a positive start for her. Oh, look at this vision from the Gold Coast flight cam. Unbelievable scenes here. Crystal clear waters as Sarah Wakita makes her way back out, and we wait for that first score to drop. She's going to put herself well within reach of those top two spots and likely jump up into second position here. As we see Kira now making her move. So much power in her surfing, and straight on the attack here. As she looks to stay on track with the front runners, wants to drop a big score here because Wakita's about to put up a number. Looks like it's going to be pretty close to that 7-point range. Will likely be a mid-range 6-point ride here for Sarah Wakita to kick things off. It is a 6.5. Kira Pinkerton also getting in on the mix, so it will be Talia Swindle who will have work to do here as we see the Bonsoy replay here, Felicity.
Yeah, this is her opening wave. Big hack there for the first turn. She's able to pivot really well off the tail of her board here, especially this little turn. She sees that the wave's slowing up, so she can kind of wrench that turn a bit harder into the pocket. This wave here, she's bringing it through to the inside. It's sort of decreasing, sort of tapering in height, and she kicks on out. But I mean, I'm impressed with Sarah Wakita's wave, that 6.5. Really well done, especially considering it had that little rib in the midsection of that wave. She's put up a good score, and looking like she's going to secure that second spot.
Kira Pinkerton has had an amazing amateur career, collected a lot of great event titles, but for me, pretty similar story to a Bronte McCauley, who also had a great junior career, but it was during the pandemic year where there was no competition unfolding that those two took their surfing to a whole nother level. It was Bronte up in the northwest of WA. She was getting herself extremely barreled. She took her performances to a different level. Kira Pinkerton was over in Indonesia and soul arching her way through waves that were double, triple, quadruple overhead. Just collected amazing highlights there and really put her name up in lights.
Yeah, we obviously know Kira Pinkerton has had an amazing junior career. We'll get back to that in a second. This is Talia.
So Talia now fighting to get a decent score on the board because it's something that all her rivals have already in the opening stages here. Mentioned earlier from Malibu, so you know she'll love being on a right-hand point break here. As she starts to find a steeper wall to attack on the inside here, unfortunately falling there.
It's got a bit of a first point Malibu look about it today.
For sure. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, she goes up into the lift, gets a little bit stuck behind on that first section. There's a bit of a better turn for the second and third. Gets another wrap in the pocket. For me already, I feel like this wave, you know, when I compare it to the other three surfers in the heat already, I feel like it's just going to come in a little bit under, you know, those already opening scores. Then she falls there on that last section. So for me, you know, you've just got to look at the scores that are already dropping. Kobe's got that 7.67, Sarah Wakita with a 6.5. You know, you've got to be thinking you needed something up around that similar score range to put yourself in contention.
Yeah, just on 12.5 minutes to go now as we wait for Talia's number to drop. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. Let's dive into the WSL Vault and wind back the clock to 2002, where Joel Parkinson claimed victory at home, Bugs. It was a special year.
It sure was, and the bank was incredible, and Parko just, as he does, just surfs this just sublime, smooth, such a joy to watch Parko in his free surfing and in a competition vest.
Oh, it is, isn't it? And he's one of my all-time favourites out here. And I just look at the bank and, I mean, it's just so groomed, it's so beautiful, it's aesthetically pleasing. And one thing to note too, I just look at the boards and how much evolution we've had there. I just noticed straight away the length, how much narrower they are now compared to what surfers are surfing today. But yes, epic vault footage here, and love to see the clash between these two.
Yeah, Corey Lopez on the backhand did incredibly well to get on a roll to crack this final. But Parko was going to be so hard to beat. Just an amazing surfer. He was on a magic run at that point too. He was, you know, arguably doing some of the best surfing in the world at that stage.
Oh, he definitely was. And it was a time then when the locals really got a hold of this event. Dean Morrison, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, all with wins. And that was an extraordinary performance. How stoked is he?
Absolutely buzzing. How special to win at home. And I mean, the event was a highlight. The celebration, I can't remember any of it. It was huge. But, you know, it meant a lot to the local community too, to have a hometown champion in 2002. And they'll get that opportunity again next year.
Well, they'll get an opportunity to see Parko this afternoon.
That's right. 4 o'clock this afternoon, we'll have the Snapper World Champs heat. Mick Fanning Stephanie Gilmore, Joel Parkinson, Ockie, and of course Kelly Slater, and all of those world champions. Just thrilled to get the opportunity to get out there with Kelly and enjoy this lineup together. It's going to be fun to call.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. I can't wait to watch it with you two calling it. 24 world titles collectively out there. That's just absolutely insane, and some of my favourite surfers to watch out here.
You literally could not have an expression session anywhere else in the world with 5 surfers going, there's 24 world titles. You know, plus a couple of WSL World Junior titles thrown in there as well with Parko.
Yeah, it's going to be lots of fun. And just a little bit of insight, Mark Occhilupo. He's been priming himself for this heat. He was ripping out there yesterday afternoon.
Gosh, he was one of the first out after the hooter. All the grommets were there. No, they weren't going to beat Ockie to the first good wave.
No, he's someone that gets really fired up in these sort of situations. Even, you know, I think back to Bells in those heritage heats and how just see him like warming up. He's one of the best in the free surf still. I even think back to when we were at Bells and, you know, I was watching some of the free surfs and all of a sudden I just see someone on their backhand lighting up a wave. I'm like, oh, who's that? I'd be like, oh my gosh, it's Ockie. Just absolutely going to town in the free surfers with the CT surfers. And I'm thinking, wow, he's looking just as good.
For sure. Yeah. And then, of course, anytime Mick and Joel get in the water together, things just naturally get a little competitive. And Mick's recovering from a bit of a knee injury, but I think he'll be right. As we see now in the white, Talia Swindle. Let's see what she can do. She had a 4.5 on a previous wave. She's trying to just drop a good score, break into the 6s at least to give herself a chance here. There's a great finish. Swings that tail around, great control, and rides on out. So that was a case of really manufacturing the number out of a wave that didn't really have a lot in it.
Yeah, when she took off, I was a bit concerned about the wave quality, but she just really surfed that wave up. You know, she sort of took off on, you guess, like a B or C grade wave and turned it almost into an A score. Like this was great surfing. That was more like it. She really lent on that rail there, dug that rail in the water a couple of times. Things get a little bit sleepy here, but she notices it's going to stand up and she needs one more big turn and she gets a fin release there. Bit of a tail slide, mixing things up, and I think it's going to be a good score.
I think with that strategy there was she knew that 4.5 is kind of lagging as a backup score. I don't think she saw that as her prime score, but it should improve on her backup.
And it does. 5.17. So adds to the tally, chips away at the requirement and gives herself an opportunity here. And she has actually jumped up into that second position. Sarah Wakita, though, with a pretty decent ride, a 6.5. Only needs a 3.17 to get back up in the second spot. Kira Pinkerton, she's got a bit more work to do. Needs a 4.91 at this stage. You get the feeling that it's already kind of become the battle for second place here. Kobe's out there with priority, and you know the way she surfs this wave and just her knowledge of how these swell lines are going to evolve down the point here, you just assume that she's going to better the 5.67 at some point here.
Yeah, it's been a dream start. I mean, the 5.67 backup flick was such a smart move by Kobe. It's put her in the box seat to be in the comfort zone.
Here goes Sarah Wakita. What a first turn. Kicks on that tail, mixing it up with a carve now. Judges love and appreciate the variation in your approach, but also the flow between manoeuvres when going for those major combos on the outside. And Sarah Wakita on her way to another decent score here. Certainly done enough, you'd think, already to get herself back into the top 2 as she finishes this one off.
Yeah, I'd say she's definitely done enough to get in that top 2. She's not searching for too much, only a 3.17. She's already got that 6.5. So it was beautiful surfing. That first two-turn combo was really well done. I'd say she's going up into that second place, and it's going to leave Talia searching for another wave.
Obviously, you know, having the same sponsors as someone helps to just make the connection. But I've always thought that Sarah Wakita has a similar kind of style to Coco Ho with the placement of her pocket turns, just always so compact and compressed.
Yeah, I think physically as well, you know, just the being so compact and compressed, you can really see that she really loads off the bottom there, really just snappy in the lip and able to release the fins really easily. It's something that Coco does really well. Coco's surfing fits so well into this wave, I think as well, personally. But this is a great score. She's definitely going to go up to that second position, you've got to be thinking.
Yeah, also has that similar sort of back knee dropping down, and it just aesthetically just adds to the picture. That Sarah Wakita has a number on the way here, which should see her up into the top 2. Really strong start to that ride. Needs an 8-1. Needs a pretty decent number, I should say, to get up into the lead. 7-point ride. So might not get her into the number 1 position, but will certainly get her up into second spot here, you'd think. As on the outside, Kira Pinkerton opens with a really powerful hit. And Kira's got to go after a pretty big score now, because we know Sarah Wakita already had a decent number in the bank, and she's about to drop another one. So Kira's fighting hard. She'll need a good finish on this ride, and unfortunately this one just tapers off and doesn't give her a whole lot. On the outside, Kobe Enright just looks to better a 5.67, doesn't see it in that wave and gets out of there. Number in for Wakita there, 6.13. Got her up in the second spot. Talia now after a 7.46, and Kira needs a 7.86.
It's a big job right now for surfers sitting in third and fourth. I mean, with only 2 minutes on the clock right now, we just got that GWM 2-minute warning. I think it's going to be a hard task, and Kira just taking that last wave, she's going to be in fourth priority, so let's have a look at it. She gets up into the lip, jams it in the pocket. It was a beautiful first turn.
Oh, the surfing is sensational, but this wave has got no energy in it. It's going to, you know, if she'd looked along the wall, she would have seen that it was going to fizzle, but she was in a difficult position. Like, you know, she needed to make something out of this wave, and that first turn was unreal.
Combinations are always going to help you turn in excellent scores, and on a short, punchy beach break, a big move like Kira's opening turn might get you a number up there close to the excellent range, but on a long-running right-hander, you need to sequence those moves together. And Kira, unfortunately, just found herself on a wall that was very tapered. She attacked those opening sections, so I still think she might better the 4.77 and chip away at the requirement, but with no time on the clock now, 50 seconds remaining, it's going to be very difficult to turn this one around. Numbers starting to roll through. And she might not even narrow the requirement here, just narrowly fall short of chipping away at it, 4.63. So still after an excellent number to get herself up into the top 2 as Kobe Enright stays busy here. Kobe hasn't been able to better the 5.67, but still well and truly in control.
Oh, she's so in control, and just you can just see it in her surfing. She looks obviously comfortable out here. Grown up here, she knows where every grain of sand is. She's known this bank, surfed it since she's been so little, and I mean, another beautiful wave, just beautiful pace, beautiful timing.
Yeah, in cruise mode too.
Yeah.
Once she dominated the opening stages of this heat, you know, it became less about upping her scores, but more about limiting the opportunities for her rivals with a priority. She did that very well, and she's going to get herself a comfortable victory here in the round of 48.
Yeah, super comfortable for her. She's moving on through, and at the moment, I mean, it's hard to see how other surfers are going to beat her right now. She's coming up in the next round. She's obviously coming up against those seeded surfers. Things are going to get more difficult, but when you're in such good form and this is your home break and you know it so well, I mean, she's definitely a pick of mine to go far into this event.
Yeah, that was Kobe Enright in second gear, so a lot left for her to give, and Sarah Wakita doing very well in that heat also. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break and we'll get into heat 6 right after this.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our number one asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro. Seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
And we're seeing the best from the campaigners on the Challenger Series for 2024 already in these first few heats of the morning here at Snapper Rocks. And we got another good lineup of competitors here in Heat 6. Zoe McDougall from Sunset Beach out there in the red. Amuro Suzuki, an Olympic medalist, will be out there in the blue representing Japan. Rosie Smart from just down the coast in the Coffs Harbour area. Sawtell, she's going to be out there in the white. And Maud Lacar will be out there in the green representing France. As we see Zoe McDougall getting started here. This is a replay, Bonsoy replay of Zoe's opening ride.
Yeah, Zoe just opening up her account here. 2 big carving manoeuvres to start. Brings it through to the inside here. And does she get the finish? She almost lost it there. Behind her is Amuro. Big turn out the back there. Into another little snap. Brings it through to this inside section. Gets past this little rib in the wave. Sees that this wave's kind of getting a little bit slower. She's sort of staying with it. And just turn after turn, the wave that keeps on giving. Brings it through to the inside and a layback jam.
Such a good surfer, as we see now. That drone angle, the Gold Coast flight cam view of Amuro's finishing turn here, kicks those fins.
Oh, that was a great opening ride. And I just love that Gold Coast flight cam, especially as the sun moves more into the middle of the sky. It just, you see how beautiful and pristine this superbank is. It's just absolutely amazing to look at. The water's crystal clear and the Gold Coast is a beautiful place to be.
6-point rides dropping for a couple of our competitors on their opening waves. Amuro Suzuki a 6.5, a 6 for Zoe McDougall, and on the outside now, Maud Lacar gets her opportunity. Glides through a couple of carves to get started. The wave steepens and Maud hammers the section. Good looking wave here. Will it go again? From St. Martin originally, now living in that beautiful southwest region of France, where she gets incredible beach breaks to attack. Great surfer. We've seen her take up spots in championship tour events before, and she's had some great performances, but Maud is going to turn in a good number to kick things off here too.
Wow, well, all surfers getting a few waves really quickly. I like to see it. For me, I'm looking forward to, here we go. This is Rosie Smart's opening wave, so straight up into the lip there. Really nice backhand approach. 3 turns already. Looking really sharp in the pocket. That one a little bit more horizontal. The wave's starting to slow up a little bit, but she's got really nice flow here on her backhand. Wow, wave standing up again. That was a really, really nice opening wave. And for someone young too.
Rosie Smart is a winner. She has won a lot of events. She's progressing beautifully through the ranks each stage of her career, just brings success. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see her get on a special kind of role here in this major Challenger Series stop.
I mean, if that's anything to go by, I mean, look out. This one here from Maud, I'm looking forward to having a look at this. These first couple of turns, I thought, she was kind of in second gear, third gear, but here, that one there was beautifully done. She went straight up into the lip. Probably, in my opinion, the best part of this wave. Things got a little bit slower here and kind of had a couple of funny little rips in the face, and she dealt with it pretty well. Got a couple of another little snaps done, but for me, it was all that big one turn out the back.
Yeah, she had a nice finishing turn too, but the judges agreed with you, a 5.6, so bit of restraint there. Just those first couple of turns, wasn't able to really sink that rail. Made up for it probably with that hit midway through the ride, but she does stay on track here. She's on pace. As we wait for the numbers to drop for Rosie Smart as well. Bugs, this incredible 16-kilometre stretch back in 2016 became the 8th World Surfing Reserve, and it was sanctioned by the Queensland State Government, the City of Gold Coast. You're actually a patron for the Gold Coast World Surfing Reserve, and so it should be, mate. It's an area that needs to be protected, and that status is important.
Well, it really is important, and particularly our focus has really been in the surf zone. I mean, we know we live on the Gold Coast, and it's Australia's tourist capital, and there's lots of development happening on the land, but the surf breaks in that surf zone, the beach, the surf, the breaks, that's where we need protection.
Who are some of the key figures that were instrumental in making that happen?
Oh, well, I mean, the primary mover was Andrew McKinnon. I mean, he's really led the charge in making this a World Surf Reserve. He's travelled to the Save the Waves Coalition over their meetings around the world, and he's been to Santa Cruz and Peru and met with them all. But the other thing here is that we're the only place in the world really with a surf management committee. So there's a surf management plan for the Gold Coast, and that comes from the top down, from the Gold Coast City Council down, and that's been an interesting experience. You mix that in with the sand bypass, there's lots happening here.
Oh, it's good. It's all happening out in the water at the moment too. Excellent numbers dropping for the Grom. Rosie Smart, an 8.5. And she has jumped up into the lead against a field of very experienced competitors. So, just goes to show just how much potential this talent has.
You just knew straight away. I was blown away on that first wave. Just the succession of manoeuvres on her backhand, so critical in the pocket. She had a really good read on the wave, but highest wave score for the women so far today, 8.5. For someone who, obviously you said she's had a lot of success. She's won a lot of things as a junior, but I mean, she's coming up against big names here. I mean, Zoe McDougall, Amuru and more, they've all got so much experience. So to be able to pull that off on the opening wave is just, it just speaks to maturity in her surfing.
The other thing it speaks to, and I've been waiting to see it because we saw a lot of goofies yesterday in the trials, but backhand surfing out here at this size is nearly an advantage.
Yeah.
You can score radical big points out here because that bottom turn, top turn, you mightn't have the variety you have on your forehand, but you can't go past throwing a big score at that.
No, once you find that rhythm on the backhand, you can really put together a great combination of turns. Speaking of combinations, we saw Kobe Enright lay down some big hits on the outside section, getting a comfortable victory in the opening round. She's with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. That was like a free surf when a bomb comes behind the rock and you're just waiting for someone to fall, and then you go and you belt it.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. I was kind of just, I wasn't very deep on that one, so I was hoping that the first one was too deep, and then the next one I kind of saw it take off, and I was like, I think she's going over the falls, which is good for me. So, yeah, we're pretty used to that out there. You've kind of got to be ready to go on any wave that comes through, so I'm stoked that one worked.
And the rest of your performance in that heat was amazing. We can tell you've been working on your surfing. It must feel nice to put that together in a heat.
Yeah, for sure. I don't usually start heats with a good score, so it's always nice when you get one and then you really can just let your surfing do the talking on the next one. So, yeah, I'm stoked I got a couple out there. The waves are so fun. Yeah, couldn't ask for a better day.
You're stoked to have everyone in your hometown showing it off?
Yes, for sure. I've got the whole family down here. Got friends in Victoria down here. Tully's in the heat later on today, so yeah, we'll be around here cheering them on. Can't wait.
Good on you, Cobes. We're cheering you on too. Well done. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace.
Thanks, Stace.
Yeah, Kobe looking dangerously comfortable in that opening round heat, and like you said, Felicity, with her knowledge of this location and the fact that she's surfed it in all conditions, she will be a threat for the title here.
Yeah, she will be. She knows every grain of sand.
Wow, there's a lot of sand out there.
Yeah, there's every single grain. No, she's got it down to a T, and you can even hear it in the post-heat interview with Stace. She just sounds relaxed. She sounds very comfortable, and I just feel like she's on her way to do a lot of damage.
Just on 19 minutes remaining, just under 19 minutes remaining here. And Maud has jumped up into the lead, but it's on the strength of two mid-range scores. So it's fool's gold at this point. You know, that top position is going to be taken shortly by Rosie Smart. She only needs a 1.33 to get herself up into first. Amuro Suzuki, Zoe McDougall back in third and fourth place. And they're not really looking for a whole lot to jump ahead of Maud Lacar either, because they've got a couple of 6-point rides each.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of 5s are pretty good to have in the ledger now, but you're going to need a gun score, because Amura sitting there with that 6-5, she doesn't need much.
Amura, such a great surfer. I mentioned that, had that amazing run through surfing's first ever showcase at the Olympic Games, got herself a bronze medal at home. It was spectacular to see, and no doubt, you know, a career high for her.
Oh, a career highlight for sure, and to do it at home in Japan. And then you got to be thinking that she's been such an inspiration for all the younger junior surfers coming up in Japan, in the Asia region. And I mean, she's surfing incredible in this heat already. Open up with a 6.5. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because Zoe's obviously got the 6. Rosie's sitting out there in second with just the 8.5. I just don't feel like, you know, obviously on paper, Maud's out there in the lead with those 2 scores. But as soon as this next exchange happens, things are going to be starting to move around.
Definitely. Amura Suzuki has ticked all the boxes, Bugs. World Junior Champ, Olympic medalist. However, she hasn't cracked the CT rank. She, in 2019, she missed out by a place. Carissa Moore won the world title that year, said she was going to have a year off. And that meant that Amura Suzuki had been elevated to the championship tour. It was the first time we were going to see a full-time campaigner from Japan on the championship tour. And unfortunately for her, the pandemic meant that Carissa, with 2020 getting cancelled, automatically got a year off, and then was ready to go in 2021. So Amura got pushed out. She did turn up in 2021 as a replacement surfer a couple of times, so she's had opportunities in CT events. But I think just feeling like she was going to get a go at it and then getting robbed of the opportunity has kind of set her back a little bit confidence-wise, and she's struggled to get that close again.
But the one thing that she has, she's the leading edge of this development in Japanese women's surfing that we've seen coming through Flick for the last probably 5 or 6 years, and Amura really is the leading light. And look at the other, as Ronnie said, there's only a few in the event, but they're all really talented.
Yeah, they are. I think it sort of speaks to a momentum thing too, you know. She was on a roll, yeah, you know, with good results on the qualifying series, Challenger series, you know, finishing 1 spot short of qualifying. And I can sort of speak to this, like, when you become so close and you finish 1 spot short of qualifying, you know, it kind of does one or two things. You can either sort of roll with that momentum and keep going, or it can sort of chip away at your mindset and sort of eat away at you. And if you're not, you know, you can show up to the next year, and if you're not getting those results, you know, that self-belief can really sort of fall short.
Yeah, we've seen it many times before. So Amura Suzuki looking for a spirited start to her Challenger Series campaign here, with a big finish at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Rosie Smart going down on that one. Movement on the outside. It's a smaller set rolling through at the moment. No takers. But moving into position potentially to have a crack at this one is Zoe McDougall. And she is going to go here. Let's see what she can do with it. A 6 on her opening ride, so a pretty decent score. Zoe gets to work, just throws those fins, loses contact with the equipment and goes down. 14.5 minutes remaining here. Plenty of time for a big shift up in the order. And it's going to be hard to pick a winner out of this one. But at the moment, Rosie Smart looking good with an excellent score. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Great to have your company here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Stop number 1 on the Challenger Series, and we know that it is just going to be an absolute dogfight to get to those positions that will graduate you to the Championship Tour next year, especially with the news of this venue being upgraded to CT status in 2025. This was always the first stop on the old Championship Tour schedule, and it was just such a massive carrot dangling in front of competitors vying on the old qualifying series and now the Challenger Series to crack the elite ranks and get a shot at this wave. It was the ultimate rookie destination where the field was relatively level. It's not death-defying. It's where you can showcase your best performance surfing, and if you've got that progressive element in your approach, you can match it with veterans out here for sure.
Yeah, we've seen wildcards do really well out here in the past, but rookies as well. I absolutely love this event. When I think back on the years when it was on the CT, I just loved watching. It can really make you honest. It keeps you honest too, because it is a point break, and like we were speaking about earlier today, because the wave is so perfect, you get found out really quick if there's mistakes in your surfing, if there's baubles, and it really sets the surfers apart who have a really beautiful style and ones that don't quite have this, that beautiful connectivity that, I think to greats like Mick and Joel and Steph out here. So I'm excited to see Snapper back on as a CT event for next year. It's going to be great to watch.
Connectivity is a good word for it. Well, Gabriel Medina, he'll be making a return, a former winner here at Snapper Rocks. And we're going to see the Medina name out there in the next heat. We did see Sophia, Medina's younger sister, gearing up to hit the lineup. She's coming up next. 10 minutes remaining here though, Bugs, and it's Maud Lacar still hanging on to this lead with a couple of mid-range numbers. We didn't see that happening, but there hasn't been a whole lot of set wave action in the last 10 minutes. No,
well, we saw Rosie Smart get that one wave. I thought it was a pretty smart move. I mean, excuse the pun, but a clever move, because she was on the inside, and with that massive score, she really probably only needed like a 4, but she came unstuck on that first turn flick.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I think looking at the leaderboard right now, it's a little bit of a false sense of security for Maud. Yeah, on paper, she's out there with the lead, but there's 3 surfers behind her, all with higher scores than her. You got Zoe out there with the 6 sitting in second. You got to be thinking as soon as Rosie takes off, I mean, she only needs a 0.83. She's going to be going up into an advancing position. So that next exchange is going to be pretty telling, and I think it's going to be pretty hotly contested as to who wants to get that best wave of the set.
Yeah, Rosie's lucky with that surname. Every move she makes is a smart one.
Yeah.
9 minutes remaining here. Let's have a look at the Challenger Series schedule for 2024. Not a better way to start than here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, but from here we're down to Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. That's going to be a fantastic event. Had huge surf for the finals last year and had amazing performances.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to heading down to Sydney, down to Narrabeen. Then after that, go to Bolito, where we've seen really good waves in the past. Go to the US Open of Surfing, over obviously there in the US. And then one of my events, favourite events that I went to last year was over in Ericeira, Portugal. Just that big, long right-hander there. I mean, you look at that schedule and they're great waves for the Challenger Series. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting year ahead.
Sakurama too had great conditions last season. So the competitors, the 80 men, 48 women fighting it out for a place on the CT will count their best 4 results toward qualification. And we know that we've had some real talent relegated back to the Challenger Series. I really feel like they're going to be hard to beat. On the women's side, there's so much Championship Tour experience that new faces, new campaigners are going to have to deal with. The same can be said about the men's too. A lot of winners from last year's Challenger Series will be there vying for victories again this year. So a lot of experience on their side, but maybe some added confidence too, having already cracked those CT ranks.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree with everything you just said there. I feel they've just got so much experience and they're so hungry and they're so dedicated to being competitors that anyone that gets through this first round here and they're coming up against those seeded surfers, you're going to be looking at that heat draw being like, wow, okay, this is going to be hard work.
Team Medina heading down there. Sophia's dad, Charlie. It's funny, isn't it? You end up becoming one of the most recognisable figures in surfing, having not ever even put on a rash vest at this level, but certainly helped Gabriel Medina achieve his dreams as a youngster, and now hoping to do the same thing with his daughter.
Charlie's been a fixture.
Never forget those scenes of Gabriel Medina breaking through for his first world title and Charlie just rushing him in the shore break in Hawaii, fully clothed. Just on 6 minutes remaining here, Zoe McDougall's made that jump up in the second spot, but it is so compressed in the scorelines between all four competitors at this stage. Even a decent ride for Amuro Suzuki is going to see her up in the first position here.
It did seem like Zoe was going to run away with the heat on that last wave, but she just chose that manoeuvre right instead of racing that section. I thought, gosh, she left a bit on the table on that one.
Yeah, you know what? It's super nervous times for Zoe and Maud. Yeah, they're up there in first and second, but you know, the women with the two highest wave score in this heat are sitting in third and fourth. And I mean, Amura's got priority, so you got to be thinking as soon as she takes off, as long as she's not making mistakes, she's jumping up into one of those advancing positions. And Rosie, she's sitting out there with that 8.5, the single highest wave score of today. She did make that one mistake where she fell on that one turn, and time's ticking down now. I hope she doesn't just drop anchor and kind of wait and wait. I hope she gets that other opportunity.
That's the big question, because Rosie Smart sits there in third priority. Does she sit patiently and wait in the rotation, or, you know, she's got that incredible 8.5, or does she move aside and just get a 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind it at this stage. She'd still get back out there and potentially get herself back into this rotation, but it's, you know, we've seen it here so many times in the past. We've seen a lot of surfers at this venue. I think you're looking for a high-quality wave most of the time, and we've seen a lot of surfers get punished for being too selective, being too patient, and lose out even with perfect scores, 10-point rides.
We've seen 10-point rides lose heats. I've done it myself.
Hey,
yeah.
Well, let's not focus on the fact you lost the heat. Let's focus on the 10-point ride, Bugs. Where was it?
That's all. Sunset Beach. That's all I got to walk away with. I got a 10.
Right.
But I'm out of the event.
Oh, no.
How does that happen?
Mate, it's still something to celebrate.
Yeah.
Just over 4 minutes remaining here. We've been talking about this Challenger Series schedule, but you can also earn yourself some exemptions and get yourself back on the Challenger Series. But here's the breakdown of it. Top 10 men, top 5 women will qualify for the 2025 Championship Tour. Top 4 Challenger Series results counting towards your end-of-year ranking. Obviously 80 men, 48 women in the draw. And unused CT entries, they become wild cards. So it's really interesting to me. I think the first year, you know, it was all about graduating, getting into the top ranks in time. They've made some changes now. If you crack the top 20, and obviously you're outside of the top 10, you don't graduate to the CT, but you're on the Challenger Series automatically for the following year on the men's side. For the women, I think it's the top 5 outside the 5 that just miss out on qualifying in the top 10 automatically graduate to the CT ranks, which I think is awesome. And as a CT surfer, once you're relegated, I think you're automatically qualified.
Yeah, you're automatically qualified.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome that next, stanza, that 10 to 20, 11 to 20, it's really good to see them getting another go.
Yeah, most definitely. Because more often than not, too, those just outside the top 10, again, like we saw at the cut, it's a heat win. You're missing out by just progressing through one more heat. So it's brutal, or obviously someone above you progressing through an extra one. But we'll see what unfolds this season. No shortage of talent in the ranks. Some people will be making their first full run at this schedule. And, you know, we've seen some people have a remarkable first effort. Cole Hauschman in particular, he was incredible on the challenges last year. You know, back-to-back victories on the CS to get himself onto the CT, and already breaking through for a championship tour win down at Bells Beach.
Yeah, this is Rosie. So she, and out the back behind her, Amura. So both surfers trying to get that backup score that they've been chasing.
Oh, it was a smart move from Rosie because she did turn in a 2.9. It was enough to get her up in the first spot. And I think with the time winding down, and we're well past that GWM 2-minute warning now, you know, she had to just get elevated in the order here and give herself at least the chance to move through this heat. The best chance of moving through this heat. And now she's going to try and climb the order, but, you know, she's in first spot. So the other competitors are hoping for a multiple set wave. We do have some numbers on the way here. So standing by for a bit of an update. Yeah. But Maud Lacar would be nervous.
Well, Amura, she needs a 3.33. Did she get it on that last wave?
I mean, it was 2 turns, right? The 2-turn combo. Last turn was pretty explosive. She got a bit of release out of the fins there, out of the lip. So, and here we go. We have Zoe.
45 seconds to go. Zoe McDougall. She needs a 3.83. And she is fighting hard for those numbers. She's trying to juice this wave for everything it's got. And you'd have to say that she squeezed every last drop out of that ride, but I'm not sure that it's going to help her chase down the number she needs here. So still waiting on numbers to drop. 20 seconds to go. Let's have another look at it here.
Yeah, this one's just a bit of a smaller wave here. Bit of a wrap to start off. Things getting slow here through the inside, but she's trying to keep that board lively. Another little wrap in the pocket. But that is all she wrote for Zoe.
Desperate work. They're counting this one down on site. This set wave's not going to feature for the surfer in green, Maud Lacar, and she'll anxiously be waiting now.
Wow.
As we wait for the numbers to drop. And she rips this one apart on it, her way in. But we're still just waiting on scores here. And the numbers are in. Rosie Smart made her move at the perfect time to get herself a heat win here. Maud Lacar's going to hang on to that second position with a couple of mid-range scores. Zoe McDougall and Amura Suzuki are going to bow out here in the opening round. We'll take a quick break here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And when we come back, we'll welcome Kaipo and Richie back to the booth. Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Thank you for joining us for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It's opening day, opening round for the women, and another heat out in the water. Heat number 7, Kaipaguero, along with former C-tier, former quarterfinalist out here, Richie Lovett.
Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, I only ever managed a quarterfinal
that's finals
here,
day.
but I made finals day, so you know, a small victory. But yeah, no, it's one of the most amazing places to surf as a competitor. It's one of the most amazing places to come as a surfer. And when you get the line up with only 3 other people, it is go time. So some amazing matchups this morning, some incredible surfing already gone down. We've seen scores in the excellent range. So we are off and running. Welcome to the Challenger Series for 2024.
Oh my, look at who we have in the green jersey, a prodigy coming out of this area, local girl, Sierra Kerr, the 17-year-old, right from here in Cooley's, up against Tessa Thiessen, representing France by way of St. Barth's Island, and Sophia Medina. We're gonna start off with Tessa on the replay.
Yeah, just a small little running ride to open things up here for Tessa on the backhand. We heard Bugs talking about the backhand approach here and the ability for these surfers to get nice and vertical, come around that section, tighten a pocket. But a small little wave here, so just trying to get her campaign underway in this heat. And this is Sierra Kerr, the phenom. Of course, daughter of former championship surfer Josh Kerr, still one of the most amazing surfers in the world. Advocate for the twin fin. Very rarely see him riding anything but a 20 these days, Kipes. And Sierra just tagging that one all the way through the inside.
Yeah, Sierra, our reigning world junior champ. Take a look here, and this is the opening ride. Once again.
Yeah, you can see she's just got such a good read on the sections. Gets caught a little behind here, but then gets some open face, wraps it straight around that wave. Just stopped really quickly through that midsection. You can see the little crease going through it. Sometimes happens here. This is Sophia Medina up and riding. Great snap. 2-turn combination there for Sophia. Nice wrapping cutback all the way down the line. So the Medina jeans, we've got one natural footer, one goofy footer, Medina.
And looks like Maui's Nora Leota got a wave as well in the mix.
So Nora, just a nice slice off the top to open things up. Oh, connects with the lip, pushes too hard.
So judges owe us scores for second wave of Sierra Kerr. She opened the wood of 5.5, and opening score for Sophia Medina as well as Nora Leota to set up this heat. We've still got 24 minutes on the clock, long time. Beautiful day here on the Gold Coast. Sierra Kerr, though, I want to talk a little bit, Rich, about what we saw her do last year. She had an epic matchup in this event up against the queen of snapper, Steph Gilmore, and it was fireworks that afternoon when those two matched up.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she is just one of the most remarkable, you know, athletes, aquatic athletes, incredible skateboarder. And she's really just focused all her energy into surfing now. She's a 6+ handicapper in golf. I think she was one of the first girls to do a frontside rodeo at the age of 9. And yeah, all the energy now focused on surfing. I mean, she travels the world competing, but she also does a lot of free surfing as well, spending a lot of times in Indo, really honing her repertoire.
Tessa here, second wave on the backhand. And nice rhythm through this section for the French representative. Tessa last year on the Challenger had a good run at the end of the year. 9th place finishes both in Portugal and the final at Brazil. Ended up 25th at the end of the year. Wants to do much better than that this year. And it all starts here. So we wait for the score for Tessa. As we're waiting for that score, let's go down to the beach with Stace and hear from the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Kipes. Rosie Smart, your poor mother and father.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stressful one. I started off with a really good wave, probably like one of the best waves of the day, I reckon. And yeah, just lucky I finished it. And then struggling to find a back up out there, but I got one.
I don't know about lucky. You absolutely teed off on that thing. You had a great result at Nias in the regional QS, and then obviously your backhand on show here. What's it like paddling into a wave with just that much opportunity?
Yeah, I was kind of freaking out watching the heats before my heat. The waves are super fun, so yeah, you just gotta time every turn right. So yeah.
What about the decision to go the wave halfway through the heat and then fall? How do you feel paddling back out?
I was just a bit scared that I wouldn't be able to get a back up, and I wasn't sure whether to pick one on the inside or not, but yeah, I think sometimes you just got to put anything on the board.
Certainly made the right decision this time around. Well done, Rosie. We'll see you in the next round. Thanks, Kipe.
Yeah, impressive performance, and but made it count. It takes two. We got to remember that in the game of surfing. You need 2 scores.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 2 scoring waves. You can obviously ride as many waves as you want, but that's going to be a negative approach, really, when you think about it. You've got to time these heats well. 30 minutes on the clock. And you figure if you ride a wave from the top of the point down to the bottom, it's about a 5-minute turnaround. So 2 waves, there's 10 minutes eaten up right there. And then, of course, you need to fight for your right to have that wave. With priority, you have to choose the right set wave. There's 3 other surfers in the heat too, Kipe, so everyone needs to get there too.
Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, the story of that last heat with Rosie Smart really is just to find the backup to her excellent start. And right now we have Sierra Kerr out in the lead with a 5.5, 4.33. Highest single wave score, however, goes to Tessa with that 6.2 with the 3.33 back up on the screen. There is the 17-year-old Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, a couple of good numbers there. I think Sophia actually dropped a 6.5 Kipes for her opening ride, so good score dropping in for her.
So what that tells me, Rich, is this is going to be a very, very competitive heat for Sierra, who would be, you know, my favorite coming into this heat.
Yeah.
When we look at actual wave scores, the advantage right now really is with Tessa as well as Sophia, because they've broken into the 6 range.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a solid foundation to work from. But you're right, Sierra Kerr, she's just got a reputation already at such a young age, and you know she's really pushing a lot of the older competitors. You mentioned that matchup with Steph Gilmore. You know, she's so well-rounded, and she's got this crazy air game that she can draw on. And when it comes to big slabbing barrels, she's just ferocious, fearless.
Yeah, and she's already a world champ.
And she's
our reigning world junior champ.
Yep. Yep. She
a
won
decisive victory there in Oceanside.
Yeah, Oceanside earlier in January this year. And there's Maddie Bemrose and father, Josh Kerr, watching on. She's got to make the tour, though. She needs to put the work in.
Yeah, that's true. That's the goal for the women. Top 5 at the end of the year. Qualify for the championship tour. Here we go with Maui's Nora Leota with some smooth rail work through this opening section. Little caught up there, gets on the toes. Downtime, refines the open face through this section, stands up on the inside. Long running wall here at Snapper, and works out a series of nice snaps. Good flow through that end section there for Leota.
Oh, just didn't quite get that big finishing turn. That really acute directional change the judges like to see, but she got a great opening hit.
Yeah, chasing a wave, you would think.
Yeah, just, you know, chasing that wave down the line. She needed to stay in this. All the other competitors dropping a mid-range score, a couple of 6s in there, so she really needs to stay with the field here, otherwise she'll get left behind. 18
minutes and 15 seconds. Take another look at a replay here. This is a replay of Sophia Medina and what she got done.
Yeah, just a little tail slide to start the wave off on the second turn. All the way through to the inside, jams that nice cutback, and again, quick snap off the top. Sophia all the way down the line has that very sturdy, functional stance, just like a big brother. This is the bird's eye view of Nora. Great opening hits here. just clean snaps off the top, gets hung up on a little bit there, Kipes, and I think that's what just offset her rhythm slightly down the line here. You can see now she starts to tidy it up again, but wow, just amazing vision here looking from above. These waves just mechanical.
And check out the Bonsoy replay in slow motion here.
Yeah, great action here. Really opens up the wingspan. Beautiful wrapping carve there. You can see that transition between these two turns, kept all the speed. So, yeah, moved to Maui, was it, at a young age?
Yeah, from Haiku, Maui. Nora Leota, qualifying through the Hawaii region. And using priority right there, and a priority error for Sierra Kerr caught behind.
Uncharacteristic. Well, this is the thing, you know, experience in the jersey. You know, you can be a fantastic surfer, but there's more to this game than just being a great surfer. There's tactics involved. There's positioning, there's understanding the ocean, understanding the lineup, understanding how to compete. It's a game. You need to figure it out.
Number comes in through for Nora Leota at a 6.13, so Leota breaks into the 6-point range along with Tessa and Sophia, waiting for one more score for Sophia Medina to set the situation nearly halfway through the heat.
And, well, Sierra now at the back of the pack when you look at the opening scores, the top scoring rides. She's just about a point behind, or just under a point behind here. So she needs to bounce back with a good wave. But what she did do, Kipes, is manage to get back into the lineup, beat some of her competitors. She's now in second priority. So Tessa and Sierra in the box seat here for the next set.
Well, while we're waiting for that score for Sophia, let's take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to foam it up and come right back with more action from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Looking back, beginning of the year, Oceanside, California. Oceanside Pier, where Sierra Kerr stamped her name in World Junior Champions. Sharp surfing. Part-time Carlsbad resident, part-time Coolangatta resident, and full-time ripper, Sierra Kerr was able to take down a World Junior title.
Yeah, she really is a global resident. Isn't she just so comfortable anywhere she is surfing? And you can see there the talent. She's a unique one, Kipes. Big future ahead of her. You get the feeling she's sort of in that Katie Simmers sort of mold where she's going to change things up. She's going to bring a new edge to the sport.
Certainly. Well, while we went to break, we were waiting for the score for Sophia Medina. The number did come through as a 5.03. Medina in the lead. Sierra Kerr drops down into the second position. Tessa Thiessen, now with priority in the red jersey, needs a 3.63 to get into that top two situation. Nora Leota in the white jersey doesn't need much more. at 3.7, so a really tight heat here, just under the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, all the heats this morning, Kipes, have been so fun. Just real seesawing battles. And most importantly, all our surfers having ample opportunity. Plenty of waves coming through. You can see that wind is just starting to creep back around to the south, which means it's coming from back around the back of the point. And these waves will just get completely groomed. Perfect canvases.
Yeah, I love the shot from up above here, really illustrating the playing field. We've talked about it before in this opening day and building up to this event, in that the bank here, the sand, in really good position. You can see the whitewater line, just ruler edge. And this is a shot from down the beach. Looking up from, what section is this being shot from right here?
So we've got Snapper, Rainbow, then we come into Greenmount, Coolangatta. Beaches just keep going around. There's all these little point headlands. But those rocks there, they're called Little Marley Rocks. So that generally is sort of the end section. You know, the wave peels off out the back of that, of course. But that's where most of our surfers finish off on a long ride. And then here's the sort of pan back view.
So on a good day, what you get, if you're lucky enough, you start all the way up there at the top right-hand corner of your screen, and you ride a wave all the way to the bottom and walk all the way back up and hope that you can do it again.
Yeah, it's they really are leg burners. You know, if you get a long wave out here, it's well, you can get the ride of your life.
Yeah,
really.
And it happens almost on on a daily basis, but it certainly happens on every single swell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where you get mind-blowing waves.
Totally. It's such a consistent place to surf up here. Since December this year, we've just had the most amazing run of swell up here on the Gold Coast. There's perhaps only been a week where the waves have sort of turned off. And then, of course, you know, we've got the points up the coast as well. Burleigh Heads and Currumbin.
This is Tessa, currently in third, needs a 3.63, and I think she already has achieved that score. There's just going to be a bonus on the inside here for Tyson. And a nice finish there. Nice rhythm, you know, nothing spectacular, but she didn't need a spectacular number.
No, and I think psychologically at this point in the heat, with 10 minutes to go, she's going to get herself out of third. She'll get enough points to put herself into probably second place, maybe first, but you know, as a surfer, you're kind of going, okay, I'm in the qualifying position here. Now I can build. What she didn't want to do is get left short. You can see here, just tags that first turn. Bit of a sleepy bottom turn, top turn combination there. Now she starts to fire up a little bit more. Series of backhand snaps, but look at the wave height, Kaipo. It's laying down a little bit. It's not that beautiful running fast wave that we want to see with big pockety sections. She's surfing it well. She's extracting all the points out of it. But I can feel the strategy. If she just wanted to get into that qualifying position, put a number on the board, then she will really focus in on getting a much higher score.
Yeah, again, 50% advancement out of these heats, so top two moving on. Live action here, cutting to Nora Leota with a lightning fast hook one more time for the Maui girl. And yet again, so this is going to be a seesaw battle because Leota just needs a 3.7 to go into the top two.
Interesting. It's getting a little bit scrappy, which we like. Seesawing battle between all four of our surfers here. Sophia Medina out in front. And she is just going to wait this out because she wants to put this thing to bed with an excellent scoring ride. Let's check the replay here. So this is Nora Leota just snapping aggressively off the top to open this wave up. A little lip hit down the line, nice wrapping cutback, so good energy on this wave. Milking every last ounce of points. So that might come through as another mid-range score. So we could see her jump here, Kaipo.
Really, this is going to be a test of a little bit of maturity, I feel, for Sierra Kerr. When these numbers come through, we're going to have a shift in the standings. Sierra's going to be sitting out there with priority and likely is going to need a score.
Yeah. So I think she is doing the right thing, though. These waves have only offered up a mid-range score, and Sierra obviously identifying that she needs something pretty decent here. She's a point behind in her highest scoring wave, so she needs to make this next one count.
So still waiting for scores for Tessa, Nora, and a small score for Sophia that's not going to factor into the top two. So really the important scores are going to be for both Thiessen as well as Leota. Wave coming through here, sparkly looking one. Let's see if Sierra's going to use her priority. And she does. Winds up off the bottom, nice snap off the top. Beautiful lines.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Throws the tail there. Catches the outside rail, was on her way to securing advancement on that wave.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that was the turn of the morning. If she was able to land that one, big, ferocious tail slide snap. See what went wrong here as we check out the slow-mo. So really nice hit to open things up. Great snap. Eyes off this next section. And just blows the tail out. Gets a full release of the fins and just, unfortunately, just got too far over the nose of her board and went down. So she knows she had a little hit on the board as she came up from that wipeout. She knew that was a big opportunity lost.
Oh, yeah. And the number came in for Thiessen of 6.43. Tessa goes to the lead. Sophia Medina with priority drops to second. Nora Leota in third, needing a 5.41 to get into the top two. And Sierra Kerr will be searching for a 6-point ride.
Okay. Well, this is tightened up. Sophia now with priority. She has the box seat for the next wave that comes through. And Sierra in danger right now. The back of the priority order. She's fourth place in the heat at the moment. Not where we thought she was going to be.
Not at the opening of the heat. No, not at all. Because we know the talent of this young lady here that we see. But now she's in a predicament. Needing a score, 6-point ride, 6.04 to be exact.
The thing with Sierra, Kaipo, is that she is so good that if she does connect with a wave, if she can somehow manage to get herself on a decent wave here, that shades of that turn that she fell on, she makes those all the time. You know, she's one of the surfers in the field that you go, yep, she can drop nines and maybe even a perfect score.
Well, she's sitting further down the point, which is smart just for that separation. What do you think about the strategy?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Sometimes these wider ones with a little bit more east in the swell, they can miss the top of the point, then they grow down the line. And Sierra's spent just countless hours out here surfing with her dad, Josh. She knows this line up better than anyone else in this heat.
You've surfed heats out here, Rich. How much different, though, is it surfing a heat with just a few other competitors versus 200?
It's really weird.
Your good friends.
It's chalk and cheese, mate. You know, you can be out there free surfing and you're looking at the waves that you want to go. More often than not, the local crew or someone else is riding it. So when you're in a heat, you have to kind of go, okay, I've got to not go the waves that I normally go, the scrappy little ones, and you really do have to wait for those better waves.
Like, that's an example. You would be all over that thing right there, this rolling down the line.
We'd be ripping that thing, guys.
You'd be so happy to possess that wave right there.
So happy.
Okay, we're down to 4 minutes. Things are tightening up. And really, in strategy-wise, Rich, I mean, number 1 and 2 also hold first and second priority.
Box seat right here.
Right?
This is the perfect position where you want to be. Top 2 in the heat. Also top 2 on the priority order. Under 4 minutes to go. It's a real control situation. As we see the Dolphins, they're just making their way south. Go for a little food run. Turn around, come back.
Love seeing them out there. Sarah's sitting down there. You can see as we fly by on the Gold Coast flight cam, we can see the positioning of our surfers, and Sierra hoping that Snapper will provide her just even an opportunity in this final 3 minutes to respond.
Well, it does put an emphasis and a spotlight on those waves where you make a mistake. 4 surfer heats, you really do not have much room for error, if any.
And Nora Leota, third, chasing a 5.41, deepest right there. But you can see by the positioning with Nora being deepest that Sophia and Tessa will be happy to use their priority above her if a good one comes through.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And obviously Sierra down the line, just staying away.
And really, when I look at how studied and this final execution as we near the GWM 2-minute warning on surfers and how mature even young surfers are now with heat strategy, it's just, there's a playbook, right?
Yeah.
And these two, Tessa and Sophia, are using that page out of the playbook right now.
Totally. Yep, they're playing the game. There's a formula to it, no doubt about it. And you know, you see surfers and they seem to get through all the time.
Yeah.
And you just go, what? How are they doing that? How do they do it? You know, and this is the, you got to study this sport. You can be a great surfer, but you need to study and have experience in the jersey, get the reps, and understand that in a heat situation, you've got to be able to make these little split-second decisions and almost get into a bit of a flow state where you're competing almost subconsciously. You know, they talk about being in the zone. They talk about that with any sport. It's doubly so with surfing because you are dealing with an ever-changing playing field. The ocean, it consistently shifts and changes, and you've got to be you know, a real ocean kind of knowledgeist and figure out what's going on.
All right, well, we saw that GWM 2-minute warning pop up. We'll pass that down to just 1:10 seconds. So this is going to be the last couple of goes, the last couple of opportunities for both Sierra Kerr and Nora Leota.
1 minute. Alongside the final minute.
Wow, so the ocean working in favour at the moment for Tessa and Sophia. I'll be happy to just sit this one out with no more waves. Nora and Sierra just willing the ocean to send any type of wave, just an opportunity. They're not big scores. 5.4 for Nora. 6.0 for Sierra.
Oh, that one going a little wide. It did not provide opportunity for Sierra. Now she's going to have probably just one more swell line coming through here, and it looks dark on the clock for Sierra Kerr.
Oh, well, you know, what could have been, you know, potentially that wave that she fell on. If she had made that turn, she was probably looking at a 6 already, and who knows what was going to happen down the line. So that mistake, it's probably going to cost her progression here. But one last set line as we count this one down.
There we go, elementary execution there from Sophia, utilizing her priority. And now this is just all gravy for the Brazilian surfer. She's already advanced into the next round, and she just gets to enjoy that final ride to the beach.
Well, take it, because you very rarely get a wave out snapper without a bunch of friends. So any ride out here is you know, a valuable one. A great heat there. So Tessa and Sophia moving through.
Yeah, there you go. Tessa Thyssen winning out this heat in the red jersey, and Sophia Medina moves on. They'll both move on into the round of 32. We're going to say goodbye to Nora Leota and Sierra Kerr. There's Sophia, all smiles, and I'm sure Dad Charlie is going to be greeting her on the beach. High five. We're not complete with this heat yet. We got one more score to drop, and then we can clear the screen.
Yes, I think Sophia must have actually gotten to her feet, perhaps, Kaipo, before the siren went. So a couple more scores just to drop in. It's Father Charlie just greeting Sophia there.
So let's see what happened here, though. Nora Leota is up, and then Sophia.
So Sophia had priority at this point.
Yeah.
So she had right away there. Nora was just hoping that she wasn't going to take off. It's all just whether this wave counted and pushes her up into first place, that's all.
So there you go. It is official. Tessa Thiessen in first. Sofia Medina moving on into the next round. That would be the round of 32. And we're going to move on to a small break, and we'll be back with more action here. There's the numbers. Next up, we're going to see Daniela Rosas, Taina Hinkle, Philippa Anderson, and Sol Aguirre when we return to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM right after these messages. Opening up the WSL Vault once again. This is 2012. And Steph Gilmore makes it 4 here at Snapper. Look at the classic waves. Oh. Steph Gilmore meeting up against an in-form Laura Enever in this final.
Well, I actually love seeing this Vision Kipes because it just shows you the standard of the Championship Tour surfers here, and none other than the great Stephanie Gilmore. And, well, this is Laura Enever just taking it to her. Laura now residing on the Gold Coast. Narrabeen local has shifted her residency north.
Yeah, Laza with a 14-point heat total in this final, but that was not enough to beat Steph Gilmore on her way to a 4th title here at Snapper. 16.37 two-wave total in this final. Flawless surfing by the Queen of Snapper.
Just the perfect blend of style and power and flow, finesse, all those buzzwords. We love it when we talk about Steph Gilmore. 4 on the trot at Snapper Rocks.
What a great flashback, and just another gem from the WSL Vault. Remember, this afternoon we got the Snapper World Champ Heat. 24 world titles out in the water. We'll see Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore, Joel Parkinson, and the one and only Mark Occhilupo. That's a great way to cap off the day.
Can't wait for that one. That is going to be a spectacle.
And we're not scoring it. It's going to be an expression session, right?
I might score.
Yeah, well, my money's on the goofy foot. My money's on the goofy foot on this one because Aki's been in incredible form surfing. Here we are in heat number 8 with Daniela Rosas out of Peru in the red jersey. Taina Hinkle, another young Brazilian, in the blue jersey. Philippa Anderson, she's the veteran of this heat, out in the white jersey, and another Peruvian in the way of Sol Aguirre out in the green jersey.
Yeah, interesting matchup, this one. And the lone Aussie, Philippa Anderson, yet to open her account. This is the young Brazilian, just beautiful looking wave here to open things up. A series of nice slicing cutbacks. Adds a bit of variety to that one down the line. Throws the back arm in, does a bit of a, well, a Tyler Wright-esque kind of hack, really, wasn't it?
And here's Daniela Rosas.
Yeah, Daniela Rosas. smaller wave. You can see this one's just got a bit more of a slope to it. It's tapered down. And a great looking ride here for Philippa Anderson. Bigger set. She's caught behind though. At the start, now she gets around the section. Starts to wind up. Nice flow through the end stages of this wave. Well-balanced stance, comes through to the inside, connects with the closeout, and gets to the finish.
Here we go with Solagary's opening ride.
Solagary up and riding, beautiful slash, driving down the line, another hooking cutback. And again, now the wave stands up a bit, quick snap down the line, tags it again. So a series of interesting turns there, really mixing things up.
Second wave for Daniela Rosa.
Wow, just a flurry of action here. So the judges really having to work hard, paying attention, really clocking in their minds what's going on with each of these surfers. They do have the ability to look at the replays all the way through to the inside. Nice finishing turn there for Daniela.
So rapid fire, and the judges will be playing catch up for a bit. Philippa Anderson with a 3.77 on that opening ride. Daniela with a 4.23 on that opening ride. Judges owe us a second wave for Daniela, and opening scores for both Sol and Taina Hinkle. Following Daniela on the paddle back out. Third year on the Challenger Series for Daniela Rosas.
Yeah, so still relatively new to the game. Always does take most surfers a couple of years to sort of break through. That first year on the Challenger, or the first 2 years on the Challenger Series, you're really just finding your feet, getting used to that, the elevation in performance from the qualifying tour. And so the regional qualifying series, in each region, you have to qualify through that to make the Challenger Series. And with each level, you'd have to say, Kaipo, that the standard of surfing, it increases as well.
Yeah, I love it. It's a three-tiered system, right? You have your regional QS Series, and then if you are able to qualify for that, you find yourself on this bigger stage here, the Challenger Series, where you have an opportunity to eventually get where every single pro surfer wants to end up, and that's on the Championship Tour. So second wave for Rosas comes in at a 4.57. There she is on the paddle back out. She's got an early lead in this heat with 2 wave scores clocked in. Single highest wave score, however, is to another Peruvian in the way of Sol Aguirre. Sol with a 5.57, so the 2 Peruvians up in the number 1 and 2 slot.
Yeah, great to see 2 Peruvian surfers in this heat. Of course, the great Sofia Milanovic, world champion, Peruvian women's surfer, just trailblazer.
Yeah.
Really put surfing on the map for Peru. Still really actively involved with the sport.
Well, let's hear from our last heat winner. Tessa took a win, Stace.
Indeed, Kaipo. Smart strategy there to let all the natural footers push themselves a little bit deeper, Tessa.
Yeah, it was just by the instinct. I didn't really have a strategy for the first exchange. I just wanted to see what they were up to. And I was really wanting to be patient and to be smart with the priority, so.
After a quick start there, you found some good waves towards the end of that heat.
Yeah, I always like to get a first wave to get warmed up and feel good, and then afterwards it's more about the strategy.
You're working with Jan Martin a lot last year and this year. How's that been going?
Great, he's pushing me, so it's really good. I'm really happy to be working with him.
And we were just talking offline about this event being on the World Tour next year. Makes it all that more important to have a good result here this year.
Yeah, of course. You always want to surf snappers with 2 other people in the water, so you have to be there next year, but onto a bigger event, that'll be cool.
And did you want to say good evening to everyone back at home?
Yeah, I think it's night there, so merci à tous de m'avoir regardé, merci pour le soutien et roca.
Well done, Tessa. Thank you. Thank you, Kaipo.
You're welcome, and Tessa on to the round of 32. Round of 32 will be another round of 4 surfer heats for our women's division. Then when we get into the round after that, round of 32 into the round of 16. That's when we see the head-to-head matchups come into play.
Yeah, and back to the conversation about making the championship tour, that emulates really the structure or the way that the bracket folds out on the championship tour. It's you know, we have the opening 3 surfer heats, and then it goes into surfer on surfer until we crown a winner. That's the difference with the Challenger Series. We open with 4 surfer heats.
And really, as a competitor, Rich, the difference between surfing a 4 surfer heat and a head-to-head heat.
Yeah, there's a lot more wave selection involved. You can be a bit more patient. In the 4 surfer heats, you do need to stay with it. You need to stay busy, perhaps not always being on the best waves, but make sure you do get your 2 scoring rides. For you to get the best 2 scoring or the best 2 quality waves in a 4 surfer heat is very rare.
Here's Taina Hinkle, second wave for the Brazilian. Nice slash there for Hinkle. She just saw Sofia Medina advance out of that last heat. So Taina also part of that young Brazilian women's contingent that's coming through. So let's see if she can match Sofia and also move into the round of 32. There's Sofia and her dad, Charlie. So we have a strong women's Brazilian contingent with Laura Ropp, Sofia Medina, as well as Taina Hinkle, who's in the water right now.
Yeah, there's a good crop of young Brazilians coming through. It feels like there's a really solid crop of young surfers coming through all our different regions.
Replay for Taina.
Okay, Taina up and riding here. Nice slash to start things off in a really critical part of the wave here, and just stabs that next turn. Really quick direction change, and then gets the final hit there. So good 3-turn combination. Each one of those turns slightly different to the one before. So great variety on that wave.
And a 5.43 for Hinkle. So she goes into the lead with that last wave ridden.
Well, that's interesting, Kipes. That was only a 3-turn combination. We've seen waves where the surfers have done several turns all the way down the line, but just the intensity and the way she mixed up the turns on that wave, the judges really rewarding her for that.
Yeah, it's a classic quality over quantity conversation that we see in judging criteria. Smooth car for Solagari to start off here.
Oh.
Another gaffing turn, really laying back into that one. Quick snap to work down the line. 2 quick snaps to combo it up. Okay.
She liked it. She liked it.
I liked it too.
Little claim at the end there. And, you know, there's 2 different sorts of claims in my mind. There's the forced claim where you're just trying to sell something to the judges, and there's the natural claim that kind of comes out as you finish a ride and you just overcome with that emotion, that feeling that you've done really well on that wave and you are completely connected. So a great roundhouse cutback to start things off. That turn there, that was the money turn of this ride. Really quick, aggressive snap, and then a couple of little hits down the line. But these slow-mo, so the double hand layback. That's, well, it was made famous by none other than Novocaster and Matt Hoy. That double arm layback hack. Beautiful finishing turn there from Sol. You can see just a little fist pump at the end.
So she just needs a 3.23 to go into the top 2 to put herself in advancing position. She gets more than that with a 4.77. Solagari moves up into 2nd position.
Surfline forecasting getting it perfectly correct. As they said, the wind was going to swing around a little bit more to the east, southeast.
So is that what we're seeing right now?
It has done, yeah. Well, in the morning, we had a lot of west in the wind, and it actually blows up the bay and creates all those little ridges. It's beautiful on offshore, up at Surfers Paradise on the beaches. But as you come right around, it's a 90-degree turn, and we're basically facing back towards Surfers Paradise here. So anything west, it comes up the face, and we actually want it to be sort of south. Basically, anything true south, and perhaps a little bit of southeast is okay as well. And as it comes into the bay, it's very protected, nice and smooth on the face.
Yeah, this bay does have a way of just cleansing swells, right? Like,
absolutely. There's a good shot. You can see it. That wind just coming
outside.
Yeah, right around the back. So this is traveling up the coast now. This weather system has been brewing right down the bottom of Victoria. It's come around the corner of Australia, down the bottom. It's now traveling up the coast.
Set coming through here. Priority with Philippa Anderson. It's hers to take.
Good looking wave here. Perhaps the surfer's just sitting a little bit far down the point. They could have been on that wave already.
Anderson up and riding. Aggressive snap there after opening carve. One more time to the lip. Plays catch up for a bit before finding some open face with another snap. And the bobble at the end there. Thinking about the overall presentation of that wave. And she's reaching for a 6.57, Rich.
Yeah, close, close. She did some good work on the outside. As you notice, Kipe's just a little sleepy on the final turn there. Of course, Philippa, sister of Craig Anderson, the world's greatest free surfers. Let's check out the replay here. So two-stage cutback to start things off. Comes around this section. Blast the lip there, really connected. And again, up and over through the lip on that one. Comes around, aggressive little snap. Nice wrapping cutback. Just got caught on her heels there on that final turn.
Cutting to live action, it was So Aguirre. Up in a final snap, caught up there. Looking to improve upon a 4.77 with that last effort for Aguirre.
So perhaps just a victim of some lethargy, just as these waves, these long waves down into the bay, just having that strength to keep that momentum and the speed for that final turn. Always a challenge here at Snapper Rocks. So Solagere, you can see just here, goes for this final turn and just doesn't quite push out of it enough. Got caught up in the lip there.
Well, I got the kettle on. It's time for a Bonsoy brew break. We're gonna foam it up. I'm choosing the almond milk this time. We'll be right back after this brew break. Rich, how good is the Gold Coast? We got not just epic waves, there's so many other things to do here for the family, for thrill seekers, adventurers, or foodies even.
Absolutely, mate. There's the Gold Coast has it all. So much to see and do. And, of course, the waves.
And enjoying the Gold Coast right now. Soligari tearing this one apart as we come back to live action. And the Peruvian looking for a 4.86 to take the lead off of Taina Hinko. Daniela Rosa, also from Peru, right behind her. Rapid fire down the point here. And Rosa looks for a finish and gets it. Big snap there. Philippa Anderson, 3-wave set. So look at this rally happening as we come back to live. That's going to keep this heat nice and tight. Philippa sliding the fin on the finish.
Yeah, I've got to say that's the best wave, Kibes, of this heat so far. Out of that 3-set combination, Philippa Anderson, she got the third one, and it stood up all the way down into the bay. She got a series of great snaps done. Well, let's check the replays. This is Sol. So beautiful fast snap to start things off. An aggressive hook and a third. So she got some amazing work done on the outside section. Comes through to the inside, quick snap. So that was a good wave, actually. That was a really good wave on the outside. This is Daniela Rosas. So our women really starting to step it up on this set. Just some good, solid foundation surfing here from Daniela. Comes through to the inside, hits that final section, and makes it. And then Philippa Anderson, well, this wave went forever. Streaking down the line. Had to set up that first turn, nice and tight in the pocket. And again, quick snap off the top, good spray. Comes down into this next section. Clicks the lip there and then gets the tail slide right on this final manoeuvre. So perhaps not as much power as Soligari's, but some good scores going to drop in here, Kibes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see with the separation between especially Philippa and Sol when those numbers come through.
Yeah, well, on reflection, Sol had a lot of power through those outside turns. Really aggressively attacking the lip.
And it comes in for Sol as a 6.4. She goes to the top. Still waiting for scores for Anderson and Rosas, but right now it's Soligari in pole position.
Yeah, so Sol out in front, comfortable, 6.4 and a 5.57. So not a bad score line. Philippa Anderson, she'll be paddling back out, judging her own wave in her mind, thinking, okay, this is what I think the number is, and then she'll compare that against what the judges deliver, and then she'll sort of cross-check and go, okay, why was it that score? But, I mean, so many times as a competitive surfer, I feel like you sort of get it right. You'll think of a number, the judges will lay one down that's quite similar.
Well, a little shuffling on the standings as we see Philippa Anderson with that 5.7 for the last wave. She moves into second in advancing position, bumping Taina Hinko out of that spot. 5.77 dropped in for Daniela Rosas. Not enough to get Daniela into the top two. She needs a 5.16. Taina Hinko with priority needs a 5.51. There's Hinko on your screen. 6 minutes with priority, needs a mid-range score.
Yeah, well, she's in the box seat here for the next set, so she's done some good surfing in this heat so far. Needs to take it up a notch or two because Soligari and Philippa Anderson, they look like they've really started to open up on this one. Really similar top scores, Kaipo, in this, and not much separating them. We've seen the last couple of heats, two of the surfers sort of really separating themselves, but on this one, it is super tight.
Beautiful view from our Gold Coast flight cam here, flying by Snapper Rocks and looking up behind there, the little Froggies Beach, and up and down the coast. And the bright yellow Bonsoy structure that we have here this year.
Yeah, that's the event site. You can see it's a real interesting viewpoint, this one, because right at the top of the screen there, you can see the waves just coming straight onto the coastline, right, at Froggies. That's that little beach right around for the point. And then these waves wrap around the corner. They refract, they get pulled in by the shallow sandbar, and they actually bend and come right around the corner here. And this is just the magic of this place. And it puts a good separation between the swell lines as they slow up and they hit the sand.
And the refraction is real, Rich, because I've been lucky enough to snag a couple of waves off the crowd this last week, and there's waves that you get them and they actually grow a little bit later down the line. You surprise yourself where you're like, whoa, this wave's getting bigger.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of started off as this runty little wave and you got lucky enough to get like a good section.
Absolutely. It's we call those the growers, and they can grow all the way down right into the Coolangatta Bay down there, and even onto Kira on a really special day.
Yeah. Well, what a gem in the world of surfing that we are lucky enough to have competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Again, we're repeating the news all day long. Next year and for the next 4 years, this playing field that you're looking at right here will be a championship tour event.
That's music to my ears, and I feel like it's music to the competitors' ears and also the spectators, the locals. Obviously, you know, when the event rolls into town, there's a lot of hype, a lot of energy around the place, great for local businesses. You know, and it really gives this heaving surfing community a chance to really get involved with the best surfers in the world.
And talk about a surf community. It feels like this particular community has pulled surfers from all over the world to either visit or relocate over here.
Yeah, and
it's international.
It is totally international, and you know, a couple of decades ago, you know, the northern beaches of Sydney were the central hub of talent. Had a lot of world champions come out of that area, and then the focus shifted up to the Gold Coast. You know, with Joel and Mick and even Dingo Morrison, those guys really started this coolie charge, you know, and it's just become a real focal point now, and a lot of surfers making the pilgrimage north, relocating here just to be around the talent. Incredible facilities around this place for aspiring young surfers. The High Performance Centre just down the coast. Not only that, Kipes, there's so much surfboard manufacturing done here on the Gold Coast. A lot of the top brands are all established up here. Sharp Eye, JS, Darren Hanley.
Are we celebrating, what, 25 years of JS?
Correct. Yep. Those guys had a bit of a nosh up the other night. Big celebration. Parko and Luke Egan and the likes were on hand. Obviously, so many, you know, JS has made boards for so many different surfers over the years.
Yeah, and then, of course, Darren Hanley, who's just the magician behind some of the most epic boards that we've seen in the past, like, couple of decades now for DHD.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, incredible success with Mick Fanning and Stephanie Gilmore at the top of the list.
Yeah, and he's kind of continuing on with that role right now with the stuff that Ethan Ewing's doing on his boards.
Yeah, the Juliet model recently released. That's a special one. Ethan's, well, he's one of the hopefuls for Australia to wrestle back a world title.
Yeah.
Along with Jack Robinson.
I would say so. All right, 90 seconds remaining. We're under the GWM 2-minute warning, and it's Sol Aguirre out in the lead. Philippa Anderson in hanging on to second place. Tina Hinkle with priority. You can see the blue P by her name. She needs a 5.51 to get into the top two in advance. She does have priority. She's got a minute for the ocean to deliver her a wave to give her an opportunity to get that score.
Yeah, they're not big scores required either, just at 5-point range. It's that number that really asks the question, okay, you need to find a semi-decent wave, but you need to rip it. You can't hold back, you can't just place your turns and do conservative surfing. You actually have to give it a little bit of output, of aggression.
30 seconds. That's just going to leave time for 2 more swell lines to come underneath here. It doesn't look like anything's going to be hitting the bank.
Coming down to 25 seconds.
Oh, that's a surfer's worst nightmare. As time ticks down, you just want that opportunity. If you're in 3rd and 4th position, or in contrast, 1st and 2nd are going, just count that timer down, please. Get rid of it. We're done.
Well, it's going to be done in 3, 2, 1. And Soligere, Felipa Anderson will be moving on. There's the digits there. And we're going to be moving on into the opening round for the men's after this commercial break. And we're bringing in a special guest as well, so stick around. More from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM right after this.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Welcome back to the show. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM continues now as we move into the round of 80 for the men. And we have a special guest joining us in the booth. It is the current world #1 on the Championship Tour rankings, Griffin Colapinto. Good to see you, mate.
You too, Ron Dog. Stoked to be here.
Also, Griff, good to see you.
Yeah.
Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew still with us. Mate, 2018, you came here as a rookie on the Championship Tour and you blitzed the field, made the semi-finals. And you haven't had many opportunities to get back here since then. So awesome to see you here on the coast. And what have you made of the news that this event's going to be on the CT schedule next year?
Oh, it's amazing. I was looking forward to that news for a long time. I heard a lot of rumors and was really hoping it was true. And sure enough, we're back on like 3 or 4 years. It's in the contract or something. So yeah, I can't wait.
I know you've got the premiere of Trilogy 2.0 tonight here on the Gold Coast, but did you have the inside word? Did you just want to get here and get some warm-up sessions in at Snapper Rocks for next year?
I wish I was that smart, but no, I was here. Quicksilver sent me out here, and we were doing some photo shoots around town and just hanging out with the Saturn boys. It's pretty fun.
And obviously this place, incredible waves. You would have no doubt got some surf, but there's a lot more to check out on the Gold Coast, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of action out here.
We love it, mate. The movie premieres, how have they been going around the country?
Yeah, they've been going really well. I heard there's one in San Luis Obispo that's like 800 just sold out, and then the last one in Sydney sold out as well. That was like 700 people and in these rad theaters and stuff. So yeah, it's been going super well, and we've been premiering it for a while. The movie's been done for over a year already, so it's kind of like this build up for it to come out, and yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, we put a lot of work into it, and I feel like super proud about it. So yeah, it's definitely like a lifelong dream, and to do it with Seth and Ethan is amazing because they're some of the best people out there. So yeah, there's a premiere tonight at Burley Brewing. If anyone wants to show up, should be a good time.
No doubt it will be. Also this afternoon we've got something special unfolding here. We're going to have the Snapper World Champs out there. Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Mark Occhilupo, Stephanie Gilmore. How good's that going to be?
Wait, when is that?
Out here this afternoon,
Oh,
4 o'clock.
what? I'm going to have to check that out.
Oh, my gosh. Everyone's going to have to. If you're in the area, get down and check it out. But right now, we want to introduce the competitors that will be surfing in this first heat. Tidley Island, a surfer from South Africa. Durban, South Africa will be out there in the red. Josh Burke from Barbados is going to be in the blue. Levi Slauson will be out there in the white, representing the USA. And Geordie Marie, another South African, out there in the green. Should be a lot of fun this heat. Heavily stacked, and look at the conditions. Pumping at the moment as Josh unleashes the tail on that first one. You're watching the Bonsoy replay of his opening ride. Scored a 7 on this one. Griff, take us through it.
Yeah, Berkey. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it seemed like those first 2 turns were nice, but he got kind of stuck behind, so he had to go for it on the end and made up for it. So that was smart of him. And then here's Geordie. Popped 1, 2, down. Yep.
Yeah. So a 7 for Josh to get started. Pretty solid stuff. Geordie, just a 3-point ride. The sandbar. I mentioned you've made a bunch of trips here before. Have you seen it in this kind of condition before?
I have, but yeah, it's really nice to see that when it's right around a contest, you know. Seems like that can be kind of hard to get sometimes, but yeah, the bank's looking phenomenal.
Looking really good. Levi's surfing, you've probably seen a fair bit of that over the years. He's had some pretty strong performances recently, World Juniors and whatnot. How do you like his chances on the Challenger Series?
I like his chances a lot. I feel like he's improved so much over the past couple years, and I'm pretty sure he missed out on making the Challengers last year, so I think he got a bunch of motivation from that and went over to Indo and was stomping some massive airs there. And yeah, he's a great kid. He's from San Diego, so just like 30 minutes down the road from where I live. And yeah, he's part of the Cali Rally, so definitely rooting for him.
For sure. So hometown, Encinitas. And as you mentioned, missed out via the regional qualifiers, but also had a runner-up finish the year before in the World Juniors, which obviously, if you can get that crown, you get automatic qualification to the Challengers. So missed out a couple of times. Great to see him here this year. At Bugs, we've seen an incredible push from California recently. What have you made of Griffin's run so far this season?
Oh, sensational. You know, we watched Griffin coming along the last few years. There was some, you know, you had to break into that 5. You were just outside of it a little bit, but now you're leading the 2. But what I was going to ask you, Griff, because there was a period of time when, you know, Coolangatta was just, it was like a production line of champions coming out of this town. And now San Clemente, there's just this like champion after champion coming out of San Clemente. I mean, there's always been great surfers here, you know, back in the Shane Beshan and Matt Archibald and all the way back to, you know, so many families have surfed there. But nowadays, it's incredible.
Oh yeah, it's amazing, and it's so funny because I feel like San Clemente has such a similar setup to here on the Gold Coast, where like you know you have snapper, and like for us lowers is our snapper, and then you have D-Bah, like T Street is our D-Bah. So like it's those 2 waves that I feel like shapes the surfers, and like it's the feeding ground. Like when the waves are good, like everyone goes to the same spot at the same time, and everyone's just like feeding off each other and watching each other surf and trying to outperform each other. So it's like situations like that is, I think, such a huge part of what creates so much talent.
And like, you know, last year we had Kolohe here, and he was really taking on that role of being like the leader of the group. But, you know, now he's back competing for real.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Brother's back here. And yeah, he seems like he's all in to get back on tour. So it's really exciting. And just having that motivation for him is really cool to see. He's been doing it for a long time. And I feel like just having motivation for anything in life is such a pleasure. Like, you know, to have to lose that's kind of a bummer. You know, you have to figure out something new that gets you excited. But you know, the longer you can keep that, the more fun life can be, I think.
Yeah, we'll see a spirited fight back from Kolohe Andino in this event. Right now, though, we're going to check in with the last heat of the round of 48 for the women with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Solagire, crazy trip to get here in time for your heat. Walk us through it.
Wow, I mean, I'm so asleep. I want to go to sleep. But yeah, I arrived yesterday at night, and I didn't know I got in until today. And I'm so happy I got the opportunity to surf snappers, which is so good. And yeah, I mean, I trusted my board, which is the CI Pro, and I'm super stoked to ride it. And yeah, I'm so glad that everything turned out good. Yeah.
So Kelly Slater used that trick to a lot of success.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually want to see that heat. Kelly, I think, is going to have a nice heat. And yeah, I mean, yeah, trust the process and like keep pushing. Yeah.
Did you want to say good evening to everyone back at home?
Sí, gracias a todos por ver. Pasé mi hit, estoy súper feliz. Vamos con todo para el siguiente round y que sigan las buenas vibras. Vamos Perú.
Thank you, Sol. Thank you, Griff. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Bugs. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Stace. And yeah, Sol buzzing, and even though she's so tired, she's going to stick around as the Gold Coast World Champions honour Kelly Slater out there this afternoon. That's what it's all about. There'll be a nice little exhibition. That's around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Out there in the lineup at the moment, it is Josh Burke taking the early lead here with Geordie Marie with a 3-point ride. Yet to see Levi Slauson get started here, but Tidley Island, the South African, had himself a ride just moments ago. And we'll see where that score falls in just a moment. But relishing the opportunity to pick at the brain of the current world #1, who's going to take us through this ride for the South African.
Yeah, kind of just looking like he's getting the flow going. This wave, I think, dies out at the end, so it's hard to get a big score when it does that. But yeah, I think that was his first wave, so probably just like getting the nerves out and feeling his board. And yeah, looks like came in at a 5.3 or 5.5, so yeah, it's not a bad way to start.
Well, you can't miss him, that's for sure.
Yeah, that board is like a highlighter under his feet. As we get back to live action now, and Josh Burke just cutting a deep gouge in the face of that one. Climbing up over the section now. Gets to work in chasing down that final section. Can't get a turn in. Ducks for a tiny bit of cover as behind him. Levi Slauson gets started now. A couple of floaters to set up the pocket on the inside here. On the attack. Winds through the carve. This wave's starting to taper off a little bit, but he's got the energy to get a final hit in. And solid stuff from Levi, who's going to drop his first number now. Chasing him down the line. Good hit there from Tidley. Nice backhand vert. And Bugs made the point earlier, Griff, on these kind of days, you know, having a good backhand whack and getting that rhythm happening on the backhand can really work in your favour.
Oh, for sure. You'd almost say that backhand's probably the best bet right now because of the size. It's harder for front sides to do like a full carve. It's almost kind of those like down the line chip snaps, and the backside can just like pivot real quick in the pocket. But yeah, here goes Levi on his first wave. They did really well to wait about 12 minutes for this thing, and looks like it's going to pay off because it got turns all the way through.
Big combination to get started, and we know that's a massive key to success at any venue, high performance venues especially, but great variety too, Bugs.
Yeah, really good variety, and the difference between him and Josh is that you could tell Levi, even though he got the big turns in at the start, he was sinking down the line, Griff. Like those floats were to get to that next section. Yeah. He didn't miss a beat.
Tidley Island too. That was a nice hit, little swing on the tail.
Well, he found this one on the way back out, huh? Kind of under parity.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a good wave.
Settled into it a little bit more this ride, didn't he? Looked a lot more confident, punching through the pocket of the wave, sending the tail out the back.
And, you know, to Griff's point, I mean, and what I was making earlier, that backhand attack, I mean, you know, you just get that bottom turn, top turn pivot, and then carve down the face. Huge buckets been thrown. You can't help but give it a score.
Oh, yeah. I might have to put money on Aki this afternoon, huh?
That's a good call.
He's going to get some reps in out there, that is for sure. So we have big numbers coming. Griff Colapinto in the booth there. And Griff, congratulations on your start to the year, mate. Starting to rack up those wins. But really consistent performances from you. Seems like you know, I kind of made the point during the Aussie leg that you seem to be pacing yourself well through events and not getting too attached to a result and actually just, you know, truly being in the moment in each of your heats. Are you feeling that that's like a real recipe for success for you?
Yeah, thank you. I think just over time, just so much experience. This is my 6th full year on tour. And I think I don't think my motivation or my hard work's ever wavered, or it's just like learning those lessons along the way. And now I've gotten to this point where I feel like I've experienced everything, and I can kind of like, you know, those moments where I have lost, and I have that opportunity again in a heat where it's like, you know, maybe my mindset's in a certain place that I need to get it out of and get back to the moment, and I can recognize that in the time, and just like those little things, I think are what's paying off.
Yeah, it seems like you have real clarity when you're going into heats, also in the high pressure moments in heats at this stage. It seems like it never gets too overwhelming for you. What's clicked? What's different this year to, say, other seasons?
I think probably my mindset. I feel like that's definitely been something that I put a lot of effort into, and every year I feel like it gets stronger. And so, you know, like when I'm in the water, it's just being super clear and going in with not much like futuristic thoughts, and just really staying in the present moment. And it's not easy to do that. It takes a lot of focus, and you know, meditation's been a big part of my journey, and I feel like that really helps me, especially in surfing. Like when there's no waves coming in, you're sitting there by yourself, you're basically meditating. So it's like, for me, I really enjoy that, and yeah, it seems to work. But here comes a set.
Something standing up on the outside here with just on 14 minutes to go. The surfer with priority is Jordy Marie. He's going to pass up this first one. Josh Burke says, no dramas at all, I'll have it. Rips into that first couple of sections, really setting the fins free nicely there, and now ripping through a big carve as he brings it through to the inside and continues to punch the fins free as he motors down the line. That's going to feel good for the surfer representing Barbados. Impressive stuff, and that's the kind of approach in the pocket of the wave bugs that can kind of help you get back on track or get the advantage back against a goofy footer. You know, nice, punchy, powerful surfing.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys are really aware of the potential what a goofy footer can do, and this was a brilliant ride here. It's by far his best ride. Not only does he do the big solid manoeuvres, but he's thinking down the line. And Griff, now he really gets it square off the bottom.
Yeah, that was really nice. Looks like he really found his flow on this wave and slowed things down a bit. It looked like his first two waves he was like trying to go too big maybe and rush the sections, where this wave he really like slowed it down and stayed in the pocket, and you can see everything connected a lot more fluidly.
That punch, that vertical pocket work where you set the fins free, but it's executed with power. It was a recipe for success here for Taj Burrow over the years. Always setting the fins free. Did it better than anyone. And I think that's going to help Josh Burke post a good number here. Also got a replay of Tidley Island, who's had some real moments already in this heat. Dropped a 7.5 on his previous wave.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this kid surfs good. Never seen him surf before. This is awesome. Kind of got stuck on that turn a little bit, and then just kind of petered out. But he's got a 7.5, so best wave of the heat. He's in a good position. Just got to...
Yeah, well, he's trying to improve on a 5.5 to increase his lead here at the moment. Still plenty of time. 11.5 minutes remaining here. We got the current world #1 in the booth, the 78 world champ. Life's good here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. So good to be back here on the Gold Coast, especially when you're sitting next to the king, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Thanks for having us, folks.
So stoked that this event's on, and we've been waiting for months for the world's best surfers to turn up. And we've got one of them right next to us, which is pretty cool.
Oh, it's awesome being able to have a chat with you. Griffin Colapinto with us to call this first heat. The round of 80 for the men, and Josh Burke is starting to catch fire out here. A couple of 7-point rides for him. Good scores across the board, really. Geordie Marie's got some work to do, but he's out there in a good position, second in that priority order, so he'll look to fight back. But we've been touching on your mindset, Griff, just how you're in such a good space at the moment. Obviously, your mental space is always pretty good when you're sitting number one on the ratings, but also for you, last year you were watching your brother battle away on the Challenger Series. Now he's there as a full-time campaigner on the CT, and you know, as a rookie, he did really well to get himself above that cut line. You must be proud of him.
Oh, I'm so proud of him, yeah. He had like a year or two that he just couldn't make a heat and struggling. He like was barely getting into the challengers. I think he was getting some wild cards here and there, and he was just flopping in those, flopping in the QSs. And,
just a flop fest.
Yeah, just a full flop fest. And that was really hard for me to watch because I know how good of a surfer he was, and it was just like his mental state wasn't there. And I think maybe he wasn't like committing himself fully to everything, like the training, the mental prep, all that stuff was just like not fully committed. And then when we saw him like switch into gears and go all in and find that motivation again, he just went full force and made the tour.
Yeah, powered, and he's doing really well. Geordie Marie now needs to make some ground up here. He's fallen a little behind his rivals in this heat at the moment, and just forcing it up over the section there. Can't make that turn stick. 7.5 minutes to go, and he'll likely still be looking for a pretty decent number. But at this point in time, he'd just be happy to break combination. Prior to that wave was after a 2-wave total of 13.6. 7 minutes to go. It's going to be difficult for him.
And Griff, you know, you probably had a lot of simulated heats with your brother along the way, but what's it like to compete with him at the highest level when, you know, for you it's so important, you know, to end up in that top two sort of going into that final five, and there's your brother trying to qualify.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. We had our first heat together over at Bell's, and we had never really surfed a heat together even as amateurs, so that was a pretty crazy moment. But yeah, I think he really, really wanted to beat me, and I don't know, I think just because he's the younger brother, he probably was really fired up on that. And then I just want to see Crosby do good. So it's kind of like a hard one for me. I wasn't even that stoked after I made it because I was like, oh, well, my brother's out. And it's like kind of that bittersweet thing.
Right.
But it's been really nice having Cros on tour, and I feel like it's making me learn even more because when he surfs a heat, I'm so invested in it, and I'm watching all his mistakes he makes or the things he does well, and I feel like I'm able to like really carry that over into my heat too. And so it's been a fun dynamic, yeah.
I'm looking forward to your next heat because that one at Bell's was one of the world's greatest fizzes.
Yeah, big time.
Nothing really happened. Crosby sat out there for half the heat waiting for a wave.
Yeah.
But here we go, Geordie Marie. He's just looking to rally on the inside here. He's got some speed down the line. Might need to throw an air to finish this wave off if he's going to take it up into the excellent range. He sticks to that more traditional approach, throws that board vertically. But as I said before, you know, he was in combination. His previous ride's probably going to break that. But he's now after a 9.17 to get himself up into second, and that wasn't it.
Now, it's a really interesting dynamic, right? Because what we've got the big high tides at night. So what we're coming up to is a big low tide now. And on the low tide, see, with the goofy footers, they've got to get that, be able to come square off the bottom, go vertical. But when you come to that Marley Rock and you've got that really fast, like, section over about 2 inches of water, it's actually quite hard on your back end.
And Griff, you can speak to this. You know, you get a wave that's half the size of the sets midway down the point here. You have to throw something truly dynamic, something world-class if you're going to get yourself a big number.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Any wave that's like half of a set wave, you kind of got to, you know, do your absolute best surfing to get up into the excellent range, or even like a 6 or a 7, you know. And so yeah, it would have been nice for Jordy if he went for something bigger on that. Because he's already got, what, a 4.7? I don't know if that'll better, so. But, oh, there's Cross. Hey, buddy. Can you hear me? Oh, there's Jet, Cade, Eli, the boys.
The squad, and they just willed each other on to such amazing results last year. Jet was the one surfer that didn't graduate to the CT ranks, but then he turned up at the World Junior Championships and got himself a world title.
Yeah, that was so cool. Like he was like the one guy that didn't get in there, and we all were like super bummed, that didn't work out. And then he went and won the World Juniors, and now he's coming into this season. He's looking super focused, been working really hard and extremely motivated. So I think he's going to be a big threat on the Challengers this year for sure. But this year now with Levi, he's got priority. He needs a 7 with 3 minutes left. This is big pressure moment. He only has one wave. I hope a set comes just to see how he can perform on that wave with so much pressure. And here's Jordy's trying to get it going on the inside, but like we said, he's got to go big. Might get stuck here. But yeah, we'll see if Levi's able to perform with 3 minutes to go. It's an exciting moment.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because for spectators, you watch these earlier rounds and they really don't seem that consequential. You're not going to get an event winner out of this first day competition. You've got to get through quite a few heats, but for these competitors, it's the start of a big campaign to try and get onto the CT, and every round counts.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you got to treat every heat like it's your last, basically.
I saw Kira Pinkerton, who lost out earlier today, had already put something on social media saying how disappointed she was. Massive expectations coming into the first event. Felt her surfing was really good, and competitively just didn't put it together. So I feel like too could be a little dangerous if you were out here watching the trials yesterday and investing too much in the consistency of the conditions, because it's been a little slower and you've had to be very sharp and on your game out here today, Bugs.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, we saw also Ziggy, who won the trials yesterday, sat out there and was ultra selective to the point where she basically didn't get a good wave at all. And she won the trials yesterday.
Wow, crazy.
So 2 minutes, the pressure's building, isn't it?
I'm hearing whistles, I think, maybe.
Here we go. This guy, Tide Lee Island, is doing a very, very good job of holding off some real talent here. And he's going after the lead. He needs a 6.57. And he's going to find some more space down the line here. A couple of solid hits. And here goes Levi going after one of these top 2 spots. Needs a 7.11. Does have some big airs he can count on. He might need one here. Wow. He's going to pull it out of the bag. Holds on. Stands tall for a moment.
Well, that's what it's all about right there.
Clutch. I was going to say that. You want, obviously, to go into a heat and get some momentum early and try and get control of the lineup. But is there anything better than chasing a number and getting an opportunity at a world-class wave?
Oh, it's the best feeling in the world. That's why we compete for this moment right here. He was really smart to go for that air on the inside because it was a little sleepy out here and didn't have much lip line. Got some carves done, which was nice, but if he doesn't go for the air, it leaves it a little iffy. Right here, he knows he's got to go for it. Doing.
Doing all on the line.
And this was actually a really good wave, too. This almost had a better wall on it than Levi's wave, and Levi let this one go.
Well, that second turn was money. Got a little sticky through the next 2.
Yeah.
But he certainly put together a solid heat here. Tidley Island. Josh Burke leading the heat. Numbers on the way, though. And we might just see a shift up. Jordan Marie, he got in on the mix as well. Well, the heat's come to a close, but we're still watching the replays unfold here. Now, Jordy did some good surfing, but it was all very tight to the pocket, and he didn't really have a lot of room to open up.
Yeah, that seemed like a hard wave. I think it's going to come down to Levi and Tide Lee here.
You know, I feel Tide Lee got that second turn was unbelievable, but the rest were below his other waves. And then he had that really shallow section that I spoke of on the inside and didn't get another manoeuvre in.
Yep. I don't know if Ty Lee's going to better his score, and then Levi needs a 7.1.
Well, it's a Levi factor.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And if he does pull this off, he gets the score. That's a.
It's so interesting too. I don't even actually like saying it, but like the completion on some of those airs, you've got to be so careful to kind of stand up and look towards the panel at times. For me, it's a make, you know, but like the judges have made it clear on so many occasions that they really want to see you get out in front of that whitewater, and he was sort of looking back at the panel, but stood on the tail of his board a little bit, and there was just a moment where I was like, geez, you want to just make it really clear and obvious. I see yourself even finishing off waves, going way beyond what you need to, just to make it absolutely indefinite.
100%. Yeah, you're right. There was a little moment there where it was looking, you know, he would seem like really in control of the air and stuff, but I guess his board didn't fully like ride out of the whitewater like super clear. So yeah, and that's probably what the judges will be debating at the moment.
Yeah, he stood back
a little bit. Yeah.
Guys, let's get it done.
I think, you know, if I was good enough to execute that manoeuvre, and I would probably look at the beach as well. I'd want credit for it. I wouldn't let anyone take it away from me. But let's have a look at it.
Right there, it looks like he's made it.
Yeah.
And then he just sort of celebrated.
Definitely looks super in control.
Yeah.
He's in control, for sure. He just gets into celebration mode early.
Yeah. We've seen it a few times where people have gone celebration mode too early and they get swiped out by the whitewater and they lose the heat. So it can be sketchy. That actually happened to my brother in Brazil. Not to him, but his competitor did that. He would have got the score against Crosby, but went to do a stand-up claim and got taken out by the whitewater. And actually made Crosby qualify. So,
well, waiting on these numbers to come through. And you can tell that they're actually reviewing some of those earlier rides, because they're not just sitting up there thinking about it. They're going back, they're doing their homework, and they're making sure that they get the numbers right here, because it's going to be super close between not just Tide Lee Island and Levi Slauson, but probably Josh Burke as well. Watching the numbers roll through. Levi Slauson, he gets the number he needs to jump up in the second spot here, 7.4. So obviously getting credit for that final move, but I'm sure Matty Myers will be saying, mate, just next time, get out in front of that thing and make it really clear to the panel and everyone watching on the beach. But fantastic work from Levi Slauson there.
Yeah, that's a huge confidence booster moving through the event now to, you know, start your first heat and pull it out under pressure like that. Now he knows he can do it in every heat, and so, you know, I'd be putting money on him to go far.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Awesome to see you here on the Gold Coast. I know you've been having a good time, and there's more fun to be had this afternoon and into this evening.
Oh, yeah, 100%. So, yeah, hopefully see you guys later.
Most definitely, and we know we're going to see you with a championship tour jersey on here next year. All the best for the rest of the season, mate, and your hunt for the final 5.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate that.
Awesome. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll get stuck into Heat 2, the round of 80 here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Stay with us. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Well, welcome back to the show. How good was that? Having the current world number one in the booth to call the first heat of the round of 80 here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We lose one champion surfer, we introduce another one. Felicity Parmentier joining us for the call as we get stuck now into heat 2. And there is no shortage of intense matchups in this opening round. At the first challenger stop for the season, Kai Paula is up representing Hawaii here in that white jersey, looking for a quick start against a stacked field. And this is Kao Costa, the Brazilian. And we know just the talent depth in the ranks over there on the South American Regional Qualifying Series. So you know all those surfers that made the grade here representing Brazil are going to be world class. Jarvis Earl, a former world junior champ who blitzed it on the Australian Qualifying Series regional ranks this year. He's out there in the red. He'll be a force on that incredible backhand. And Taro Watanabe will be out there in the green. Looking forward to seeing his surfing. I love seeing Taro's free surfing clips. Just a really cool style. Great carving surfer. And here he goes on the Bonsoy replay.
Yeah, this is opening wave for Taro. Gets the fin release there on that first turn. Bit of a wrapping carve for the second and the third. This wave's starting to stand up here on the inside. Gets a really beautiful tail release, followed by another one. Gives it a little bit more juice there on the inside. And again, so beautiful first wave there. And behind him is Kai Paula.
Yeah, Kai Paula has got something to answer here because that was an incredible ride. Looking down the line, keeping the speed going, wraps it round. That was a signature move. And just making every square centimetre of this wave count. He's trying to set up for another really steep section, and there it is. And nice float. So two fantastic rides there. What an exchange.
Yeah, just hanging around the pocket of that wave, just there, trying to place that board as critically as possible was the man in blue. So we've got some numbers dropping now. Watanabe, he gets himself a 5.67 to kick things off here. But if Taro was running by his middle name, do you know what we'd be saying?
Bring it on, what?
His middle name is Kelly Slater.
No.
Taro Watanabe. Yeah, his dad was such a fan of Kelly's that he gave him Kelly Slater as a middle name. So this is true. And he's going to be down here for sure this afternoon at 4 o'clock as the Gold Coast world champions honour Kelly in a heritage heat. It's going to be fun to see.
Oh. I saw glimpses of Kelly Slater in that ride.
He does a lot of work with Brad Gerlach and has in the past with Wave Key, and I actually see, probably a mix of the two in his approach. He's got a really nice frontside slash, but he also has some similarities to Connor Coffin, who worked with Brad Gerlach coming through, and just the way he uses his arms and opens his wings up as he glides through his frontside carves. But Brad Gerlach, underrated rail surfer, great competitor, and I just always loved Ger's unique style for sure. Let's get a word with the winner of the last heat. We'll throw it down to Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Ron, you're running your middle name, aren't you?
I am, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. What's yours, Josh?
My middle name's Alan.
Yeah, John for me. Not quite as good as Kelly Slater. But back to Taro in a minute. Josh, you're usually on the tail end of those buzzer beater heats. How good was it to be so far out in front? You could just watch that one unfold.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the plan, all my plans every heat is to start early like how I did. So, yeah, it felt good to start early and kind of control the heat. And yeah, thanks to Brent is in my corner, Brent Power, and he actually told me to paddle out from Froggies, and that's the reason why I got that first wave. So I'm pretty psyched on that, and I was happy to actually make the first wave too and drop a 7. So yeah, excited.
Still got 6 more heats to go, bruv. Keep that on the down low.
Yeah. Nah, I'm sure everyone will figure it out, but you know. Oh no, yeah, I feel good, and I definitely was very nervous for this heat. You know, it's first event in Challenger Series, first heat, and had a lot of weird thoughts in my head the past week I've been here, because the free surfs are very difficult here. So actually, those are probably my 2 best waves since I've been here. So I'm excited to get my 2 best waves of the whole trip in my heat. So that was the plan, you know.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Talk to us about your journey to get here. You needed a 5th at home in the Barbados Pro. You got a 3rd. How are you feeling coming into this year's Challenger Series?
I feel great. You know, last year was a really weird year for me. I had a lot of injuries, and I never really had injuries before until last year. And I had like 4 injuries last year that really put me down physically and mentally. So I'm 100% healthy now, mentally and physically, and surfing as good as I can up to my potential, and just hope that I could do that, utilize my potential on the waves at Snapper. So I'm excited.
So far, so good. Well done, Josh. We'll see you again later this week. Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Groms.
Thank you, John. And let's get back into the live action. Taro unloading here. 5.67 on his first ride, and really flexing his repertoire on this long wall. Not a big, tall face, though, to work with, so all the moves were somewhat compressed into a small pocket there.
Yeah, it just comes down to wave selection, but I think it's a great backup, especially at this stage in the heat. Just sort of showing a lot of variety, too, just of that big fin release that he gets out of the lip. So we saw different variations of that, and he's obviously going to go up into the lead right now. But, yeah, beautiful surfing from Watanabe. Beautiful.
Yeah, really solid stuff. Kai Pola, though, with the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, that 6.83, those crisp carves out of the lip. And just great speed, but we'll have another look at it. See, Taro's just identified one of those little inside runners here, Bucks.
He sure has, and the rest of them weren't interested in this one at all. You've got to love how fluid he surfs. The variety.
Oh, that's amazing.
And he's just such a loose surfer, and he's throwing everything at this 2-foot wave.
Yeah, really, too, another great surfer from California who had that just fluid, loose approach was Andrew Doheny, Droid. I used to love watching him compete as well. Cal Costa, though, he got his best ride. Great timing out of the lip there.
Yeah, great timing. That first 2-turn combination was really beautiful. You could just see how much spray was flying, and that is because the timing was just so good, but that wave just not really giving him that much more down the line. Those first few manoeuvres, though, were really well done. So good little opener there, but leaves the man out the back, the former world junior champ, Jarvis Earl, yet to open up his account.
Yeah, he's had 11 minutes now.
Happy with priority, though. He's a pretty cool customer, isn't he?
Well, Levi took 12 minutes to get his first wave, and it worked out pretty well for him. Just.
Yeah, he got it done in the end. But I really enjoyed what I saw from Taro on that wave. You know, he doesn't have that typical line. He really seems to have a pretty unique read, and just the moves that he pulls out of the bag at different stages, they do catch you off guard.
Yeah, for me, it feels like he likes to surf really critical in the pocket and really release the fins. I mean, he could prove me wrong on the next wave and take off and go out into the open face, but so far from Taro, I've just seen him get so critical in the pocket. He's been able to release the fins really easily. He's got good variation there, chucked it into reverse for one, but for me, I mean, Costa's opening or second wave there came through to 6.1, and that was just for those, I think it was 3 or 4 maneuvers, but I think all the major points just coming from those first 2 maneuvers. It was bigger section, beautiful combination of maneuvers, so he's already jumped up into second place now.
Yeah, that's a big score.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing about Snapper. If you get the one from behind the rock that's going to fizzle halfway, you've got to get your work done straight away, and it does offer a more vertical face on that outside.
Cool thing about Snapper is there's a couple of different waves that you can look for out here, Bugs. It's not always those big sets that turn into huge numbers and give you the best opportunities down the line.
No, it's the ones that just wrap onto the bank perfectly, because even if it's a 2-foot wave that's square off the bottom, you can get some, full repertoire.
And Taro, I think, identified that because, on a wave that wasn't standing too tall, he found a lot of energy to tap into, and he's actually turned in the best number of the heat so far, a 6.87 to jump up into first place here. And they're the ones that the best surfers out here in years gone by when the Championship Tour event was unfolding. When you've got less experienced competitors in this lineup thinking that they want to get a set wave, the best guys would scramble to the inside, find one that, like Bug said, hits that sandbar perfectly and maybe even grows as it goes down the line and really gives you almost a slingshot into your turns.
I feel like, it gives you more speed. That's what my takeaway is from that. And one person I also think on the women's side that's so good at doing that is Steph Gilmore. I've just seen her take off, even last year in this event, take off on a wave that literally is about 2 foot big, and it just ends up getting bigger and bigger down the line. She's able to just sink into these big open face carving hacks, and you're thinking, hang on a second, this wave was 2 foot in the beginning and now it's 4 foot. But she's great at that. Dimity Stoyle's another one. She just loves sitting behind the rock and finding those little waves. But yeah, it's an amazing wave how it does do that. And I think, it speaks to what you were saying, Ron, that you can, be this rookie on tour or your first time in the Challenger Series, think you just have to wait for this set wave because, that equals a bigger score, but not necessarily.
So on the inside, finding some space, throws the tail and doesn't quite ride out, but did get the board back under his feet for a moment. But he could afford to push it because he is trying to get himself something better than a 5, 6, 7. On the outside, nice big tail release there for Koa Costa, but he's unable to ride out of that move. Lost control.
Well, halfway through the heat now, and young Jarvis needs to probably get away. He's in that position now where he's got to wait for a bomb.
Yeah, he's still got enough time. I guess the big thing is converting now on this first wave, because if he doesn't, he's at obviously the wrong end of the priority order without a number. So this next wave, or his first wave, needs to count.
Yeah, you can't be making mistakes. If he falls, he's at the end of that priority rotation, and things are going to get really difficult. But I feel like he's so seasoned. He's had a lot of reps on the board. He's competed so much as a junior. Obviously got that World Junior title. So, and the point of difference on his backhand too. So I feel confident. I feel like, what you said earlier today, Bugs, I feel like being on your backhand out here in these sort of conditions is an advantage because, we're seeing a lot of out-in-the-face surfing from these natural footers, regular footers, but on your backhand, you have that ability to get super tight and critical in the pocket when, on your forehand, you might not necessarily have that.
Yeah, it's nearly like a certain wave you're looking for that just slows up on the bank on the backhand and really allows you to do 4 or 5 of them, just, rip them off.
Well, just on 14 minutes to go here, and Jarvis Earl with priority on the outside, yet to put a score on the board. But we'll see if he can turn it around as we take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. And here goes Jarvis Earl. He's waited a long time for this ride. As we see Dolphins on the outside, passing by Snapper Rocks. Jarvis gets to work. Nice vertical hit there. Well, the wave breaks up for a moment, though. He'll get some more opportunities down the line here. Needs to make it count, putting everything into each of these hits. Linking it together pretty nicely, but this wave's starting to stretch out a little bit. He might not get back out in front of it and doesn't. So Jarvis Earl waited more than half the heat for his opportunity there. We said that he had to convert. Has he converted there, Bugs?
Well, the wave itself didn't hit the bank. You know, and he kind of, you felt like he was really wrestling with the wave, getting good turns in, good manoeuvres, but the wave itself, it didn't have that draw off the bottom.
Yeah. No, and as a result, it feels like it's going to be a below average wave.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, Bugs. It just, I mean, there was some work done on the outside here, but this section here just gets a bit sleepy. You can really see it's not drawing off the bank. Here it starts to stand up a little bit, but it just doesn't look like the flow's completely there, like and the pace almost, and this inside section just ran off in front of him, but he...
You know, it was a well-surfed wave. He milked everything he could out of this wave, but I just felt like compared to some of the waves that Taro and Kai have got, they hit the bank properly and really allowed them to do a fluid manoeuvre, no breaks.
Yeah. As you said earlier, Bugs, the advantage of being on the back end is finding a wave that allows you to tap into that rhythm of drawing hard off the bottom into the pocket and squaring up and letting go of big explosive turns. And Jarvis on the outside had one opportunity, and on the inside the wave was not really doing it for him. So it was just a little tight, not really able to fully commit to any of those turns. Had to keep that down the line rhythm happening, and as a result, he's only managed the 4.67. Still a handy score for him at this point in the heat. Needs a 4.61 to jump up into second place. But I think we see him now just completely shift things up and look to chip away at the requirement on an insider maybe and give himself a better shot coming into the final 10 minutes here.
Yeah, you got to be thinking that, well, his last priority right now. It's going to be interesting to see where he positions himself, but I think if waves start coming through, he's going to be surfing.
Each of his competitors has a 6-point ride.
Yeah.
That's right.
And he's 2 points off the pace.
Yep.
And Kai Paul is sitting there at that 6.83. He hasn't had a backup wave yet, so it's a bit of a dangerous situation for Jarvis at this point.
Bugs, Jarvis from down there around the Shire. Yep. He's been coached by Luke Egan in the past, but I mean, geez, Cronulla over the years has produced some great goofy-footed surfers, hasn't it?
Well, you know, Mark Occhilupo, Jim Banks. I mean, it's just...
Richard Dogmarsh, Andy King.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
Connor O'Leary.
Oh, hang on.
Connor O'Leary. God, Lennox Head won't like that.
Originally from there.
Yeah, he's
and, of course, Gary Green.
Oh, the great Gary Green. I've seen Greeny a few times at the airport. He works in baggage services there, and always great to see him.
So great.
Here we go. This is Cal Costa, and he has shown some real potential here, and let's see if he can finish one off. Already has a 6.1 and just gets a little tangled up. I think there's a real desire to rip into his turns as hard as he possibly can here in this opening round and put together a bit of a highlight reel, but it's almost costing him some finishes.
Yeah, possibly for sure. I think like maybe just the read at the end section of that wave wasn't quite on, but I mean, he's looking to improve on a 3.17. Let's have a look here. So he brings it through to that instant. I mean, it was beautiful surfing and good timing from these two turns. So loose on the fins there. But maybe, you got to think he brought that second turn around a bit too far, and then that cost him the rest of the wave. So
he looks like a lanky guy, very strong. Can really leverage his height and draw through those calves beautifully. Reminds me of Jorgen Cousineau, who we've seen compete in the Challenger Series before, and I don't know, it definitely if you've got spark in your surfing and you're that big, when you lay that board over, it's accentuated in the amount of water you move. And as I said, he's had some highlight moments on his rides, but also taken some falls. He's left some points out there.
Yeah.
Jarvis Earl now. Better looking wave. This one drawing off the bank a little more. Let's see if he can find the rhythm on the back end here. Takes his time with this section. Just starts to lose a bit of flow towards the end of this ride. Didn't need a whole lot to make the jump up in the second, but we do have numbers to come for Costa that might push the requirement higher for the Australian. Kai Paula. He has a 6.83. This is his second shot at a number, and he's going to get the completion on the rotation here on the inside.
That was good surfing from Kai. He obviously needed a backup. He's only sitting out there with that 6.83, and he needed a finish. He couldn't make a mistake, and he didn't. And put it all on the line on that last turn too. It was really good surfing. Going to make that job. You know, you've got to be thinking he's going to be jumping up into second now. What did you make of this, Bugs?
Yeah, well, we didn't quite get the start of it, but here it is. You know, it's this series of snaps. It's a sort of a weak-looking wave, but he certainly milks it for everything it's worth. He needed to get a wave. He got that 6.83 to start with. And right here, it looks like it's done, but he gets a nice little rotation here, surfs out of it cleanly. You know, you've got to be thinking it's not a bad backup.
No, I think it's good, and I think with the wave that he had, he surfed it to the best that he could, you know? He surfed tight, he surfed in the pocket, there was variation there, brought it through the inside here, gets the rotation, and I like, you know, that was a really difficult wave to surf. Just what you said, it just didn't have that energy, and then, look, this was Jarvis's second wave, and to me, that, just the timing was off from the beginning. You could see it here. And just the pace as well. You could see the frustration from Jarvis, just not quite finding the waves that he needs for the type of surfing he's doing out here.
You could tell he wanted to just explode. You know, he wanted to just explode onto that wave, but again, the wave itself, I felt it didn't hit the bank properly. You know, and he's just getting, and it's that desperate time when he needs to get a 6 to get into this heat proper, Ronnie.
Yeah, he's got 5 minutes to turn this around. After a 6.93, and that's that deficit that he's trying to make up at the moment. The fact that each of his competitors has that mid-range 6-point ride has left him, you know, a little off pace, and you just get the feeling with where he's sitting in that priority order too, it's going to work against him. Taro Watanabe, he's hanging on to that #1 position, and honestly, we haven't even really seen Taro on a quality wave just yet. We've seen him on some smaller waves that hit the bank kind of nicely, but if he gets the opportunity to open up, he'll only need 3 turns to get himself an excellent score. He's that strong.
He's really strong. So this is a real, you know, right now, those top 3 guys there are very, very close. Look at the scores required. Not that much. Jarvis Earl needs a 7.
Yeah, very, very achievable. You know, it's always, it looks a little worse than maybe what the situation is when you just have had no rhythm. But you look at Jarvis, he hasn't been on good waves. He hasn't really put one together just yet, and he still only needs a 7 to get himself in the mix here. He's taking a ride here, taking a chance on this one. Nice carve to get started. Let's see if he can find his rhythm on this one. This wave's got a decent tempo to kick things off. He's already done a few decent turns on the outside, and a solid finish there. Really making something of that final section. It wasn't tall, but it was punchy, and he absolutely clouded it.
Yeah, that was by far his best ride.
And here's that cool pace from Watanabe, who just throws something different at you every time he approaches the lip. Great combinations. And he's just put himself in this position where he doesn't have that look of desperation in his surfing, and it's fun to see.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't have the desperation in his surf. I'm just so surprised and admiring just the variation that he has and the comfortability he has in going into the lip, because I mean, out here you're putting a lot on the line going into the lip. Let's break down this one from Jarvis. For me, this is his best wave. It looked like he was the most rhythm he's had all heat. However, I still feel like maybe it was ever so slightly off. You could just see it there on that third turn, but this felt better to me. This felt solid, consecutive amount of backhand hits, and yeah, in my eyes, his best wave of the heat.
The mark of a great point break surfer, Bugs, is patience, and Jarvis has been taking off and almost speeding towards his first move, trying to get something big and explosive happening. That time just went to a cutback just to set the flow and the pace of the wave, and it really helped him.
He got in a great rhythm on that wave. His second manoeuvre was outstanding. The finish was outstanding.
And he's now got a 6-point ride of his own, so he's still got work to do with a minute and a half, but he is only after a 5.41 now to get himself up into the top 2. Costa's been pushed back into 4th position. He's been really hurt by his inability to finish waves off. He's after a 5.51 to get in the 2nd spot. And Watanabe, with his variation, his creativity in this lineup, is really starting to push ahead. A 7.3 for him on that last one.
Yeah, that's really solid for him. The rest, there's nothing in their backup, nothing above a 5.
Doesn't this wave, really remind you of the surf ranch and the fact that a lot of the waves throughout the day look similar? So when someone takes off there or takes off here and gets a little creative with their lines and their manoeuvre choices, it stands out, and the judges pick up on it straight away.
I think that wave was a good reminder of, okay, yes, it's snapper, yes, it's a long wave. However, you don't need 10 turns to get a great score. That was 3 turns done in a short distance, just with beautiful variation, and he's dropped a 7.3.
It was 2 amazing turns,
yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, so there you go. And that's the thing about snapper. You can either take off behind the rock and get a barrel, get a 9. You can get a grower and get a 9, or you can do something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just pure genius surfing.
Well, here we go. An opportunity here for the Brazilian. Costa rips into that first turn, cuts back to the bowl. He's after a 5.51 here. Has some speed to burn through this carve. Lays that board over a couple of times before getting to this final couple of hits. Whipping the board through the lip. This one coming to a close as Costa finishes off in style on the outside. The Australian Jarvis Earl gets another opportunity here and starts swinging hard at the lip. A couple of solid hits for him. Whoa. And that's not all. Paulo also getting into the mix. Kai just desperately trying to defend this 2nd spot at the moment. This wave getting a little funky down the line. It's going to break in half and not really provide him with a big finish.
But we didn't see the start, Ronnie. There's 3, an amazing exchange to finish this heat.
Oh, so much good surfboard riding just went down.
A lot of good craft riding has just unfolded here in the dying stages.
Flaring on the hardware.
2nd heat of the round of 80 here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Things are going to be super interesting here with that last-minute exchange in the dying stages. Did Jarvis Earl leave his run too late? Has Costa done enough to elevate his position and crack the top 2 here? Let's have another look at it from the opening stages.
Yeah, so Costa needing a 5.51 on this one. Couple of nice moves out the back, brings it around here on the inside. He's able to go to that big open face rail turn, gets another one. Also looking for a finish here on the inside. Wave gets a bit small, but he stays with it. Needs a 5.51. Out the back behind him, Jarvis.
Yeah, well, Jarvis attacks this wave. He's got a lot of energy. His backhand surfing, he got caught up a little bit there, gets around this section and finishes it solid.
Wow.
Oof. Wow.
Now this is the interesting ride.
Yeah, this one of Kai, he's looking to improve on a 4.77. If he does that, he's going to jump up into, he's going to make that job harder. A lot of scores need to be dropped here. A lot to deliberate on.
Kai's wave just looked a little sleepy compared to what we saw from Jarvis.
Yep.
And Cal Costa. Numbers through for Costa. 5.57. So he has jumped up in the second spot already, Jarvis Earl. He needs a 5.47 out of his last ride to climb up in the second, and he did do some fantastic work on that wave.
Wow.
He did. I'm just concerned about that section where he got a bit caught behind. But those last 2 turns from Jarvis, explosive.
I got a new favourite surfer. Tara Kelly Slater wanted Abi. Doing great stuff in that heat.
Jarvis Earl.
Jarvis Earl is going to get the jump here, 5.83. He climbs up into second spot.
Wow.
They were solid hits, those last 2 turns.
We're waiting for Kai. There's one more score to come in.
And Kai doesn't need a whole lot, a 5.2. So still waiting on the result here.
Oh, don't know. It's going to be close.
Wow.
Well, it definitely didn't feel like it had the same kind of energy in it that we saw from Jarvis Earl and Cal Costa on the last exchange. Kai Paula's wave, but he doesn't need as much as them to get back into the top 2.
No, not enough.
Not enough for Kai Paula, so he's going to finish up in 4th position.
It's in my... I'll get it.
Cal Costa in 3rd. Jarvis Earl is going to save himself with a last-minute turnaround, and Tara Watanabe, he absolutely dominated that heat from start to finish. Another big one in the bag here. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Rich to call Heat 3 right after the break.
Taking a look down from our Gold Coast flight cam, it's a beautiful midday here, opening day of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. It's been some great action here at Snapper Rocks and incredible surfing by both the women and the men. We're into heat number 3 for our men's opening round, and we're really enjoying the show that's going down here on the Gold Coast. Kai Pagura, along with former C-tier and master hydrologist Richie Lovett. Hydrodynamics.
I love this new name that you've given me.
Yeah,
folks.
yeah. Well, you understand flow, you understand shaping, you understand fins a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, great. And the waves have been holding up. The conditions are great.
Yeah, it's firing. You know, we saw the opening round of the women. We saw some amazing surfing, some great scores. The men have opened up and just thrown down a couple of big hammers. We've seen scores going up into the excellent range already. And wow, what a battle that last heat was. Jarvis Earl just saving himself on that final ride just after a slow start to that heat. But yeah, great heats. Very, very, you know, action-packed, seesawing lead changes. Mate, we're only in the first couple of hours of the event.
What a great way to start. Charlie Crivant in the red jersey. Guillermo Ribeiro out of Brazil in actually Guillermo out of Caparica, Portugal is out there in the blue jersey. Rafael Teixeira from Brazil out there, as well as Daniel Emsley. Let's start off here with Charlie.
Yeah, so Charlie getting this one from behind the rock. Gets a little bit of tube time. Makes it out on the open face again. Nice quick slash down. Big roundhouse wrap. Through to the inside section. Tags the lip. Releases the fins. Just a nice pace to this wave as he comes through the inside. Big oval-shaped wrap as he comes right down, finishes off, hits it again. So a series of really nice turns there on that wave.
Here's Teixeira.
This is Rafael on the backhand. Wow, just displacing some amazing water. Just sending plumes of whitewash skyward here.
Yeah, a QS veteran here, 30 years old, over 10 years on the QS.
And I see shades of a bigger set CJ Hobgood in the way he surfs. Tucks that back leg in, the arm placement. It's very similar to CJ.
Yeah, the hand. So Teixeira, one of the veterans out here in this heat, along with Charlie Crevant. Charlie, 28 years old, representing France, 10 years on the QS. So we got two of the more mature competitors up against two youngsters in the way of Guilherme Ribeiro, 22 years old, out of, like I said, Caprica, Portugal, and Daniel Emsley, just 20 years old, out of East London. There's Guilherme. Hey, let's hear from the winner of last heat, Taro Watanabe. Stace, dominant performance.
Indeed, Kipes. I have one question for you. How do you put your free surfing together in your heats like that? That was a sensational performance.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, it's been definitely hard to do that on the QS. I feel like the last couple events I just haven't surfed too good, but I got into this event as an alternate, and so I really have nothing to lose, and it's so perfect out there, so fun. But yeah, it's just sick waves, sick place, psyched to be here.
Good on you, we're psyched to have you. How do you keep that excitement up when you look at this wave, you look at your surfing? In reality, this is one of the best chances you have to put a big result on the board and stay on the Challenger Series. How do you contain kind of the excitement, but then also this massive opportunity that you've got?
Yeah, for sure. It's like you want to be loose, but you don't want to be just flailing around, going too big for stuff on waves. You finish and get a good score. So it's just like a fine line between that, and I felt like that I started good, got the wave with, I don't think first priority, but second priority or something, and then I just sat and waited for one that I knew was going to better, and yeah, it worked out. So
how do you balance the film projects with Felipe Toledo and Chipper Wilson around the world and then jumping into Rashi?
It's just surfing, I'm just stoked to be surfing and thankful to my sponsors, Hurley, Monster, Heisel, all these guys that help me travel the world, and I just love surfing, and I'm free surfing or surfing in a comp, I'm stoked either way. So.
It certainly shows. We're loving watching you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon here. Thanks, Taro.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, great surfing talent there with Taro Watanabe. Checking out some of his free surf clips, incredible. Just has that throw it down, pick it up, full hack that he does on the forehand. That's pretty incredible, pretty impressive to see.
So impressive, and I hope that he keeps putting the jersey on, because with performances like that, he is going to go a long way in the draw here at Snapper Rocks if he can keep that type of form up. But man, out of this current crop, he's instantly one of my sort of picks for this event out of this excuse me, opening round.
Yeah, great surfing, and it's been a great day so far. We're going to go through 8 heats in this round. This is the round of 80 for the men, so 8 heats to finish the day. Then we'll have our the champion Snapper World Champion Expression session later on this afternoon with Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Steph Gilmore, and Mark Occhilupo to end up the day.
Yeah, I was having a little chat to Occy just over lunch down there in the VIP area, and he was pretty excited, contained. Local knowledge. He's always comfortable out here. He's often first out in the morning. Ock likes to get up long before daybreak. and prepare for his surfs. But yeah, he was eyeing off a couple. He's going, oh, I think there's a few behind the rock that we might be able to sit up there and get a couple little tube rides.
Nice. Well, look forward to seeing it. We got the numbers in right now. Charlie with a 5.83, a 6.5 start for Teixeira. Here we go with Guilherme Ribeiro, the Portuguese surfer with a big arcing carve, bangs the lip a couple of times here. Some variety, gets the fins loose on that one. Wave keeps on giving. Eases through a roundhouse cutback, nice rebound, and a great start there. So we'll be waiting for the number 4, the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, that was really a story of a wave that started out really well, powerful impact turns, and started to just taper off as the story went on down the line. But he got some great work done out the back here. So streaking down the line, pumping for speed. Now the wave slows up. A huge gaff to start off. Quick snap for the second. Tags the lip with some tail release. And then a foam climb. So as you said, Kibes, great variety. Nice wrapping cutback to finish things off. So he's in this heat now.
I love it in slow motion here.
Oh, great execution here. You can see how high on the lip he went. Kind of went high and carved down into it. Straight back on the bottom turn, and then more of a snap for the second turn. Really pivoting off the lip rather than carving. Comes around again for this third one. And watch him kick the tail out. So gets that slide, gets the release.
Coming out of that to live action here. Greg Emsley. Daniel Emsley. I'm sorry for the Freudian slip right there. Greg being his uncle, former championship tour surfer. Daniel with a great pedigree in his surfing and some strong turns all the way down the line for the South African. Gets a bonus on the inside here and bangs the finish.
There's some nice surfing there, and well, the second name says it all.
Teixeira on his second wave. Looking loose on the backhand, floats up, catches the rail on the way down.
Wow, that was a bad fall there for Raphael. Just unable to stick that one, just caught an edge. Yeah, Daniel Emsley. Well, I did the tour for many years with Greg Emsley.
Yeah.
Nicknamed Bigfoot. Very, very sturdy, reliable competitor. Always very sure-footed, and was very, very consistent. Always did well down there at J-Bay. Let's watch a replay here. So really dynamic step to start things off, and a beautiful carve. So connecting these 3 turns really well. Now he gets some good wrap work through the inside. Maybe a little bit repetitive, Kipes, through these middle section and these final little moments here on this wave. Just tags that final section, but powerful opening couple of turns here. Really carving down, using a lot of power. Sits on the bottom turn, using the toe side rail, straight back up again. Nice flow.
Yeah, great flow, and we await the number for this effort by the South African hailing from East London, South Africa. There he is on the paddle back out. Strong surfer. So when you talked about Greg that you were on tour with,
yeah,
I believe that's his uncle.
Yes.
So this is the nephew of Greg Emsley, Daniel Emsley.
Yes, I believe so. I think that's how the story goes.
Yeah, that's how we're painting.
That.
You can clarify that to us, any of your experts out there, but I think that's how the story goes, and we're still waiting for the score.
You could see on that wave, Cops, he was trying to contain himself too,
yeah,
and that's something that happens at Snapper Rocks. You do the warm-ups, you're with the crowd, you put the jersey on, and all of a sudden you actually have a full open canvas to really start, opening up with your repertoire, but you've got to contain your performance somewhat, not over froth.
Teixeira again looking sharp and just swinging his board on the backhand, but gets a little disinterested at the end, kicks out early. Talk about Rafael Teixeira, 30 years old, over 10 years on the qualifying series. Just one of those kind of underground South American surfers that has like a really high he's a high-performance surfer, is able to bring dynamic surfing, but just never put it together for an entire season.
Yeah, well, consistency is, in any sport, is the defining factor, really. And you can get a win and then drop off, you know, and you're never going to have a long career. You have to be able to do it time and time again. You get these journeymen that, you know, will spend a dozen years just trying to make it. The surfing's there, but just there's an element missing. He needs to find that element that's missing. To me, it's just the consistency, because he has had some good results. I don't think he's broken through just for that real big win, but he needs to find it.
Yeah, and we've seen that story before. We're going to get back to that story, because this is going to be the second wave for Emsley. Opened up with a 6.2 for his opener. So valuable number already in the score bank. Pokes the nose, unfortunately goes down. Lining up here, Charlie opens the shoulders for a big couple of carves.
Wow.
Draws out that layback, and again, opening up the entire body on these carves. The release there for some variety. Gem of a wave. Great connectivity down the line here for the French surfer until he just catches a rail there, but he got a lot of work done before that fall. Ribeiro. Nothing going there.
Yeah, you can see just kicked out there right in front of Charlie, because he wants to make sure he gets back out the back and regains a better priority situation. But that was an amazing wave there. No doubt break it down on the replay. Geez, yeah, great flow on that wave. I think he may have even done one or two turns before we saw the middle section of that ride.
Yeah, Charlie, one of those performers, again, that, you know, puts up incredible free surf clips he puts on. Really quick surfer. Not a big name outside of France, but he's got a great support squad with all the good people over at Volcom behind him. And that was some great surfing as we await that number. Ribeiro on the paddle back out right here. Here's some replays for you, starting with Ribeiro.
Okay, so Ribeiro up and riding, tags the lip there, drifts down, and then comes and backs it up with a huge hack and a third. So this wave just kept giving down the line. And Ribeiro just tags it one after the other. Nice little rebound. Cutting back now, but geez, he got some good work done outside. Really started to dig into that vertical approach. And this is Charlie Crabot here. Oh, big opening carve. Possibly the biggest wave of the day that we've seen so far. And again, huge hack. Really clean, flowing style. Mixes it up with a big layback. Mate, just slicing and dicing this thing all the way down through the inside. And just trips up here on this final moment. But, man, some incredible turns on that, Kipes.
It's just opening up the body here, bringing it all the way back. And then almost fading these bottom turns to put them back into the critical section.
He's got good leverage, doesn't he? Nice wide stance here. Watch this. Lays that back arm back. Turns around it. Uses that back arm as sort of like a pivot point, like a trailing point through the turn. But the combination, the way he's getting off on his heel side rail, straight onto his toe side, onto the bottom turn, back up into the lip again. Very smooth.
Smooth, committed surfing by the French surfer. We're going to see what the number unveils for him, but I feel it's going to be something meaningful, and I think it's going to take him into the lead.
Well, mid-range scores for all our competitors so far, and then we've got a couple of big numbers that are going to drop in here. You would have to think that Charlie and Guilherme, they're going to drop some good numbers here.
Yep.
And we're going to see a leaderboard change.
Take a look on the paddle back out for the French surfer. He did go excellent, 8.17, as we suspected.
Well, imagine if he made that last turn.
Yeah, we're looking in the 9 range.
Yeah, he could have been dropping the number of the day.
As it is, that was such connected surfing. There was variety.
Yeah.
There was flow. There wasn't any bobbles in between any of those maneuvers. There's the whole list from the judges.
Yep, so excellent right across the board there. Unanimous from the judges. High and low score. We kick those in the can and then average out the middle 3.
Let's take a Bonsoy brew break and let you calm down. We saw some big numbers and great surfing so far today. Opening day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. I'm down here at the Boost Mobile activation tent, and there is plenty going on. If you've got a favourite surfer, I guarantee they're down here. Sally Fitzgibbons, Jarvis Earl, Morgan Sibilic, and a host of other crew from Boost Mobile's team are down here. The Huppets trio going absolutely mad. And my favourite of them all, young fella on the end, Louis DeGucci. Louis, how you doing, my son?
Good, how are you?
What's the weirdest thing you've signed today?
Probably, I don't know.
It's coming up. I can see some weird units in this line. It's all going down. Thank you, team.
Okay, well, thanks, Boost Mobile.
Back to the regular program. Here we go.
Raphael's swinging through this.
Yeah, so you can see a series of backhand hooks for Raphael. Just sort of fast pivoting turns down the line. And just thinking about those other excellent scores, Kipes, there's some really good surfing here. Raphael loved it. But I'm just paying particular attention to the spray coming off the board here. I'm not seeing as much power and carve off the rail here. And I just think it's going to keep this score maybe down a little bit. I mean, as a wave to surf, this thing would have felt really, really good. He was connected. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how the judges see it. He's selling it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He got a 7.4, but compared to the last two waves of GWM, which was a 7.93, and then that 8.17 of Charlie did come in under those two scores. However, on a two-wave total, Raphael is sitting in second place. Ribeiro looking for a 5.97 to go into that second place. Daniel Emsley, with priority in the green jersey, needs a 7.7 to get back into the game. There's the pack of surfers waiting for the next set.
Okay, so well, this is getting pretty interesting now. Daniel Emsley, he needs to find a good number here because the other three competitors, they're all up in the sevens now for their best wave.
Yeah, so Emsley, his top score is 6.2. All the other competitors have broken into the 7 and above range. So that is with a high water mark right now for the South African and what he needs to achieve if he wants to get out of this opening round.
Yeah, it's a really competitive heat, isn't it, this one? And all our surfers getting great rides. Raphael Teixeira getting that bomb that we just saw on replay. That fast surfing, on the backhand.
I'm loving what I'm seeing, too, right now, Rich, is that lower tide is kind of feast or famine, right? There's like these lulls, and then all of a sudden, like a 3-4 foot set will come through.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this swell will kind of trend up and down through the next couple of days. Be very contestable waves, but super fun conditions here. And this is Charlie just trying to improve on that that mid-range score, the 5. He's not going to do it on that wave.
See that section up there behind the rocks? Offering a little bit of a barrel section. You can see the sand getting churned up back there, Rich.
Yeah, it just keeps coming through, mate. Just keeps slowly funneling down the line here, just adding to the bank. And really, that section behind the rock, it still needs to be another foot or two bigger. And then we'll see it really start to open up, and that's where a lot of the local crew, they just really start to feast out when it starts to break there.
Now, I know in a free surf that would be the gem, but would you necessarily sit back there in a heat?
It's a difficult one, and we'll get back to that in a sec.
Here goes Rafael. Currently in second place. Rafael looking to improve upon a 6.5. Floats that section through. Wave grows down the line. And offers him multiple opportunities for some quick backhand snaps, just like that. Getting in rhythm now.
Wow.
Stabs a vert finish.
Well, that's better than his last wave. So he got a, what did he get? A
7.4
on that last wave. So that's got to go into the excellent range if you're comparing the two. Just had more powerful sections. There was more impact in the turns. But back to your question, Kipes, so if you've got priority, you can go up there. If you're in the first priority, you can definitely go deeper on the point. Otherwise, you need to sort of sit down and be governed by those two surfers at the top priority. Bird's eye view here. Teixeira streaking down the line, floats over that section. Now the wave starts to slow and grow. He starts to wind up on his backhand, clicks that one there. Just great timing, staying nice and tight in that pocket. And you can see just keels over, the legs were burning at that point.
So waiting for the number for Rafael and seeing if he's bettered his position. Anything over a 6.61 will take him into the lead. Note that he did get that wave under priority as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. He didn't have first priority, but got it. I think it'll definitely eclipse the 6.61, so I can feel like he's going to go into first place. The other factors with going too far, you know, there are these wider walls that sort of come down into the bay, and they, as we talked about, they grow. Sometimes the ones up behind the rock, they're really good. They stand up nice and tall at the start, and then they fizzle out a little bit.
Paddle back out for the Brazilian surfer. Lines coming through here. Wind's been holding up in great conditions. And it looks like Teixeira, well, it's going to be right on the border, and he does not improve upon his two-wave total. 6.47. So he hangs on to the 6.5, and he remains in second place. Good news for him, though. He's in second place, and the clock's down to just 3 minutes.
Solid. Well, some good surfing there. Perhaps it was the sort of repetition of the maneuvers that the judges picked up on there. But not much sweep, which is nice. Sometimes in a big swell, that sweep starts to really pull up the coast. And the paddle back out is, well, it flogs you.
It's physical.
It's physical, man. It's like training really hard just to paddle back up and get in position again. And you never sit around like this. See the guys in the lineup right now? They're sitting, waiting. You never do that in a new big swell. You're constantly paddling just to try and keep your position.
Daniel Emsley with priority, green jersey, needs a 7.7. The story really is for the South African. If he can execute now as we count it down to our GWM 2-minute warning. And the pressure continues to mount for Emsley.
Yeah, at this point, he's just trying to will a set to come through. Just give me the opportunity is what he's thinking to himself. And I will deliver.
It's kind of all or nothing right now, too, because that's 7.7. That's a steely number that he needs to come by.
Yeah, that's right up there with the highest scores of the heat so far. So we know he's going to need a decent wave to do it, and then he's going to have to surf out of his skin. But he does have priority.
Surfers paddling up, recognizing a little bit of more energy coming through here as the waves refract around the corner. The vulnerable position right now. Teixeira wants to know the time. He's in second place in advancing position right now. He would love for not another wave to break within this final minute.
Yeah, well, Ribeiro only needs that 5.97. He's in third. Looking to steal second place, second priority. So, you know, Daniel's going to be looking for a certain type of wave,
right.
but, you know, Guilherme, he sort of doesn't need an excellent wave to come through. He can make something of a mid-range wave that can come through, a mid-height wave. If he does some great surfing on it, could be a chance here.
30 seconds.
Here he goes. Like you said, just needs a mid-range score. Can he pull it out? Smaller wave, so he needs something big.
Oh.
And that was not going to do it. Here we go. Emsley's going to have to settle for this. This wave needs to grow. Throws a little limbo lay back there. Smooth wall. Nice rail control through that turn. Big snap here. Skips a couple of sections. So great surfing. But the overall size of the wave may suppress the score. Remember, he needs a 7.7.
My feelings are, Kaipo, that it's just not quite there. Just the wave height let him down a little bit. Some great surfing. There wasn't an exceptional moment there. It looks like...
Ooh.
Looks like Rafael Teixeira is... I don't know whether it's just a little lactic acid build-up and the legs just cramped up on him.
Yeah, let's just hope that's what it is. So we're just waiting for the last score to make it official. 5.47 for Daniel Emsley, not enough. So it will be Charlie Crevant as well as Rafael Teixeira on to the next round.
Yeah, it looks like cramping.
There's the number. Charlie, Rafael, advance on, eliminated Guilherme as well as Daniel.
Exciting heat again. Lots of good scores. Cutthroat, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
We're sending people home already.
It sure is. We're going to step away. We'll be right back with more action from the Gold Coast. It's the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Be back right after this.
Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to opening day. Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Kuiper Girl along with Richie Lovett. Talking you through the heats as we're in heat 4 of the round of 80, the opening round for the men. Leo Casal, Kai Martin, Hiroto Ohara, and Brent Dorrington all out in the lineup. 2 out of the 4 will advance into the next round. I like the international flavor of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Got some great surfers in this one. This is Hiroto. He's been a bit of a fixture on the tour for the last couple of years. Stylish surfer from Japan. Have a look at this. Beautiful tight surfing. Nails that end section. Great way to open up.
Yeah, quick-footed Hiroto Ohara opening up with a 5-point ride. Ohara won the U.S. Open of surfing back in 2015. On his run, actually, to that title, it was pretty cool. In the quarterfinals, he beat Ryan Calnan. He beat Kanoe Igarashi in the semifinals and final against Tanner Hendrickson for that win. One of the biggest moments of the Japanese surfer's career.
Yeah, I still think about that.
And the famous quote, what are you going to do with your money? I'm going to buy some cars. Plural. Not just a car.
A couple of cars.
A couple of cars.
I wonder if he did.
You know, because you need your weekday car. And sometimes you need something a little fancier for the weekends.
Weekend cruiser, bro.
Yeah. You have your commuter car for work, and then you have your weekend cruiser. Only if I could live life that way.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, he's obviously been having aspirations of qualifying since then. That was a while ago now, Kipes, where he had the win.
Yeah. Here we go. Quickly to back it up, staying busy out there. Once again, Ohara. Sharp on the rail. Talk about the quick feet of this surfer. Nice arcing turn there. Able to generate a lot of speed and a lot of flexibility. Straight back up. A little stalled out on the bottom turn to get back up there, but I like what I saw.
Yeah, aggressive approach there from Hiroto. So he's got 2 waves under his belt now. Shades of the great Tom Curran in the style.
Yeah, clean style, Hiroto Ohara. Both, you know, now a husband and a father, growing his family. But here we go. Leo Casal, the sure-footed goofy foot, representing Brazil, living in Australia, and he is just a bank of power, this kid. Just 19 years old. Oh, and ferociously banging away on the backhand for Casal. So we'll be waiting for a couple of scores. While we're waiting for those scores, let's hear from the last heat winner with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. Charlie Quivrant, much better to be out here in the summer injury-free than rehabbing a knee in the winter in France.
Yeah, exactly. It feels good. Especially here in Snapper. I mean, it's a dream come true to be able to surf out here with only like 3 other guys out. I've been watching this contest my whole life when I was a kid, and this is what kind of made me want to be competing. So just being out here and competing in those waves, it's insane.
Talk to us about how you can surf the wave differently with no one in your way.
Yeah, I know. You almost get kind of freaked out. It's too much space. Yeah, but no, it's a good one. Stoked, really happy to be here, for sure.
You mentioned you watched this event a lot as a kid growing up. It will be a CT event next year. This event now very important for you to get a good result.
Yeah, I think it's everything starts from here, you know, and just try to keep the ball rolling from here and have a good year this year and hopefully be back next year.
I like your chances. Well done, mate. Cheers. Thanks, Kai.
That's right. You gotta be surfing next year with just a couple people out. You gotta be on the CT. And that's the goal of all of these Challenger Series competitors. Going through some replays here, starting with Hiroto.
So Hiroto jams off the bottom, gaffs that first turn. Caught a tiny little edge coming out of it, but cleaned it up well. Another big wrapping hook in the pocket, and again, just a layback gaff. And just doesn't quite execute on that foam climb, but got some good work done out the back. And brute muscle and force just powering through these backhand hooks. This is Leo Casal, just a nugget of a human. And you can see just attacking this wave. Strong finishing turn, really vertical.
Yeah, so 7-point ride for that replay of Hiroto Ohara and a 5.83 for Leo Casal.
Yeah, there was that one layback hack that Hiroto did, and that was that special moment on that wave, and I think that's why it went up into the 7s. It was a really dynamic turn, high risk.
High risk, and I feel also something, Rich, that was new to the judges' eyes. That was a turn that we haven't seen at all today. There was a lot of bending in that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Full body contortion. Just, there was that moment during that turn where you go, I don't think he's going to make it. It makes it exciting. The judges get enthusiastic about it. And whenever you're competing in anything above a 7, I feel like when you're out in the water and you hear that number, you kind of, it's a real injection of positivity.
Positive reinforcement. This kid right here, Leo Casal, I've been a big fan of the 19-year-old. He's been originally out of Brazil, but just really traveled the world. First got eyes on him on the west side of Oahu. He was surfing the Relsun Menahuni contest when he was a little grom, and I don't even know where he popped up out of, but I already had like eyes and just identified this kid going, wow, that guy's got something special. Yeah. Since then, he's relocated here to Australia. He goes to school here, and now he's on the second year of the Challenger Series. Here he is again. And just a couple of taps on the backhand. Going back to Ohara now. Wave number 3 for the Japanese surfer. Already has earned a 7-point ride. And putting it together well here. Nice leverage, a nice fade off the bottom turn. Straight vertical. Great rail control. Beautiful finish for Ohara.
Excellent surfing in my mind. Big set wave, and Hiroto just in attack mode from start to finish. This is going to be a big number. Where was Kai and Breno on that one?
So Kai Martin and Brent Dorrington have yet to stand up. Meanwhile, Ohara and Casal have been picking up these waves under that priority.
Wow, that was a real weird situation where Hiroto was able to get this wave off the 2 guys who had first priority. So you can see this thing funneling down the line. Maybe it sort of closed down. Hiroto was a little further down the point, and he just winds up these turns. Beautiful carving flow on the outset. Now he starts to get a bit more aggressive, cuts that down, straight up into the foam, hits it vertically, nice wrapping turn, sits on real pressure on that tail of the board as he just executes those final finishing maneuvers. Just beautiful style here. You can see just those little intricacies where he's just tweaking the tail out, really vertical, actually past vertical. It went to about 12.30 on that one. Sits on the tail again, drives off the fins there. Big rapid cutback, pivots out of it, and then sets up for this final finishing turn. Watch the timing here. Connects with the lip, completely releases the fins on that final turn. Has to be excellent.
Yeah, especially where we compare the previous ride for Hiroto as a 7-point ride. There was much more juice in that.
It was a point better, at least.
So waiting for the numbers to come through.
Wow, what a start to the heat for Hiroto Ohara. Leo Casal, he's building his wave count.
Yeah.
And Kai Martin and Brent Dorrington just waiting to get their heat underway.
Let's go. Hey, well, we got Stace out and about. Stace, what's going on?
Yeah, thanks, Kype. Out and about into my 3rd Oakberry for the day. I'm here with a surf conditions update. I'd say the wave height has stayed the same all day. It's still 3 to 5 feet. Some amazing waves running down the point. But what you will see here with the lower tide is one of the heaviest locals on the planet here at Snapper Rocks, really pushing the limit to see how deep you can get behind the rock. Brent Dorrington, I hope it doesn't cost him his opportunities, because we do know that behind the rock can get a little sleepy with the lower tide. The better waves are there, there's just less of them. So we'll see how Breno goes throughout the remainder of this heat.
Thank you, Stace, with our Oakberry surf conditions update.
Yeah.
So Breno, way behind the rock. That's where he went, Rich.
That's where he went. So he's going to live and die by, you know, that local kind of, what do you call it, stubbornness of staying behind the rock there. But, you know, it could pay off because there are sets that are hitting behind there. And what it does is it doubles up, it triples up. You know, the bottom of the wave basically cups out and it's just a funneling barrel. So if you can navigate, if you can make the drop out the back of the rock there, you're in for a really nice tube ride. And obviously Breno just banking on that happening. He's got to be careful here because like we were talking about in the previous heat, that's the danger of going deep. Is that these longer ones stretch out, that close out section, and it allows the competitors down the line to just pick the eyes out of those better waves.
So Brent Dorrington, the local trials winner, just yesterday took a big win in the local trials to earn his spot into this event. And you know, we talked about it. Hey, would you surf? What would you surf behind the rock in the heat? And I guess the answer for Breno is yes. And I feel there's almost a certain amount of local pride being, because that's like an alpha position right there. Taking off behind the rock, right?
That is all alpha. You know, if you want to mix it up with the local crew out there, you better know what you're doing. And well, good luck to you.
And it's not for the faint of heart, is it?
No. Well, there's backwash that reverberates off the rock. It's a real timing thing, man. You can just get so hammered, and you can actually end up on the rocks if you don't navigate through it. But what this wave does is, when it's a little bigger, you take off, you get that sort of airdrop, and then it takes you on a freight train ride. You know, you get so much speed, you don't think you're actually going to make the barrel, but it just travels you down the line so fast. And, you know, you get the wave of your life out here.
Yeah, 2017, I remember a heat with Jordy Smith and Ezekiel Lau in the afternoon, low tide. They were both behind the rock, dueling in subterranean barrels, and it was just so impressive to see that happen in a contest jersey.
Yeah, you know, that was sick. There's been so many good matchups out here over the years. Remember one with Kersey and Mick and... you know, B, there's been so many, obviously Parko.
The famous Parko Slater final with Parko way behind the rock, but unfortunately Kelly had priority.
Well, we've seen the vent moved up to Kira as well.
Yeah.
We've seen some great moments there. Here we go.
Leo Casal, rapid fire on the backhand, but catches a rail, currently in second place with a 5.83 and a 2.67. We need to talk about also the second ride for Hiroto Ohara, just under that excellent mark at a 7.83. However, 14.83 two-wave total, solid for the Japanese surfer.
Big number, big heat total. And if we're going off trends of today, that heat score will see him get through, but obviously we're not going to speak too soon. There's still just under halfway to go in this heat. But, well, Hiroto, he's found something out here. Just picked a couple of gems and just tagged them.
Yeah, I'm liking the light-footedness and the speed. Meanwhile, in the conversation, Honolulu, Hawaii's Kai Martin out there in the blue jersey, and there's been no sign of Kai either. Kind of caught in no man's land. He's not wide with these surfers that are Hiroto and Leo, who are catching kind of the waves further down the bank, and he's not deep like Breno behind the rock. So interesting to play, and we're down to just 13 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, okay, here we go. It looks like Breno's having a paddle. This looks like a bit of a jam.
Dorrington taking off down there, looks for the cake, finds the cone, travels through the barrel. That's exactly what he was looking for. Turns to the rail here, roundhouse with a rebound. Vert rebound off the whitewater. Nice carve to mix things up. And Dorrington, patient in his approach. A little hung up there at the end, but I love what he just put together.
I like the strategy. You know, just commit to it, sit behind the rock, get the barrel. You know this wave, you surf it every day. And Breno just picking a little gem there. Got some tube time. Wasn't too deep. We still sort of had eyes on him through the barrel, but great way to start the heat. So Breno, a real character, much loved. around the Queensland points. Here he goes, tucking into the barrel. Travel time, travel time. Comes out the exit easily. Big wrapping roundhouse cutback. Love that rebound. Just got caught a little bit on that arc. Just timing down the line, and then on that second foam hit, just got held up. But you can see here, sticks the arm into the wave, trying to slow down. Slotted in the curl. Bit of a curtainy tube, that one. You can see they didn't completely disappear from view. I really like this roundhouse. Watch him rebound up high off the foam. Kind of almost does a backhand turn off that foam as he hits that oncoming section. Nice extension off the top there.
Well, wait for that score. While we're waiting for that score, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. I'm going to take a flat white, please. I'll be back with that score and more here from Snapper. Let's open up the WSL vault back to 2005. Fanning was on fire this year on his way back from a near career-ending injury. 6 months out of the water, and White Lightning came back and lit up Snapper Rocks in a final against Tour rookie Chris Ward this year.
Oh yeah, this was an amazing event. This was actually my last year on Tour Clips. I remember watching this go down. Wardo was just flaring everywhere, real raw kind of style, unpredictable. We saw all the greats, and Mick, he came back bigger and better. This is when he started training the house down. He had the local crowd on hand, but you can see here Wardo took it to him.
Yeah, Wardo beat Sonny D, Damian Hobgood, Andy Irons, Trent Monroe on his way to the final, but that's where he came up against Mick Fanning, and Mick said, my house.
Yeah, my house, my wave, my win. And Fanning just slicing and dicing, and really upped his power output in these years. And I can tell you what, the party that night.
Woohoo! That's a whole nother vault we're going to get into there.
That's a whole nother vault. We might not crack that one open either.
Incredible. Snapper World Champs heat. They're going to be happening. That's how we're going to cap off the day. Call it a delicious dessert, as we're going to have Slater, Fanning, Gilmore, Parko, Aki in the water. That's how we're going to end the day.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Kelly, I actually saw him surfing down at Currumbin yesterday. Top of the point, was sort of controlling all the action down there. Saw him get a couple of good waves. And obviously Mick, well, this is home turf. Just coming off a bit of a knee injury the last couple of months, so he's slowly getting back into form. Ox been out here, obviously, as well. And Steph, well, pressure-free. Competition jerseys off for the year.
Oh, she's on the search.
Yeah, man, she's searching. So You know, she's going to be a delight to watch. I just want to know what she's going to ride.
Right.
Whether it's going to be a 20, whether it's going to be a performance board.
Something cool.
Something cool. She might just do the full, like, you know, groove.
You know, maybe just a expanded polystyrene asymmetrical board glassed in eco resin, maybe.
Well, you never know. Kelly would come with a few. He might actually switch out halfway through because he's done that before.
Yeah, and we're going to see him actually in the next round, Heat 14 of the next round. Kelly Slater is going to actually have, you know.
Good little warm-up for him, actually.
Yeah. Slater coming up against George Pitar and Michael Dunphy and whoever makes it out of Heat 7 of this round. That'll be the round of 64. Maybe happening tomorrow. Forecast is looking good.
Looking good. Some great heats to round out the afternoon's action. This is the opening round for the men's, the round of 80. 2 men enter, no, 4 men enter, 2 men leave.
Leo Casal uses priority. Sharp on the backhand once again, quick in transition. Love the strength of the bottom turn. I see a little arc in this kid right here. Muscling through these sections, stabbing the lip multiple times, has to race down the line here, looking for something, sets up. One more power snap. A little sticky there, but gets about 17 turns down the line. And a finger snap.
Wow, look at the energy, even the board flick out. It's like, take that. So, yeah, he's loving it, he's feeling it. I'm going to sprinkle in a little Tom Carroll in there as well.
Yeah, with that tail pressure that he's able, right?
Absolutely, but you're right, he drives so hard off the bottom.
Another goofy foot in the way of Kai Martin up here with his own brand of backhand slashing. He's going to hit a rib. See how he deals with this. Inside connector. Wave getting pretty small and tapered, so he kicks out.
Wow, so Kai just getting left a little bit behind here with 5 minutes to go. Just over 5 minutes to go. He needs to stay in this. He needs to try and get a score up in that 6 or 7 point range if he really wants to challenge our 2 leaders at the moment. Hiroto Ahara way out in front, 14. Almost a 15-point heat total here. But let's have a look at Leo Casal, the powerhouse, goofy footer. Rips the top off that wave. First 2 turns, so aggressive. He does some good work down the line here. Just keeping all that speed, driving hard off the bottom, attacking the lip. Just ripping it to pieces when he gets that chance. And what these power surfers do is they're able to displace so much water, get so much, you know, fan off the rail of their board once they do their maneuvers. And this is Kai Martin. In contrast, a little smoother style, a bit more light-footed. But just you can see the wave choice not allowing him to really open up and do these big turns.
Yeah, you can see that crease in the wave, and you know, anytime that you're having to do a cutback out here, especially on the backhand, you know, that's just, it's gonna...
No bueno.
Yeah, it's no bueno, right? So a couple of scores coming in, see how it sets the situation. And the last for Leo Casal, almost ready to lock in. It is going to improve upon his situation out in the water. Won't go to first because he needs a 9 to go to first, but gets a 6.3 to extend his lead in the second and advancing position. Kai Martin here on the paddle back out. We're waiting for Kai's number.
Yeah. So Kai Martin in a little bit of trouble here. And Breno, he's looking for a backup score. It's only a mid-ranger at this point.
5.3 for Brent Dorrington to move up into second place. He was patient behind the rock. It paid off in the way of a 6.83. There's been a lot of times we've seen surfers come through heats only riding the minimum of 2 waves. Yep. That could be the case for Brent Dorrington.
Well, I think he knows that, you know, if he's going to go maneuver for maneuver with some of these guys, he's probably not going to get the edge. He needs to really bring that variety, looking for that one solid set wave where he can really maybe get another barrel a bit deeper and then connect those big lovely turns that he does. But yeah, he's been around for a while. He's obviously had the jersey on for many years.
Blue, you go to third. You need a 7.63 to go to second.
Well, there you go. On the paddle back up. Everyone's pushing each other further up.
Start to see the water kipes coming around the point here.
Yeah.
There's a bit more water movement here, and our surfers starting to paddle and stay in position.
Is that a little more drift showing up?
Yeah, that's a little bit more energy in this south swell starting to kick in. It's also the lower tide as well, a bit more movement.
See the hollow section there that we talk about behind the rock. Dropping into this one. Dorrington. Good start. The nice off the top there. Roundhouse wrap. Mind you, 5.3 is his need. Big Bertelmann wrap there. And wave. Those deep ones you talked about it, Rich, just kind of, there, you know, there's opportunity there, but then you don't get the growing section towards the end.
Yeah, that one just faded out as it came down into the bay. So unfortunately for Breno, I don't think this is going to be the number. He needs something more with a couple of big turns, you know, 2-3 turn combination.
Yeah, 3.23, not enough.
Oh.
Our heat leader there.
Well, that was that backwash that I was telling you about. Oh, look at that one spit behind the rock pipe. So
show's starting to show up back there, Rich.
It's really, and you can see all the sand getting dragged around the point here. So there was a double up, and that one went down into the bay. So that would have been a good scoring ride for someone.
And this looks like it's just going to be a ride in for Hiroto Ohara. He's got a big heat total of 14.83. Just a minute remaining. I think he's pretty safe to advance into the next round. The round of 64 for the men. Second place right now, Leo Casal. Ohara just having fun. Gaining on his wave count. Breno, last ditch effort. Still needs a 5.3. Pops an ollie.
Wow. Wow. Hang on. Nice little straight air to finish off. Leo Casal. He's the man in the danger spot right now. Second place. Breno. I think you're needing a 5.3.
5.3 is the number. Your assessment, Rich.
Wow, this is interesting. Okay, well, let's look at Kai Martin's wave first. This is a better wave for Kai. Starts to open up that backhand. Tagging the lip, and again. Starting to get a rhythm going here, but right at the end of the heat, he's possibly left his run too late. But a great wave. This will be his best wave for sure. All the way through to the inside.
It's a big ask. He needs a 7.63. I think more curiously in the conversation is like, Breno, did he get that 5.3?
Yeah, well,
he got a little spicy, popped an ollie at the end.
We'll check the replay and let's have a look. Here we go, Breno. So just down in the bay a little further, gets a nice wrap to start off. Another sleepy cutback. So to this point, he's not building a whole lot of points here, but then gets that little straight air to finish off. Got a couple of credit cards under there.
Here's Kai Boy.
Yeah, I did like this opening combination here. That first turn, really spicy. And then that one again. Nice and vertical, quite light-footed in his approach. All the way through to the inside. So a 7.63 is what he's after. It Kipes when I think about it in comparison to Leo's waves, which were only sort of getting him a 6.3 in that 6.5 mark.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure it's there.
Hot seat, Leo Casal just waiting for the number for Kai Martin. Brent Dorrington did not. 4.7 was not enough for Breno. Now just waiting for Kai Martin and the number for the Hawaiian Breno. This is after the horn. This is just for his own surfing pleasure.
Well, trials winner. So that's a pretty cool moment for him yesterday. Gets a shot at the Challenger Series. But he'll be maybe enjoying a nice Coopers this afternoon.
Not enough for Kai Martin. That 5.83 is not going to do it for the Hawaiian, so it will be Hiroto Ohara and this guy, Leo Casal, moving on into the round of 64.
Let's go.
There's the digits. And we are going to move on to a short commercial break, but the show continues, the action continues, and some greetings over in the surfers area for Leo Casal. Taking a break, we'll see you on the other side of it. We're going to bring in Ronnie and Bugs, talking you through the action.
No shortage of great stuff to get stuck into on Australia's Gold Coast, but today, Saturday afternoon, first day of the Challenger Series for 2024, there isn't a better place to be than right here at Snapper Rocks as the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM continues. Heat number 5 out there in the lineup. And it is a solid collection of competitors from all over the world. Heitor Muller of Brazil will be in the red. Luel Felipe of Brazil in the blue. Ryan Huckabee of the United States out there in the white. And Sheldon Simkus, he'll be out there in the green representing Australia, but it is going to be Heitor getting things started here. Conditions seem to be on the improve. It's been pumping the last couple of heats. Let's hope that trend continues as we move into the afternoon, because we've got big matchups coming your way. None bigger than at 4 o'clock when we send out the world champs, Mark Occhilupo, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning and Stephanie Gilmore. The Gold Coast champions who will be out there to honour Kelly Slater. How fun is that going to be?
That is going to be sensational. So looking forward to making that call with you.
It's going to be insane. I can't wait. And a big crowd already starting to fill in anticipation of some of the greats hitting the lineup here at Snapper Rocks. But some of the greats rising through the ranks are also in this lineup. And this local boy, Sheldon Simkus, has made a real habit of finaling at this venue. He's had a runner-up finish in this event before. And we'll see how he fares. But right now we're seeing the Bonsoy replay of Heitor Muller on his opening ride here.
Yeah, Heitor, kind of a different approach to this wave. He didn't think it was worth finishing it off with a nice little float or snap. He just went for it, threw his board in the air, but he got some points done before that.
Bugs, talk to me about the conditions at the moment. We've seen a couple of just you know, for this size, A1 snapper walls reeling down the line here.
Yeah, the last couple of heats, there's been some bigger waves, and they've had this the full body all the way through to Little Marley. So it's really interesting. We see some sand coming around the corner, waves spitting behind the rock every now and again.
Here we go, live action. And this is Ryan Huckabee. Foot to the floor, ripping through that carve. Nice start from the surfer from Florida, Flagler Beach, as he finishes off on the inside. And Luel Felipe, this guy's been around for a while, really smooth surfing, as you can see, as he builds some speed for a big finish down the line here. Nice cut down to set up a couple more hits on the pocket of this wave. And this wave just keeps providing. And Luel takes it right through to the inside.
That was some ride. So he's deciding whether he should run around or paddle back. It's a long paddle from there. The good thing is a little bit of current on the outside, but none down here. It's a pretty easy paddle back out. It's actually pretty minor current today, you'd have to say. Just behind the rock, there's a little bit of sand moving, and guys are having to paddle to kind of tack to maintain their position. But this ride here, Ronnie, its length of ride is unbelievable, and then he gets some huge moves in. So Luel, at this point here, he comes around this section and he just continues to snap down on a bigger wave. I'm really digging this last part to this ride. Very clever how he lines it up again. More sections for him to smash. And that's what it is. It's just a smash fest.
I think he was cooked at the end of the ride. He did so many turns on that wave, still waiting on the scores to come through. Got a couple of 5-point rides for Aitor Muller and Ryan Huckabee. We're seeing the replay of Ryan's wave here.
Yeah, kind of a smaller wave, going to town on it. So this is going to be a really good exchange. Scores, the judges have got some work to do here. And I guess we're sitting out there waiting for Sheldon. And Sheldon's kind of like the local, you know, modern-day king of snapper.
Well, we saw one of the real favourites, I felt, even though he had to surf his way through the trials, Brent Dorrington, fall out of the mix in that last heat, just banking on this lower tide, providing some opportunities with some barrels potentially behind the rock. Sheldon's kind of situated in that same spot at the moment.
Yeah, well, you know, yesterday at the same time, that really paid off for Breno because it was coming from behind the rock. He got a couple of really good barrels. It was a little bit more consistent yesterday, even probably perhaps a little bit bigger. And that opportunity's not there. But Sheldon's not going to rely on the barrel.
No, you're right. I think Brent Dorrington, he would himself say, even though he's an incredible surfer, you know, maybe his best chance at overcoming some of this next generation talent is to get himself into the tube out there. It always scores pretty well. Sheldon, though, he has the weaponry, the progression in his surfing to get it done without the tube rides. And here he goes, taking off. So avoids the barrel as an option and goes straight to some big hits in the pocket of this wave to kick things off. Identifying this as the one to turn in a number. And you can almost hear all that water falling after he lays that board over. Releasing plenty of spray as he hammers down the line, getting a bit of release in the tail there. Just hopping over that final section.
Well, the opening exchange is really solid. This heat is so on.
It sure is. Also feels like all the numbers are going to be pretty similar on the exchange as we see Aitor looking to back his opening ride up here. Nice hit on the pocket, draws off the bottom, through the roof again as he rolls through to this inside. Quick pivot to get himself up into the pocket, throws the alley-oop, he'll stick it. So mixing things up very nicely and has room for another, and he's trying to hang on for the finish. Little swamp down in the whitewater though. Don't think he'll get credit for the last turn, but pretty impressive stuff once that wave got to, you know, waist high.
This has been an impressive start. All four surfers making a great acquittal of their ability to carve it up at snapper.
Yeah, still waiting on Sheldon's number to drop here.
Yeah, we'll get a replay on this wave for Sheldon Simkus. And he looks down the line. He's a natural snapper surfer. And he throws huge buckets. He's got that great fan out the top of the wave where it's just quick fire. And just wraps it around here, looking always down the line. Becomes second nature to him, Ronnie.
It does, yeah. He's so strong. Nice little blitz. Sheldon, well, he can thank Queensland for, you know, his surfing performance. He's very high performance surfing.
Yeah, he's moulded his style out here at Snapper Rocks.
But he is from just over the border, New South Wales. We were touching on it earlier in the year, having a conversation, sort of saying to ourselves, is he the Tweed Heads GOAT?
Oh, wow. Classic.
Born and bred Tweed Heads. Mick Fanning, of course, lived in Tweed for a long time. But Sheldon, great surfer, and he is going to get the jump on the field on that opening exchange. Luel Felipe, the next best, the 6.5 for him. This is a replay of Aitor Muller's second ride now.
Yeah, well, this is this really interesting ride by Aitor. He gets a lot of work done on the outside, throws huge buckets. Look at that, just blowing the back off that wave. And then he comes down this inside section here. This is where it gets really interesting. He goes for the big alley-oop, pulls that one off. I kind of feel this one was just a little bonus section, Ronnie. And didn't pull that one. I don't think he'll get docked for that, though.
No, the work was done on the outside. As you said, moved a lot of water. It feels like it might be just a fraction better than his first wave. And the score's coming through now, indicating that as we take a trip on the Gold Coast flight cam. And you can see just how perfect the angle is on the sandbar at the moment. Nice little swell running, and it's really providing these competitors some great opportunities to let go of multiple turns. 5.93 on that second wave for Aitor.
Well, you were absolutely spot on about that first exchange. Really close between the competitors. 6.8 for Sheldon. We've got a 6.5 going for Luel. So it's pretty super tight right there. And of course, Aitor getting those two waves, but not breaking that 6-point mark yet.
You can just start to feel the buzz coming on. I mean, there's always a buzz on the beaches up here on the Gold Coast, Bugs. It's always been the case. You know, this is where people, you know, it's a big part of everyone's day, getting down to the beach. It starts with a morning walk, the surf check. Even if, I said it earlier, even if you're not a surfer, you know, basically your life revolves around the beach here.
Yeah, well, when I say all roads lead to the beach, it's true. I mean, you eventually find the beach, no matter what you walk in life, whether you are a surfer, and there's many kinds of surfing too. Body surfing was always huge here, or just coming down to enjoy the ambience. You know, it starts at pre-dawn up top of Point Danger, looking out, watching the sun come up, and ends just probably in the Rainbow Surf Club watching the sun go down.
That's what I was going to say. Pulling the plug on a couple of schooners.
But, the ambience up here, the Gold Coast, we call it the Golden Hour. That last hour of light is pretty magic.
Oh, it is, yeah. But look at that, stretching on for eternity. The Superbank doing its thing. And so are these campaigners on the Challenger Series. It is just going to be such a hard-fought battle. And even though someone's going to take that early lead on the ranks, even last year we saw Sammy Pupo was in danger of not making the cut. If it wasn't for a victory in the last event, he might have missed out. But Sheldon Simkus here, looking to back up that 6.8 from earlier on. And Sheldon, he just seems to... His confidence takes over when he competes at this venue. He becomes a smarter competitor.
Wow.
If he can tap into that at other venues on the Challenger Series, you know, he'd have a great shot of making the grade. But I don't know how many opportunities he's going to get this season.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's got this opportunity here. Obviously, he didn't qualify directly to the Challenger Series, Ronnie. But as you said, like, he has got this sixth sense about snapper. He knows that was a really clever to get that backup wave. He got just got the measure of them on the opening exchange. A smaller wave here, but the guy can just extract a big number from a small wave. He just surfs so fast and throws so many buckets, and it's not just the volume of manoeuvres, it's the quality of his manoeuvres. So he just rips his wave. It'd barely be 2 foot.
Yeah, amazing. You know, and in a lot of other instances, I think we see surfers struggle to fit those carving turns into those smaller walls, but Sheldon's able to do it.
And yeah, and he knows that. He knows he can extract a pretty decent score from a non-set wave out here.
The best wave that's rolled through in this heat had Luel Felipe on it. It was a high-quality wall. It was a steeper wall, yet he didn't convert it into the best number of the heat. It's still a keeper score for him.
Yeah.
And has him well situated at the top, but it just speaks to I think the local knowledge and experience of Sheldon, who's up again at the moment. He had a 5.27 on that insider, and now on the attack, just swinging that board into reverse, gets control back and loads up probably for another release here on the inside. Has that amazing, just explosive reverse that he can pull out of the pocket of these waves.
Yeah, he's got a real spring in his step. You know, he just gets that little bit of a lower compression, bends the knees, and just explodes. He's always been one of the fastest surfers in town.
Definitely. Yeah, but you think back to his run on the Challenger Series when he finished second here to Callum Robson. He barely won a heat after he finaled here. He just, from that first event, just tumbled down the rankings. It was all snakes, no ladders for him.
No, and this wave here is another beautiful, like 2-footer, but he's going to extract another score. Shows a variety of repertoire. And, you know, speaking of that, you tend to get into a bit of a pattern. He's in a great pattern out here at Snapper right now, but when you leave town and you either get in a great pattern or you can fall into a poor pattern, and it's psychologically hard to sort of dig your way out.
Well, he's actually sitting on top of the mountain at the moment, so he's not in a hole at all. He's got the heat lead, and we're just on 13 minutes to go. We're going to see if Eita Muller, Luel Felipe or Ryan Huckabee can turn this around. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More coming from the opening round right after this. Australia's Gold Coast has been the stage for so many amazing competitive surfing moments, and that is going to continue through to 2028, with next year this event being elevated back to championship tour status. Everyone's super excited about it, including the competitors here in the Challenger Series, because they're not just vying now for a position at the top end. They want to get back into this lineup and maybe find an edge over those championship tour surfers that haven't been here for a few years. Right now we're seeing a replay of a wave taken during the break. This was Ryan Huckabee.
Yeah, Ryan really goes to town on this wave. I think this is his strongest ride yet. He loses a little bit there, but he regains his composure. And wow, these are massive buckets he's throwing on that wave. There's an awesome exchange going on here, because here's Haytor. Now, Haytor's holding on to second spot right at this point, at the moment. He needs to capitalise this. Bit of a milky wave. He wants to get into the open face of it. So he could be looking for something special at the end of this one, Ronnie.
Yeah, nice mix-up in his manoeuvre choices. But this was Sheldon Simkus also got in on the mix, and you can just see that there's a pace difference in how he attacks this wall.
Wow, this is a really classy ride by Sheldon. He gets himself a set wave this time, and really shows what he can do. I'd say the legs were burning at that point.
Well, he's had 3 pretty decent rides prior to that, but he did some big work on the outside then. And Sheldon's likely going to improve on that 5.27, increase his lead here, but we do have numbers coming through for a few competitors. So standing by for a bit of an update of the situation.
Yeah, when we were waiting for those scores and you were saying about, I was thinking about Steph Gilmore, because she's having a bit of a, as Steph does, she's having a little bit of time away this year. But, and of course the locals are going, well, she's got 8 world titles. What's she going to do next minute? The announcement, 4 years, snapper on the CT.
Yeah, the championship tour has a way of just luring the greats back to the sport. You think about the schedule changes for Kelly Slater. I mean, it's almost engineered to keep him interested in some respects. Yeah. You've got Pipe as the first event. How's he not going to turn up and surf in that? Oh. And then the second event is just down the road from the first. It's almost like, well, you may as well go and have a couple of heats there. Then you're suddenly at an end's just going, well, I'm well positioned. I've won Pipe. I've done okay at Sunset. I might go to Portugal and see how I fare. And for Steph Gilmore, if Snapper's on, she's going to be invested. Here's Luel Felipe. Whoa! Just pulled that reverse from nowhere, straight out of the pocket. Regains his balance, gets back on the front foot, and lets go of a couple more turns to finish it off. 7.5 minutes to go, and we're waiting for more numbers to drop. The consistency has come back to the conditions this afternoon.
It has. It's got very consistent. It was a very slow start this morning. It has been better in the afternoons, just nearing the low tide, and then as it turns, we've seen the best of the conditions. I mean, throughout the week in the warm-ups as well, Ronnie.
Judges have a lot to process here at the moment, including this wave.
Yeah, that's had some recovery. And it's kind of a funky wave. It's got this ridge in it. He gets over here and kind of just it just taps at the finish just to put a little bit of a bow on it.
On the outside, this is live action. Ryan Huckabee, huge opening turn. This guy moves a lot of water. We're learning that in this opening heat for him, as he just gets on a blitz fest down the line here. Non-stop attack mode.
Wow, so impressive.
He's foaming at the mouth. Just at a frenzy as he hammered down the line there. Trying to better a 5.5. I think he might have a couple of scores on the way.
He's got 2 scores, and the previous one I think was even better.
Well, we saw Sheldon Simkus on his last ride. When he got to the end, it's like his legs gave up on him. He'd already had 3 waves. He's done so much good surfing already in this heat. These guys are going to be gassed, but we know that we're not moving into the next round this afternoon, so you can really put it all out there. As we see Sheldon setting up on a clean wall here. Could spell danger for his opponents. as he just works his way through these first couple of sections. The third turn very strong as this one starts to stand up again on the inside. Nice sequence of turns. Digs hard on the rail there. Kicks that tail. And he's going to kick out of this one. Oh, this is non-stop. Aitor up again. And just loading up. Tricky wave to read there. It cups out on that shallow section of the sandbar.
You know, what a different contrast between the last heat and this heat. The last heat, there were two surfers at the 15-minute mark who hadn't had a wave. This heat, powerhouse.
Yeah, solid score starting to drift through for Sheldon Simkus. And we knew he had a big number on the way. 7.33 increases his heat score total. He does have another number to drop. Llewell's got a number on the way. Ryan Huckabee too. Haven't seen too much of Ryan surfing, but the Floridian's been impressive. Looks sharp on those Timmy Pattersons. Let's have a look at Sheldon's last ride, Bugs.
Yeah, well, he's already in the lead, and now he hasn't put a foot wrong this whole heat. You know, look how he transitions between the ridged wave there seamlessly. I'm not sure where this is going to go. That was a great move there. Just slick surfing, lots of variety, and yeah, he's feeling it.
Aitor here on the replay.
Yeah, well, Aitor needs to really pull something out here. Good looking wave. Nice, really square bottom turn, deep bottom turns. I'm liking that.
A big combo on the outside really is going to help him. Here the wave just got very tricky, just stretched out quickly.
Wow.
And someone put their foot out and tripped him over on that last section.
That's a sin bin.
But Llewell had a 4.67. That was for that tricky reverse out of the pocket. Sometimes you see something that kind of comes from nowhere and surprises you, but as impressive as it is, you kind of know that it's not going to factor in score-wise. And yeah, the 4.67 for Llewell's not really going to help his cause at the moment, but priorities in his favour. That's a good thing, but he is going to be chasing a number to get himself up into second place here. Ryan Huckabee, he dropped a 5.93 on his last wave.
Well, he's moved himself nicely up into second place, Ronnie.
Yeah, we've still got numbers coming through too.
Yeah, well, that last effort by Aitor, that's going to be an improvement on his score.
Yeah, needs a 6.81 to climb up in the second. I really like the size of those turns on the outside. You talk about moving water. I mean, he timed his punch through the lip so beautifully that he set up a huge fan. It was into his next turn. It was still falling from the sky.
And he was just doing those really deep bottom turns. For the size of the wave, it was amazing how deep he could get. And it paid off as far as allowing him to just rip out of the roof of the wave.
And Sheldon had probably still been in a qualifying position with a couple of his throwaways, but his last wave didn't factor in. 6.47 for him as we get down to that GWM 2-minute warning. Still hanging on to the lead, though, the man in green, Ryan Huckabee, sitting out there in second position. We are still waiting on a number to come through, though. And I've seen it in a couple of Sheldon's last rides. You know, I think he's feeling it at the moment. Looks a little sore or a little tired, fatigued.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's had every ride's been quite strong. Even those little 2-footers, there was a lot of effort put into it. This score for Aitor is they're deliberating over this. It's going to factor in.
Yeah. Well, there's only a minute to go, and he's not wasting any time waiting for the judges to log that number. He's going to get to work, chip away at this one. Smaller wave, needs to do something out of this world, you'd think, to convert this into one of his top 2 numbers. And it doesn't happen down the line, so 50 seconds to go. tough situation when the score takes that long to drop for the competitors, because you're just trying to figure out what your next move should be.
Well, especially when you've got, say, 3 or 4 minutes left and you get down to a minute, you still haven't got your score. It just goes to show that it's really thereabouts. Let's see what he's done here.
Well, the number has dropped for his previous wave. It was a 6.1, and it wasn't enough to see him up into that second spot. And that last wave's not going to do it for him either. Luel Felipe takes a chance on looking over his shoulder halfway through the drop here. He's got to surf this wave up. Needs a 6.24 as he moves through to the inside. Nice hit there. Throws the reverse again. Almost had it. Can't complete the rotation. And behind him, Ryan Huckabee is already in second spot. Looks to consolidate with a strong finishing ride here.
Huckabee has just been, what an impressive performance.
He just hucked the hell out of this heat. Just throwing water all over the place.
Yeah, and Sheldon pretty much controlled this heat. And now he can relax a little bit here, go into cruise mode.
I think he was in cramp mode after his last ride.
Yeah, I do. I think he was. It was a big effort. He made sure of it.
So still waiting on some numbers to drop here for the last ride for Luel, but we know he didn't get the completion on the rotation, so doesn't feel like he's going to get the number he needs, and he doesn't. That score drops. Luel's going to finish in 4th place. Aitor in 3rd. Ryan Huckabee's going to hang on to that 2nd position, and Sheldon Simkus is going to get the victory here in heat number 5. And there are the results. It's official. The local boy gets the job done here. And he really wants to make the most of this opportunity to compete in this Challenger Series event, because we don't know how many call-ups he's going to get this year.
No, we don't, and you know, which takes the pressure right off, and you know, kind of home break, nothing to lose, put on a show.
He'll be a force to be reckoned with as he moves on through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break here. Stay tuned, more to come from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, right after this. Welcome back to the show, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Let's take a trip and zoom in on one of the most spectacular surfing destinations in the world. And I'm going to hand it over. Anna Sandman, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, this is your hometown, and you have a very good understanding of how that sand is distributed via the Tweed River.
Well, that's right. It gets pumped out from underneath the river there, and it shoots across to the outlet. You can see the sand pumping out there to Froggy Beach, and then it comes around along Froggy Beach out to Snapper. The one on the left there, it's a very seldom used outlet. It's the one, the behind the rock one is the one that delivers the pathway, and then it grooms itself. It just comes around in a very orderly fashion.
We have had a little run of southerly swell, which has really helped this bank take shape over the last couple of weeks. And have a look at that as we go to that Gold Coast flight cam and get set for yet another spectacular heat. We've got Owen Moss out there, the North Carolina surfer, in the red. Robert Grillo, the Hawaiian, will be in the blue. Winter Vincent, young Australian who made a clutch charge in the last regional qualifying series and cracked the final. He's going to be out there in the white. We'll see him on the Challenger Series this year. And Carlos Munoz, who's cracked the CT ranks in the past, the Costa Rican, out there in the green, ready to give it another nudge.
Wow, what an international lineup this is.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see how Winter fares. This is a talented young surfer with a really cool head.
He sure does, and he's a cool kid. Winter, he's a tall kid, and I think when he fills out, he's going to have a lot of power in his surfing. As we see, he just got held back there on that final manoeuvre, held it down to 3.67.
Oh, as we see, Owen Moss digging in big time on that first turn. This is on the Bonsoy replay. What a great sequence of moves on the outside here.
God, he nearly overbalanced there. Oh, he's on fire. This is an enormous ride by Owen. And down the line, past the Marley Rocks into Rainbow Bay now. This lower tide allowing that action to happen. Oh. And his legs are burning. So, sensational ride there by Owen Moss. We'll slow it down there. We see the release of his surfboard as he goes into those turns, nice deep bottom turns, and just powers out of the lip. That last turn there, you can just see it burning.
Also saw Carlos get into the mix here, Bugs.
Yeah, Carlos. Well, you could say he's pretty much a veteran of this now. He's been in the CT and the Costa Rican surfer, the prior to Costa Rica. And Carlos now he lines his section up through the inside. Great style. And a nice release of the board there. Snap. Just snaps under the lip there. Nearly buries the rail, but he pulls it out nicely.
And then Owen backing up that first ride very quickly. Well, this guy really lays his board over with some purpose.
Sure does. And, these guys would have watched what Sheldon did on that last heat, how he opened up. And Owen there, that's his backup wave, very similar to Sheldon Simkus. Similar score, like Sheldon opened up with a 6.83. There's a 6.67 for Owen and a backup.
I'll be tuning in from Wilmington, North Carolina, to watch this guy surf. Seen a surf from that region crack the CT ranks before, Benny Bourgeois.
Benny Bourgeois, what a great surfer.
He'd be tuned in and watching this, I bet.
Yeah, so, well, Owen Moss has opened up a lead here. He's got two waves now. Obviously, the second wave somewhat underneath the first one. But it's a handy position. Like the last heat, it's that thing, Ronnie, that last heat pumped. Are we going to see one on, one off? Could this be a slow heat?
Yeah, well, Owen, what I liked about his surfing was when he found a big open face to work with, he went to 4 big committed rail turns. And then when he took off on a cupped out sandbank hugging right, he was able to punch through the pocket of the wave and surf more critical and had a more vertical approach. So showing us that doesn't really matter what kind of wave he picks up on here. He's got a few different tools that he can pull out of the box and throw at this wave.
There might be a snapper hidden there at North Carolina.
Maybe there is. And a big south swell.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the numbers dropping now. 5 to back up to 6.67 for Owen Moss. And Carlos kicked off with a 5.5. Winter Vincent, Robert Grillo, they've got a little bit more work to do to catch up to these two. But I love the start. Massive advantage, isn't it? Getting the two best numbers, well, two of the better numbers in the heat in those opening stages. Just allows you to fall into that priority order, the line, the queue, if you will, and wait your turn.
The stress just disappears, and you feel you're kind of in your comfort zone. You're in control. You can get into a priority rotation, and pick and choose something that's going to do better than your second wave.
Yep. It's a glorious position for a competitor to put themselves in, especially in a heat with 3 other surfers in the lineup. Well, let's take a moment here while there's no waves rolling through and have a chat to the winner of the last heat, Sheldon Simkus with Felicity.
Hello, all right, winner of last heat. You absolutely smashed it, pretty much dominated in pumping waves. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was just pretty much another surf out there for me. Like, I was just with my mates and we were acting like it was board riders, and yeah, the goal was just to catch heaps of waves and stay on the feet.
You obviously got the call up for this Challenger Series event. You don't know about the rest of the season. It must feel nice competing without that pressure.
Yeah, when I applied for the wildcard, I was just like, please, I just want to surf snapper. Like, it's my favourite event. Whatever happens after that, it's like, it's whatever. And yeah, to have conditions like this and to be in the comp, like if I wasn't in the comp, I'd be pretty sour at home right now, so I'm very happy.
And talk to me about your board. I noticed you're riding an epoxy.
Yeah, this is, I rode this a lot over the summer. It was like my little summer board, and it wasn't even my favourite epoxy at the time, and ended up riding it. We had the Usher Cup event here and ended up winning that, and on this board. So I was like, well, you know what? It works out here. Why I got on anything else?
Perfect. Well, keep that board on ice, Shelley, and good luck in the next round. Back to you, Ron.
Thanks, Felicity. And well done to Shelley. Could you imagine if he didn't get the opportunity to compete in this event? He would have been, he would have been stressed out.
Yeah.
Well, been sitting on the end of the break wall over there, just crying, watching the sunset. Would have been really hard for him, but he's not going to waste the opportunity, Bugs, and who knows, with a spirited campaign here, maybe he'll put himself in line for an opportunity down there at Narrabeen.
That's what can happen. You can absolutely get on a roll, and you show something special here, WSL may invite you to another one.
Look at George Pitta on the championship tour.
Yeah.
I mean, did some great work down at Bells, and then has really put himself in the picture for any replacement opportunities. As we see now, Winter Vincent didn't really convert on his first ride. There's a much stronger opening turn from the northern beaches of Sydney Surfer. Gets a little stuck there. Just lacking to really flow his moves together at the moment, but he has done some decent turns. Now finds a bit of a rhythm on the inside. And gets a number of hits in.
Yeah, finished it nicely. The wave itself had some weird little parts to it through in the middle. It was very fat and flat, and he wasn't able to do scoring manoeuvres, but he stuck with it, and I thought those 2 or 3 manoeuvres at the end were slick.
Yeah, the wave can often dictate what sort of flow you can get going on a ride, but the best point break surfers out here still manage to construct flow. They still find a way to link it all together without the entire ride becoming disjointed. And Winter let go of a beautiful opening turn, but then had to chase a section and just lost a couple of maybe opportunities to join the dots on the opening stage of that ride, but it's still going to score okay.
Yeah, well, as you said, the first turn here, dynamic, and then this wave gets a little bit funky. You can see how flat it gets there. This turn here, it gets kind of caught a little bit there, slows down. You think maybe it's all over. Again, this section here, pretty ordinary, and then he sticks with it, comes into this section, he eyes it off, and this turn here, solid, and another one. Yeah, I mean, he made something of that.
Yeah, he did really clean it up nicely toward the end. It's going to be much better than 3.67. He started this heat with 18 minutes to go, waiting on the score to drop. Let's check out Kaipo and see what he's up to.
Checking in at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard, and let's talk about the CS format. We're in the round of 80, 4-man heats here. Move on into the round of 64, where it'll be another round of 4-man heats. Now, I want you to remember, heat number 14, we're going to see Kelly Slater enter the water. Round of 32, 4-man heats again, and then in the round of 16 and on, it's head-to-head matchups where you want to end up. As I climb up, my trusty P150 is right here in the final at the end of the event. Bailey ladder, Australia's #1 ladder, always dependable, always sturdy.
Yeah, Kipes. Yeah, that heat is going to be a big one. George Pitta, Kelly Slater, of course, George, we were just chatting about him, but Michael Dunphy Another surfer from the East Coast who's, you know, obviously grown up worshipping Kelly, and he's going to get an opportunity to surf a heat with him.
And I think that's a classic because Michael Dunphy leads the North American, the USA North American qualifying. So he's having a good year, and it's classic, a Floridian, up and coming. Well, he's been around for a while, but he's the main guy.
That's huge. It'll be interesting to see who fills that 4th spot in that amazing heat. 16 minutes to go. Winter Vincent starting to build some confidence now. Had a 5.6 on his second wave and really is feeling that freedom, kicking that tail around a bunch of times on that ride.
Yeah, well, that wave really weirded out.
Oh, didn't it? Big odd lump through it, but again, getting some work done. He's going to get rid of the 3.67 here, Bugs.
Yep.
And he is only in need of a 6.08 at this stage to jump up into first, but Owen Moss got the work done early.
Yeah, well, we had a feeling that this heat might slow down. It just pumped through the last one. Sheldon got 6 good waves. Ryan Huckabee got about 3 or 4.
Yeah, and Aitor Mueller, he had some quality rides, as did Luel Felipe. Everyone got a little taste of snapper.
Yep.
But for 2 of those competitors, they're not going to get another bite of it this week.
No, it's knockout, and see this wave here, it's got a whole bunch of weird rivets through it. Now that just goes crazy, like unrideable.
Yeah, it was like it was rafting down rapids toward the end there, deep rapids. But it's only just added to his heat score total. He slightly improves on his opening ride. A 3.87 there for Winter Vincent, who's hanging on to second spot at the moment. It's still Owen Moss, the American, out in front as we go to a break. Let's dive into the WSL Vault and go back to 2013. Epic conditions down at Kira with Kelly Slater taking on Joel Parkinson in the final.
Oh, this was sensational. It's the first time we'd come back to Kira for a long time, and Parko, Tube King, and Kelly Slater, well, just a king. This was such a tube riding barrel fest at Kira. Not super clean Kira, but wow, it was super hollow.
And super high scoring as well. Kelly dropped a near perfect 9.83 and an 8.73 in the final. Joel Parkinson had a couple of high range 8s as well. And then this happened. Kelly had priority. Joel was pitted, flipped the bird, and Slater went on to get himself incredibly tubed.
So barreled. Parko would have got a perfect 10, and Kelly ended up just, well, he had priority.
The people that Kelly overcame to get the victory that year. It's amazing. Chloe Andino, Dane Reynolds in the opening round, Dusty Payne in the third round, Maddie Wilco beat Durbidge, Mick Fanning, and then ultimately overcoming Joel Parkinson to get himself the victory. And the good news is We're going to see 3 of those surfers out there this afternoon. Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson and Kelly Slater will be out there along with the Queen, Steph Gilmore, the greatest of all time, and Mark Okalupo.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about that that day. I was on top of Kira Point, and you could really see where the bank was and where the sets were coming through. And I looked over, and there was Kelly on top of Kira Point, looking down, and he went to that wide bank.
Whew. Well, finding some room to move just a little further down the line here at the moment is Winter Vincent, trying to better a 3.87. Gone to that rotation a couple of times now. I think he'd do well just to wait his turn for priority and get a shot at a decent sized wave on the outside. He's in a good position with a 5.6 already, but we'll need another strong number because there's going to be bigger numbers dropped here in this heat. 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, it'll work out for him if there's lulls, but if there's sets, it'll come back to bite him because all these guys have got one good score under the belt. Bit of movement here, Ronnie. This wave, though, it's going to back off.
Yeah, this one not getting the interest of Owen Moss or Carlos Munoz, but Robert Grillo, he has no dramas with it. The surfer from Cavalos on the inside here. He's unable to finish that one off. Carlos with some room to move. He's got a big open face to deal with. Swings that tail. Wow. Stuffs the tail of the board in to get that rotation. Winter Vincent chasing them down the line now. Chipping away at another inside arc. Nose picks the landing and hanging on for the finish, but can't right clear of the white water.
Extraordinary.
10 minutes to go here. Wow. Owen Moss just holding strong on the outside with his priority.
Now, this, they didn't kind of ride all the way down past Marley Rocks here. They kind of pulled up short. They went for big manoeuvres. You can see Winter a bit further down the line.
Well, the easy call for Owen here. Great looking wall standing up. Super speedy start to this ride. The way he just motors through the opening combos. And now just leans on the rail, gets some time to draw these turns out as the wave slows up for a moment. And he's chipping away at this one, trying to better a 5. And this wave just keeps reeling off down the line. This could go for eternity, this one. Setting up pretty nicely, just chipping away. A couple of ribs to deal with, still hanging on though. And he's going to get a solid finish there on the inside. Whoa. Hangs on, maybe just long enough to convince the judges that he rode out of that final move.
Well, he's a long way down. You can see what's he going to do? He's going to paddle back out. Oh. Look how far down he is. He's down near Greenmount Point.
Amazing.
He surely couldn't paddle back out. Now he's looking back and going, well.
8.5 minutes. How long is it going to take him to paddle back out here, Bugs?
From down there, it's going to take a really long time.
Maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good 5-minute paddle from there because there's actually a bit of current. He's still, right now, he's still going further down the beach. And he's just starting to make ground now, but that is a heck.
Now, if he gets a point for every turn there, Bugs, he'll get 14 points. Amazing. Here's Robert Grillo on the replay.
Yeah, Robert Grillo. This was looking really promising until this moment here. And down he goes, and that wave's a throwaway now. This is a keeper, though. This is a pretty interesting ride here. A lot of variety here. Gets the speed, smashes this, throws a bucket. This carve here is a beauty. Look at that. Wow, he really brings his board around. Sort of sacrifices it down the line for this one huge move coming up. From this angle here, it's going to look so dynamic. Just throws everything into this. You know, you see, that's a kind of a Mick Fanning special.
It is, yeah. Really cool. You just don't see it that often. So going through the replays now, Winter Vincent, he was on his way to a big, strong finish here. stuffed the nose into that flat water, was unable to complete the rotation, but definitely Owen Moss was smart with his wave selection, and he picked off the best ride of that set.
Sure did, and he connected all the dots, rode through the sections, all the while doing point-scoring manoeuvres. This would be really getting the lactic acid going. And he's way down the beach already, but he's still sticking with it. He knows that he's got a good score under his belt already. Just goes to town on this wave. He's going to milk it for everything it's worth. Now he's surfing out of the area, basically. And it's not finished yet.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what this scores. As we said, you know, ridiculous how many moves he was able to execute. But where was the real classy turns in that ride? The judges will have to pick it apart, as we see Winter, who got this one while we were watching Owen Moss down the line.
Yeah, Winter's going to town on this one. That's his best wave. And here's another one. Oh, the sets are pumping through. This might be an important ride here. Carlos Munoz. He might need it. Now he's got the connection. Loving that tail slide there, and then he recovers beautifully. Now that's about 2 inches deep right there, Ronnie.
Yeah, not a lot there. Carlos has probably done two of the more unique turns in this heat. They're kind of trademark moves for him, but that previous tail slide where he stuffed the tail in and then quickly pivoted as the fins re-engaged, it's got him a 6.47 and jumped him up into the #1 position. He's still got another score on the way too, so we've got some numbers to enter into the situation here before we can get the word on who needs what to stay alive in this contest.
Yeah, if I was going to make a call, I'd say that Owen Moss is going to be in the lead, but Carlos Munoz and Winter Vincent are battling for second place, because you remember Winter had that 5.6. You've got to, you know, and you got Carlos. Did he improve on his backup score on that last wave? Probably did a bit.
Well, while we wait for the numbers to drop, let's check in with Kaipo again. He's out and about.
Weather guard. It is just what the name implies. It guards your gear from the weather, but much more than that. You come on site, you scan this QR code, fill out an entry, enter the golden key competition. You get to pick a key, try to open up that box. You open up that box, you get 100 entries into the raffle for a DHD custom surfboard plus $500 worth of weather guard gear. Remember, weather guard, keeping your stuff safe and keeping it locked right here.
Good stuff. And a huge prize too. The Keymaster Bugs. Are you the Keymaster?
I'm not.
Okay. We'll try and buy a ticket in the raffle then. 3.5 minutes to go here, and numbers starting to roll through. Owen Moss did better his situation. 7.27. The judges really appreciating the variety that he displayed on that long-running right-hander, multiple turns, and that's put him back out in front. Carlos hanging on to second spot at the moment, but still a number on the way for Winter Vincent. Carlos again on the attack, loading up, has a lot of speed, getting some nice hits in.
Yeah, good looking wave here by Carlos.
Oh, goes that tail slider again.
Oh, it didn't pay off this time.
That's his money turn.
Yeah.
That's where he sees the opportunity for himself to turn in a big redirection and get a big committed carve in. I think sometimes he's got to be careful not to get that hit happening as sort of a put there snap, as opposed to getting a full rounded belt in.
Yeah.
But he is surfing sharp at the moment. That board looks electric. It actually looks electrified with those pink rails.
I really feel it's the exchange before that between Winter and Carlos that's why the judges are really deliberating here. I think it's that second spot that's up for grabs right here.
Well, Winter Vincent after a 6.38. And Carlos trying to better a 5.5 here.
And I thought he was on his way to it, because I really like the look of this wave. He's got rule of edge down the line. He's loving it right here. And streaking down the line. this is where he got caught up. Could it be a bit of fatigue?
Love that turn as a finishing move when that wave shutting down and that wall super steep. But in that situation, sometimes I think that tail slide manoeuvre can really kind of take away from your flow because you inevitably are going to lose some speed.
It's a break. You know, you're breaking your speed big time. And there's a tricky way to do that on.
A minute and a half to go. Winter Vincent with another opportunity here. Still has a score to come, but he is on the attack. Explodes through the first section. Has to chase it for a moment now. So kind of been struggling to find a real flow in this heat, but taps back into the pace of the wave and gets a strong finish here.
Well, you know, the Grom, you know, he just was busy the whole heat. He got a lot of waves, and he's feeling it now. You can just see oh, hang on, he might have hurt himself. Was that a cramp?
Yeah, not sure. He's definitely grabbing at his leg.
Yeah, no, there's something wrong here. Like he's either cramped badly, and I'm calling it cramp.
I've seen a couple of people kind of get that look of just sharp stabbing pain.
Yeah.
40 seconds. Yeah, cramping up a bit, but he'll make his way in here. 35 seconds to go. That'll be his last shot at it. Scores coming through for Winter Vincent. The previous wave, 6.17. So after a 5.81 to get himself up in the second spot. 20 seconds to go.
20 seconds.
Was there enough in that last ride, Bugs?
Well, it's going to be right there. It's got to be right there.
I mean, the commitment.
Yeah.
To the first section. He put it all on the line. I still, just in reflecting on what we saw unfold there, I really like still that one big individual turn from Carlos, which got him at a 6.47.
Okay,
let's have a look at it.
Yeah, this is the wave that's going to make the difference. So it starts with a progressive move. Then he gets around this section. You'd think the wave might be dead here, but he keeps going. And
oh, that's nice.
Finishes it beautifully right there. And the judges are really going to check this out. That it was just done so well, and he comes out of that so clean, readjusts his feet to make sure he gets his turn here. Then the wave shuts down on him. Look how quickly, easily he gets around this section. Just a little double pump, and then straight up into the lip.
Yeah, I mentioned he had that kind of disconnected portion of the wave, but the wave was sort of reeling off, but he found a flow through these last three turns.
And then he finishes it just solid, vertical, lands it perfect. Yep, it's going to be close. There it is, he's got it.
Oh, he didn't just get it. He got it with ease. 6.57. Winter Vincent jumps ahead of Carlos there, claims that second spot. Rob Bain on hand, cheering him on in this event. Former world number 2. And yeah, that's a massive result, but again, another clutch performance from Winter Vincent there.
Well, he got a lot of waves, and he just kept surfing, and it worked out. Amazing how he pulled that off in the last wave.
Definitely. And Owen Moss hanging on for the victory. A solid performance from him.
I'm going to go talk to Kane. Yeah.
As the boys break it down there. Couple more heats to come this afternoon, and then don't miss the World Champ Spectacular out here at Snapper Rocks. We're going to bring in Kaipo and Rich for the call.
Green, highest king, flying down the line.
Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Thanks for joining us and tuning in at opening day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Opening round for the men. We're in heat number 7 today, and another matchup, Kuiper Girl. Richie Lovett. Richie, what do you love about today? I mean, it's nice that we started off very first day of the window.
I love that the waves turned up. I love that the crowds turned up. We've had sunshine throughout the day, but for me, the performances from the opening siren, we've just had the men and the women just fully layering up on these beautiful little snapper walls, and it's going to continue. This is a great looking heat.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the Challenger Series is we get to see so many different surfers from 7 different regions around the world. And Ryaru Ito representing Japan, Tully Wiley from Bells Beach, Australia, Oscar Berry, local boy, and Caius King, the now adult, grown-up surfing prodigy. And this is just another fire heat for you this afternoon. Waves have stuck around all day long. Let's take a look at a replay. This is Caius.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent wave here for Caius, streaking down the line. Look at the speed. Lays into it, big rail carve. Sets the bottom turn again, clean snap, great flow between these opening maneuvers here. Nice little slashing turn there, gets the tail release, wraps a big cut back to finish off. But wait, there's more. One more little turn, just on the closeout section. So strong opening right there for Caius.
Yeah, 6.5 opener. Here we go. Live action. Getting drained right now. Stalling for a little bit. Come around here. Ozzy Berry. Ozzy mixing it up here and looking sharp on rail. And a nice, spectacular finish. Just pokes the nose, however. Ryaru gets caught up behind on that one. But how about the opener for Oscar Berry?
Yeah, this is a guy that's really come on in the last couple of years, but more live action.
The big guy, Tully Wiley, hammering it on the backhand. Tully, a strong surfer from Bells Beach, representing Torquay board riders. And you can see the strength in Tully's surfing as he bangs the lip multiple times down the line. Manhandled that wave.
Oh my goodness, this is just a flurry of activity here. This is the end of Caius's wave. This is the one behind Tully Wiley there. But what a series of maneuvers there for Tully Wiley. Hammer time.
Hammer time, 23-year-old and a power merchant in his approach. 23-year-old Caius King also in the paddle battle between these two on the way back out.
Yeah, so Caius, feel like he's been around for years. He was just such a grommet when he burst onto the scene. We'll get back to that, but this is Oscar, just sticks their arms in a double arm grab there. Just slowing down, belts the lip. It's a nice wrap with some tail release here, and then another big wrap. But unfortunately for Oscar, this final turn, he just gets caught up, the nose digs in, and he goes down. But this wave here for Tully, just look at the strength of these turns. He's a big lad, and he's been likened to Matty Wilco, and we know that Matty has had the win out here with this strong backhand approach, but so vertical. Just connecting these turns so well. And that displacement of water, Kipes, we've talked about it. These big surfers, they surf up. They make them turns look so much bigger. Oh, Caius, great carve to start off. Vertical hit. And again, showing a bit more flair on the third one. Nice wrapping turn, so keeping that speed, that consistency, the flow in between the turns. Having a great read on this one as it comes down onto the inside section. And then he just pulled out right in front of Tully just to try and regain priority over him.
And he did. So Caius did win that power battle. Is in third priority right now, waiting for score for Caius King, Tully Wiley. Those are the two important scores still yet to check in from our judges, as well as the opener for Oscar Ozzy Barry. 21-year-old Oscar Barry is an exciting surfer. I like just his freestyle approach that he has in his surfing. So loose and progressive.
Yeah, he's really come on the last couple of years. He's put on a lot of bulk. He's got a lot taller.
Japanese competitor here, Ryaru Ito. There's some nice rhythm down the line. Floats it to clear that section. Trying to squeeze in as many maneuvers as he can.
Ooh.
Caught up there. And has to reestablish some momentum, and you know that cost him right there, that rail catch.
Well, there was there's some good precision surfing at the start of that wave, but there's a different output of power, isn't there? Yeah. It's simply the stature of these competitors. Riatu's, probably a foot shorter than Tully. And even Caius these days, a big fella, and Oscar, well, we're just talking about how much bulk and height and weight and strength he's put on in the last couple of years. But Caius, his foundation is in skating.
Yeah.
He was just an incredible freak on a skateboard. Really didn't focus on the surfing competitive side of things and hasn't done. Doesn't have that sort of, decorated junior career.
Oh, Tully Wiley again. Just explosive on the backhand. We'll be waiting for some numbers. As we're waiting for those numbers, let's go down to the beach with Flick Palmentier.
I'm here with Omos, winner of that last heat. It's your first year on the Challenger Series, and you got the win. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Definitely feels good to have a heat go to plan, like right off the bat. First heat, kind of get all those jitters away. Been here for about 2.5 weeks and just surfing a bunch, and just having fun.
Talk to me, you just told me before that this is your first time in Australia, so obviously those 2 weeks were really important in your preparation out here.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely the first few days as I was here, there was no one from the comp, so I was able to get a lot more waves, and that helped out a lot. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Talk to me about the 7-point ride. You basically went down right into the recreational crowd. It was such a long wave. How's the body feeling after that heat?
Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty torched. Overall, my legs are definitely smoked right now. That paddle out was so long, I was tripping. I was just kept going, but yeah, I don't know, definitely pretty tired.
And it's early hours back home for you, but I'm sure your family's watching. Do you want to say a couple of words?
Yeah, just big shout out to my mom and dad, all the boys at South End Surf Shop for supporting me, and just everyone, thank you guys.
Awesome, back to you guys.
Yeah. Owen Moss, feeling torched, feeling smoked, but definitely on fire.
Yeah, we've seen, excuse me, a lot of surfers, coming in after their heat. They're cooked. The legs are burnt out, man, and it's a different thing. When you're free surfing, you're sort of bringing everything down 10-20% in a heat situation. You're raising everything by 10-20%, and you're really putting everything into the turns. The output of energy and exertion, and so much of it driven through the legs. So, several turns on one of these snapper waves, it's a big ask, and get 3 or 4 of them in heat.
Oh, yeah.
And you're cooked.
Well, we're waiting for numbers, and the numbers have come through. Second wave for Tully Wiley, a 7.17. Last wave for Ryaru Ito, a 6.47. Caius King, he's holding on to a 6.5 and an excellent of an 8.17. So Caius in the lead. Ito currently in second. Tully Wiley, however, with that 7.17, just needs a 2.53 to move into second, and he just did that. Wiley drops a 4.43. There's Tully. He's in second and advancing position.
Yeah, this is a great heat. All these guys just finding some rhythm. And Oscar needs to make sure he stays pace with these fellas here, because they've all got decent scores in the 6 and 7s, and Caius obviously tapping into the excellent range. It was excellent surfing, in my opinion. I thought it was a really well executed wave, lots of variety, different turns, but full throttle the whole way through.
And I guess it speaks to the talent that we're seeing already in the opening round for both the men and the women, and the quality of this wave. We've seen very good and excellent scores, Rich, all day long.
Can't hold back. No, not now. It's not time to surf conservatively. You need to be ready to go. Instant relegation here. First and second progressing through, and great to see all our Challenger Series surfers, even from this opening round, digging in.
It's wild. It's wild, the depth of talent that it's right now available at the World Surf League.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's cutthroat too. There's only limited spots, and you think of all the amazing surfers around the world. There's not many get that golden ticket to get onto the championship tour either.
Not to mention, you know, next round, the round of 64, we're going to see some of our C tiers that were relegated into this Challenger Series, and we're going to see how they hold up to the pressure and try to regain their spot on the championship tour, because we know it's a possibility. We've seen the numbers, we've seen the performances in the past of surfers being relegated to the Challenger Series, stepping up their game and rejoining the tour the next year.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good strike rate for the XCT surfers coming back. Is around 50% or something?
Over 50%.
Over 50%. So requalify again, which is not surprising. You know, you get that experience on the championship tour. Some of them veterans even coming back.
Yeah.
We know Kalohe and Dino is in the draw.
It's true. It was great on the women's side to see surfers like Nikki Van Dyke come through and put her effort in. I hope she sticks around for the entire Challenger Series, and I'd love to see her back on the championship tour.
Absolutely. This little break gives us a chance to have a little chat about some of our competitors. Caius, we were just talking about him before. You know, sort of took a bit of a free surfing route early on, and then has switched his attention onto the competition circuit. Really went through a growth phase over the last few years, but had a crazy back injury too, man, that took him, it's taken him out. He's gotten a series of good results and then got hampered with that injury. It looks like he's back to full force at the moment.
He's on top right now. We'll see if Caius King can stay on top. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, whip it up, froth it up. We got action all day long. And by the way, we got a couple of world champs getting ready to put on an exhibition this afternoon in the Snapper World Champ session. More on the way after this Bonsoy brew break. Waves, water parks, wildlife preserves, all on hand here at the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia, Australia's favorite playground and the playing field for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Kuiper Girl, Richie Lovett on the call here. Heat 7, men's opening round out in the water. Caius King in the lead. Good looking shot from our Gold Coast flight cam coming into this heat. 12 minutes remaining for the 4 surfers in the water.
This is just the start of the Gold Coast here. The southern tip, and then it goes all the way north, Kuipes. My parents were lucky enough to live on the Gold Coast for over 30 years,
Wow.
so I've done my time up here, bud.
Yeah, it's a magic place.
Yeah, incredible. We go from here, start heading down towards Currumbin and then Burleigh Heads, all the way up to Surfers Paradise, up to the Gold Coast Spit, up at the Seaway there. Riddled, absolutely riddled with waves and good times. So much to do. Currumbin Sanctuary, one of my favourite places to visit. Go and hang out, get in touch with nature, and pat a koala. Always fun.
You got to get a koala selfie when you come over to Australia. Me as a visitor, it's almost mandatory.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that little funnel on the inside for a little free surf wave there.
Imagine that. Mind surf that one. We got competition in the water, but you can mind surf on your own. Just watching these waves reel down. Place really is a dream.
It's like a wave machine. It really is a natural one.
Here we go. Ozzie Berry in the barrel, packing it. Getting out of this one. Goes to the rail. Clean swoop, a little hung up. Makes up for it though. Big snap there. Oscar Berry with a power carve and a combination of multiple maneuvers here.
Good stuff.
6.01 takes him to second. Heat leader Caius King swinging his board through the motions. Already has an excellent score of 8.71 in his scoreline.
He's done it again to Oscar as well. He's pulled out right in front of him, and he's going to keep him honest with the paddle battle. But just that one little hang up on Oscar's wave. Unfortunately, it'll keep the score modest, but just some really good signs. This kid is really developing into a power surfer. He's reading the barrel well. Father Tony be watching on. He's got a lot of fans here. He's riding Luke Short, one of my shaper who I worked with on the tour for several years. LSD design. So Oscar sticks the arm in the wall again. Just for a moment there, he disappeared. And goes for the big roundhouse. Just got caught there, just ever so slightly, and now he tidies it up again. Beautiful drifting slash. And again, just keeping that variety there. Layback hack. Another wrapping turn there, all the way through to the inside. And finishes off with a vertical hit. Great view from up above there. Look at that sand churning in the background of the whitewash. Oscar just tags the lip there. Really good view here. You get to see all the board work, and you can see the angles.
Taking it to slow motion here for some real appreciation.
Yeah, Oscar just loading up on the bottom turn here. This is that layback hack. And we've seen John really put that turn on the map. He has got so many different variations of it, and you can see a lot of these surfers starting to adopt that approach. Now this is Caius behind him. The wave bowl's out. Caius tags it, gets a full drift along the coping. Big roundhouse hook. Another clean snap. What I love, Kuipes, about Caius is he gets that tail release right at the end of the turn and then whips the board straight back under him again, adding that little extra bit of flair to the end of the turn.
So waiting for a score for both Oscar Berry, Caius King to set up, but Oscar Berry goes excellent. 8.83 for Ozzie Berry. Still waiting for score for Caius King. Caius hanging on to that first position, but Oscar leapfrogged over Tully Wiley into that second and advancing position with a big excellent score.
This is huge. Every single surfer in this heat has got a pretty decent number here. Tully, Oscar and Caius. The three Aussies just really dominating here. Big numbers. They're creeping around the back. Oh,
Sandbath there for Oscar Berry, but no harm, no foul. He'll remain in second place. Still waiting for a number for Caius King and see how that affects the standings.
Yeah, Oscar originally from down Yamba way, made the move up the coast just to work on the surfing. And as I was saying before, an incredible skater. You know, that was his gig, and he, I guess he had to, reach that fork in the road where he was going to either commit to skating or to go into surfing. And I think, the potential for injury on the skating route, and he just went, you know what, water's a lot softer than cement.
I got some fake parts, man, and a lot of it has to do with skating as a young kid. I can attest to that. It's a brutal sport. You pay to play in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we're all glad that he's taken surfing. He's done well.
Well, look at Caius. He's gone excellent twice. His last score, an 8.03. Caius King with an excellent heat total, 16.2. Rock on, Caius King.
There's been huge expectations around this guy for so long, and I've actually worked with him through FCS and Gorilla Grip and some of the other brands. And, to see his development, his dedication to it, and always just his ability to bounce back. I talked about the back injuries. He's had a couple other setbacks as well, but just keeps coming back. A real student of the sport now. And for me, he's just starting to realise the potential now and put it into play.
I like to see Caius's success because when you have so much attention, he had so much attention to him as a grommet. And sometimes that works against surfers. This like too much, too soon.
Yeah.
And that could have been the fact with Caius King, but it's good to see, like, I see Caius King 2.0 right now.
Oh, absolutely. And, he's a real character as well. He's a unique guy, man. He's, plays music. Younger brother Rasmus and father Justin, they're, always at the events and always watching on. And, they're just a surf rat family. They've got so many beautiful old boards and, real passionate about old cars. A couple of Cadillacs in the collection.
Heavy metal aficionados in the way of the Kings. And it's nice to see that style still in play.
Yeah, he's got that real sort of punk vibe, and it's really cool. It's not contrived at all. These guys live and breathe it.
Well, Caius is rocking right now to the lead. Oscar Berry with a strong second place. Tully Wiley needs a 7.27. Tully has priority. And Ryaru Ito really, hasn't really got his charge going. He needs a near excellent 7.97 to get into the game.
Yeah, he's just off the pace here, but some good surfing nonetheless. And that one good ride. But yeah, Tully's been patient, hasn't he, since that 7.17.
So Tully holding priority, so he's put himself in a good position for a comeback. When he gets to his feet, though, he's got to go mad because the numbers for this heat have been really large numbers. 3 excellent waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, well, you've got to think too that Oscar might not be done, and Tully's going to drop a big number as well. So, Ryaru really needs 2 waves at this point, I would think.
Yeah, there's Ozzie Berry. Wants to get rid of that backup that he's got as a 5.6 and extend and ensure his place in the round of 64 for success through this heat. I'm feeling Caius King's already got the job done.
Yeah, you'd have to think with pocket 8s. A 16-point total. Is that? I feel like that's the biggest heat total of the day, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, it's right up there. Oscar, this one is fighting for a backup on a smaller inside wave, catches a rail, not going to change the situation.
No, just trying to improve on that 5.60. He won't do it on that wave, but at the back of the priority order.
Yeah, let's go down to Flick in the surfers area. Who you got, Flick?
All right. I've got Mick Fanning coming up in the Heritage Heat. It is going to be an amazing heat. 24 world titles between you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm nervous actually. I only started surfing again on Monday. I tore my MCL, been playing over 40s soccer, and so yeah, I might be pretty fat and slow. Yeah, I'll probably just try and sneak in behind the rock and just hide.
I doubt you're going to be fat and slow, mate, but talk to me about, obviously, Snapper's got the upgrade. It's a CT next year. How good is it?
Yeah, it's exciting. It always was one of the, premier events on tour as when I were on, and I think everyone just gets excited. The opportunity to surf waves like this for an event and really show your surfing. I think that's the biggest thing. But then everything that comes with it here on the Gold Coast, you can go in the hinterland, or you can go to theme parks, or if you're up for a good time, you can go out. There's so many cool things to do here.
And out of all the names in this heat coming up, who do you want to beat the most?
Oh, Parker, as always. I don't care about the rest. I can get fourth, he can get fifth.
Okay, beautiful. Well, thanks for your time, Mick, and good luck.
Well, we're not competing, we're just surfing, so it's all good.
Sure, mate. No scores, hey?
I'll be at Froggies.
But you're keeping score?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Rivalries, friendship and rivalries, they stick around. I love that.
Professional sportsmen have a habit of just remaining competitive until the day they leave this planet.
There's no way that you are a world champ and not have that competitive already just in your DNA. So I can't wait for that. What a way to cap off opening day, by the way.
Yeah, just some amazing waves, the amazing rides. The performances have been at an incredibly high level, and it's it's only going to get better. As you said, Kaipo, we're going to see some of these ex-CT competitors that have been relegated back to the Championship Challenger Series. They're going to be hitting the water as early as tomorrow, potentially.
Yeah. All right, 1 minute remaining. Tully Wiley, priority, needs a 7.27. The surfer from Bells Beach in a pressure situation. Started off really well with a 7.17. And then Caius King and Oscar Berry caught fire.
Yeah, so Tully's, he really needs to get a wave here with under a minute to go. This is his first real good crack at the Challenger Series. He's dabbled in it here and there. He's had a couple of wild cards in some of the CT events down at Bells Beach. But I feel like the surfing's just at a point now where the consistency's there, the strength's there, the competitive mind is there. So if he doesn't find himself out of this heat, he'll have to pull himself together and regain composure down at Narrabeen.
Yeah. Well, the surfing was great. It's just unfortunate in the priority rotation right now. Nothing's really come to Tully while he was holding that priority with 10 seconds left. This is going to be his last shot at it.
Oh,
and you can see the wave behind, and it's going to come too late. And that's unfortunate.
Oh, well, this is the nature of pro surfing. It's you're dealing with Mother Nature, and sometimes the rhythm just isn't there.
But the rhythm was with this man. Caius King goes excellent. 16.2 for the heat win, along with Ozzie Berry. Moving on to round the 64. Those two with a lot of momentum on opening day. We got more on the way. We got more action. We got another heat going to be hitting the water here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. All of that right after this.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Final heat of the round of 80. Opening round for the men out in the water. Rinta Outo, Jo Azuchi, Kai Ordizola, and Dylan Moffat. A couple of Japanese surfers. A surfer representing Spain in the way of Kai and Dylan Moffat, the Narabian boy out there in the green jersey. Kai Pagura, Richie Lovett on the call here. It's been an action-packed day. And we're going to continue with the action even after that, where we'll have the Snapper World Champs expression session. So we'll get a bonus today. But first, more business on hand. We need 2 more surfers out of these 4 to get into the next round, the round of 64.
Yeah, we've got some heats. Well, we've got one more heat to get through, and then we've got something special after that.
Yeah.
But let's focus on the job at hand here. And well, Dylan Moffat, he's Northern Beaches local surfer. He's been chipping away at this tour for a couple of years now.
Yeah. Dill in 2022, there he is, finished off the Challenger Series number 11. And remember, we take the top 10 men. So close to that championship tour qualification for the young man from Narabian.
Oh my goodness, that's like the school buses going down the road, you're chasing after it. Just let me on.
But he's got the talent. Could be his year this year. The road starts right here for Dylan Moffat.
Well, he's forced the issue here. He's taken pole position at the top of the point. And the other competitors, they'll keep creeping him around. They'll keep pushing him higher and higher, hoping that you know, they potentially push him out of position. Bit of jockeying strategy all at the start of these heats before we establish the priority order.
Yeah, 4-man heats, open priority to start off with, so nothing established. So all of your possession of a wave is dependent upon your positioning on the wave. So deepest guy has priority. Let's get to Felicity Palmentier with the excellent Caius King.
Yeah, absolute excellent surfing. Highest heat total of the day out of the men or women. Must feel good.
Yeah, it's pumping out there. It's amazing. It's like any time to surf snapper with 3 other people is a dream. It's like cartoon, like childhood stuff.
Talk to me, obviously the free surf's a chock-a-block. How do you contain composure out there and just let those semi-good ones go?
Yeah, I was just saying how, like, in a free surf, there's so many people all over top of each other that you just go anything. So then sitting out there then looking at little 3-footers just going unread, and you're like, oh my God. You're just like, can I not have priority right now?
Obviously, you had a great junior career, and we were talking about it before, but, you know, back injury, serious back injury, you've come back from that. You're looking in fine form. Do you want to talk us through that and where you're at now?
Yeah, I've been on a pretty wild journey the last 2 years with a bulge disc injury in my back, and I know it taught me a lot. It took me on a roller coaster, and the last sort of 8 months I've been training really hard, doing lots of physio, doing this new stuff with GER, wave key. It's pretty epic too. That's helped me a lot, and just working really hard at just feeling good. And you know, I do everything just to surf, and that's what I love doing. So getting to compete and everything's just the bonus. So I'm feeling epic. Waves like this right now. Look at the beach, it's packed. It's like, this is like what we do it for. It's epic.
Yeah, well, you're doing everything right. Highest heat total of the day. Congrats, and good luck in the next round.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks heaps. Cheers.
Yeah, double 8s for Caius King. 16.2, excellent heat, excellent surfing. Waves have hung in all day long, and it's been quite a show. Right now, a little bit of a breather. 6.5 minutes off the clock. No waves ridden as of yet in the final heat of the day.
Well, that's what happens. The heat before was just non-stop. It went a little sleepy towards the end, but the opening stages of that previous heat just had a flurry of waves, non-stop.
Now check out the positioning right now with our Japanese competitor, Rinta. He's way deep up there, so he's kind of taking pole position pretty confident move way back there behind the rock.
Yeah, he's way around there. I guess he saw what Oscar did in the wave in the heat previous and got a couple of nice barrels behind the rock section.
And it seems like Dylan's like happy to just let him get back there.
Yeah, he relinquished the pole position, didn't he?
And I think Dill is probably thinking, hey, I'm gonna bank a score, and he can take the risk of being back there. We'll see how this plays out, but I feel it's a risky move to be that deep with the clock ticking. Here's Dylan Moffat.
Yeah. So Dill just waiting patiently to get this one underway. Coming so close, it's got to be a bit of a source of frustration, but also like, okay, I was there, I was right there, I can do this.
Yeah. Dylan Moffat, a great story. 2021, he got a wild card into Narrabeen, the event at Narrabeen. Works at the local Rip Curl store there with the former world champ Damien Hardman's store over there. Damien told him the news, hey, you got a wild card to the event, but you still got to finish vacuuming up the store before you leave.
That's exactly right. Yeah, Dilmer not letting him get away with that one.
That's classic hierarchy stuff right there. I love the chain of command. Okay, we're down to a 22-minute heat here, so let's see who's going to be the first one to break away. Lines coming through. And scratch by Dylan.
No, that one
probably
good
that he didn't get that.
Yeah, grew down the line though. Look at that one. Starts to slow up. There's points on it there, but everyone just a little bit too deep.
You talked about that, Rich, right at the beginning of the heat. They were actually pushing each other deeper and deeper in that open priority. So
well, that's what you want to do.
Everyone suffers right there.
Yeah, everyone suffers. There's a point. It's a really fine line between pushing too deep and kind of, you know, trying to disarm your fellow competitors, but then missing the opportunities yourself, especially in these four surfer heats. It's a fine line. In a surfer on surfer heat,
yeah,
it's a little bit easier to sort of control and manipulate the start of the heat, but you know, it's tricky right now, especially because it's slow. We've gone, 10 minutes almost without a wave.
We'll see if anyone breaks away and moves further down a little bit wider. Always monitoring each other's position here.
There we go.
Waves coming through. Maybe opportunity. And it is going to be Rinta. He was deepest, and he's going to get the first ride. Making up some ground down the line. Nice carve to vertical re-entry combo. Forces on the inside. Gets a finish.
Nice.
Dylan Moffat swinging his board, catches a little bit on the heel, gets back caught up. And the wave reeling down the line, but just going at a speed that Dylan's having a difficult time matching that wave.
Yeah, there was something a little off, wasn't there?
Yeah.
That whole wave, the flow just wasn't quite there, and he tried to force it right at the end. I love playing the Resemblenator game, and I can see shades of Matt Branson.
Ah,
yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, we'll go way back.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at here. The Japanese surfer in red, just almost catches an edge as the wave bowls out. Possibly could have had a little barrel at the start of this one if he just stuck his arm in the wall, but he gets some good maneuvers done down the line here. See this crease on the wave face starting to form in front of him. He hops over that next little section, gets to this finishing turn, kind of jumps off the lip into the safety zone. This is Dill outside, big layback hack. So a good start, nice clean snap, and right there where he catches that hillside edge, and that sort of just put him out of sync for these other maneuvers down the line. Just pumping for speed, and he thought, I've got to tidy this up. Tries to force a little air rev.
Nothing going. Stace Galbraith's always roaming around, and I just wonder where Stace is. Stace, where are you?
Uncle Kipes, I am on the surface deck, and it's absolutely heaving down here. Stephanie, how you doing?
Really good, thanks, Stace. How are you?
I'm on top of the world. Big heat coming up. How you feeling?
I'm actually quite nervous. Maybe the biggest heat of my career against these wonderful world champions. And yeah, this is the coolest thing ever. I'm actually kicking myself I didn't do the event because I've been watching it all day, and I'm like, it's just, this is a snapper that we dream of, to have perfect waves. There's no current. It's just clear water, sunshine, warm weather, and one of the most perfect waves in the world.
Let's call a spade a spade. Joel Parkinson and Kelly Slater have a phenomenal relationship with this place, as do you. What's it going to be like sharing the water with them and just sort of working off the back of their wave whispering?
I seem to share the water with them every day out here. And they also seem to get all the best waves. So, and that's with 300 people out, and then I'm sure it'll be with no one out as well. But they just, yeah, they've got a little magic that happens every time. Joel will sit out there and it'll be flat, and then all of a sudden he'll get a 6-foot bomb behind the rock and get barreled. I've seen Kelly do it out here, and Mick's also a genius. And Oki maybe's in the best shape I've seen him in a long time, so he's surfing really good. And yeah, I just can't wait to watch and be a part of it. I'm such a surf fan as well, so I just love it. And the waves are insane. Look at these waves. Oh my God.
Hey, we'll let you get ready. It's absolutely firing. Thanks, Steph, and good luck.
Yeah, there you go. And the waves are turning on. We got Kai here slashing away the Spaniard with some quick rail control. Beautiful waves down the line. So this heat had a slow start, but now it's firing up.
Yeah, the ocean's starting to come alive again, and well, Steph sounded pretty fired up as well. Still yet to see what board she's going to ride, though.
Here's Dylan Moffat. Big commitment to that rail turn. One more big snap. And Dill winding up. Much better pace on this wave from Moffat. And a beautiful series of maneuvers.
Oh, really shallow there, that end section.
So scores owed to us for all 4 surfers from the judges to set the table here, nearly halfway through the heat at the 16-minute mark. It was a slow start, but there's been a great exchange, a great volley between all 4 surfers on that last set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought Kai had a really good wave, our Spanish surfer. Some nice clean turns. Here we go. This is the last wave of Dylan Moffat. Clean snap. Very radical to start off. Big wrapping hack as he comes down the line, and again, so much more connected on this wave. You can see there's a better pace to it, a better flow. He's got all the speed. This is Joe. Big wrapping turn. Just these waves, so rippable, so conducive to high-performance surfing, and it's a radical turn to finish off, but maybe some more down the line. Opportunity there, but our Spanish surfer in white, have a look at this, just opening up the wingspan, really extending the body through those turns, holding that rail. He's cutting deeper into the wave face here. More power in this one. Slashing all the way through this inside, gets to this final closeout section, and gets to the finish. But these outside turns, Kipes, really clean, weren't they?
It really feels like Kai got the best of this exchange, just the way he was able to fit these maneuvers in and just match the pace of the wave. Well choreographed for the Spanish surfer. We're still waiting for this number, but you can see the great technique that he employs in this slow motion.
Oh, really composed, huh, on the upper body movement on that bottom turn, keeping the arms in a real central position and then letting him fly. As he gets up into the upper part, you can see there, just gets the little pizza throw, little shimmy on the lip of that wave. Great extension. And then this is Dill. Replay on his last wave, just real gaffing layback hack to start things off. Nice wrapping turns, staying nice and low on the bottom turn again. Really radical, and gets a tail slide into closeout here. It just doesn't quite ride out of that final manoeuvre. So we got a little afternoon shower.
Well, the number's in, as we suspected. For Kai, a 7.67, up in the very good range for Odriozola. And he's in second place just by nature of that single wave score. Judges are also a number still for Dylan Moffitt. Moffitt out in the lead, as well as Rinta also needs a number. We'll take a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of Heat 8 opening round here, opening day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Kelly Slater, what are you seeing out there?
Seen a couple go under everybody, little wide ones. Actually, in the last heat, Caius came in and I was talking to him, I'm like, there was 2 waves you guys didn't go at the end that were so good. And he's like, yeah, you know, it's just the heat. You know, you got to not froth out, but conditions are perfect. I mean, you could only ask for a little more size and consistency, but it's really good out there.
We're getting all nostalgic down here. The crowds are looking that of yesteryear. Apart from Steph, you've had some amazing battles with everyone else in this heat. Do you have a favourite one that comes to mind?
Well, I'm looking to have one with Steph now. I mean, Mick and I think we're almost dead even. Like, maybe he's one up on me, like 15-14. We've had a lot of heats. He and I have had more heats than Parko, but the first year this came back on tour, it was mobile, and we surfed at Burley, and Parko got me. You know, Mick and I had a couple different finals out here at Snapper, and obviously all over the world, you know. Parko and I have had a lot of good battles too. Aki and I had a lot of good battles back in the day, so no, it's just fun. It's gonna be fun to surf with these guys.
We're all looking forward to watching it. Thanks for your time, mate. Enjoy. Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, there you go. After the conclusion of this heat, we will have the Snapper World Champ Expression Sessions. Again, Kelly Slater, Steph Gilmore, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, and Mark Octolupo making up that expression session. What a way to cap off an epic day.
Oh, it's so good. And, well, the greats out here, I'm going to be watching 5 of them.
Well, during that interview, Kai Odriozola got a backup to his 7.67, a 5.07, takes a Spanish surfer out into the lead. Dylan Moffitt hanging on to second and advancing position right now with a 6.33 and a 5.5. The need for Rinta. Oh, here we go, live action. Dill, whoa, getting loose and coming through. Composes himself after a cool air reverse and gets the finish. Like what I'm seeing from Dylan Moffitt.
Wow,
freestyle.
that was, you know, just to go for such a high-risk maneuver at the opening stages of that wave, you know, that just shows where his head is at. You know, he's engaged, he's willing to put it on the line. And I thought he almost lost it there for a second. So Dill just pumping for speed here. Hits the lip, gets the rotation, kind of was in two minds whether he was just going to come back around or do the full rotor. And as you said, just settles himself, gets composed again, and then a series of clean snaps through the inside. So look, the air wasn't totally natural in terms of the completion and the way he rotated it, but still a high-risk turn nonetheless.
Rinta
just gaffing off the top here. Currently in third. Nice clean surfing here, precision. Just placing these turns just in the perfect part of the wave. Slicing as we look at the replay here, beautiful technique. Nice tight arc, right high in the pocket, and again, quick snap, gets the tail release. Already on the bottom turn while the fan of spray is still falling from the sky here. And looks like that's a Xanadu under his feet. Shaper's been around for a long time. It's a nice finish there. Always difficult when you land down in the flats there. We call it the flats, the trough of the wave.
So Dylan Moffat, 4.4 for his last effort, did not improve his scoreline. Rinta needs a 6.83 to take that second place and advancing position off of Dylan Moffat. Joe Azuchi, another Japanese surfer in this heat, showing some precision on the rail with a couple of carves. Joe, former runner-up for World Junior title, and now focused on the Challenger Series. Azuchi right back in the game with this wave all the way through.
That's a make.
And that's a make.
That's a make. I was thinking, is he going to keep going here? Like, at what point do you hit the eject button and go, okay, I've got enough. I don't know if I can extract any more points out of this ride, but I think it's good that he got to that little finishing closeout section. He committed all that way down the line. Might as well finish it off. He needs to get back in this. So, down in fourth place before this ride. Needing a, I think it's a 6.83 there to move up into the qualifying position.
Yeah, both Japanese surfers, both Rinta and Joe, need a 6.83, and we're waiting for both scores for those two surfers representing the land of the rising sun. So we'll see if Dylan Moffat can hang on into second place, and let's go down as we're waiting for those scores to Stace Galba. Stace, what do you got?
I've got some breaking news, Kaipo. Stephanie Gilmore, ladies first. You've got priority.
Oh, sweet. Thanks. I'll take it. Yep.
Thanks. Kelly, all good with that?
Yeah, sit just wide of Parko and drop in on him. He'll go like this. He'll do this thing like,
He'll do his thing, yeah, of course. Ock, you've been down here every afternoon checking the tide. You ready to roll?
I've got no problems with that. Queen of Snapper. Priority. Yeah, no, tide hopefully is coming in soon, but yeah.
Lots of kids watching, Joel. We won't get you to reenact that one, but maybe in the water if it goes down. Thanks, Uncle Kipes.
That is good stuff. That's a great mix right there. 24 world titles paddling out right now, and we're in for a treat. WOW, wow.
Well, this is something special, and there is a heck of a lot of world titles and competition wins between this mob.
Yeah.
I think the boys are just discussing whether they're going to jump off the rock or whether they're going to paddle from froggies, or are they just going to go out through the keyhole?
Yeah, I like the story of, you know, Slater and Mick. He referenced that on their matchup, their head-to-head history actually. 9 wins for Kelly Slater, 10 wins for Mick Fanning. So pretty head-to-head when it comes with those two matched up here. And that's overall career. I think those are overall career matchups,
right?
Not just at Snapper.
Well, the rain stopped, the wind settled.
And the scores came in for Rinta. 5.13 was not enough to get him into second place. Still waiting for score for Joe Azuchi. Again, Azuchi needing a 6.83, and we're waiting for that score to lock in to see if Dylan Moffat can hang on to that second and advancing position. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on
Well,
the clock.
for Kai and Dylan in first and second, they're also first and second on the priority order, so they're in the box seat in terms of controlling these final 3 minutes. Dill just waving, wants to know the situation. Get an update from the beach announcers.
Joe Azuchi, as I said, a runner-up for a World Junior title back in 2017 in a final in Kayama against Finn McGill. Finn won that and won a world title. Joe Azuchi made it his first international name for himself in that competition. Azuchi needs a 6.83. Still waiting for the score to lock in for Joe to give him the situation. Anxious times. Nearing the GWM 2-minute warning, and it's in, not enough. A 6.4 for Joe. Dylan Moffat hangs on to second and advancing position. So now, Rich, it should be elementary for Dylan with higher priority over both Japanese surfers.
You would think.
To close out this heat.
You would think, wouldn't you? But stranger things have happened in this game, mate. And, well, what Joe's done, though, he's lowered the requirement, only needing the 5.43 now. So that obviously means that, you know, on a smaller wave, he can really focus in. Possibly doesn't have to wait for a big set, but hopefully we see a flurry. I always like to see these heats come down to an exciting finish with lots of waves ridden. Joe, he's heading up the inside, and you can see our two priority surfers, in white and green, they're just drifting down the line here because they want the surfers to come as far down as possible, stealing point scoring opportunity away from them. But they need to be careful here. So
here we go.
So he's done the job.
So now Dill played a little defense. Now it's offense time for the Narrabeen surfer, putting it together here. Micro barrel there. I don't know if that's going to change the situation, but he did keep the opportunity away from Joe Azuchi. Azuchi does have time now, as well as Rinta. Rinta, 6.7 need, 5.43 need for Joe. 30 seconds remaining.
There's just a little bump coming around the corner, perhaps. Not quite big enough. There's a couple little ribs through the lineup at the moment as well. Wow, wave approaching. Easy decision. Surfer in white just takes it. This would be somewhat of a victory lap, you would think.
Yeah. He took out the insurance policy right there, made sure they gave nobody an opportunity. Kai Odriozola onto the round of 64, along with Dylan Moffat. Kai with some outstanding surfing. 7.67, 5.07. There's the numbers there for the final heat of the opening round, but don't go anywhere. When we return, it will be the Snapper World Champion Expression Session. 24 world towels on the water when we get back.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. You're in for a special kind of treat. What a joy this is going to be, seeing these world champions, these icons of the sport, immortals, if you will, out there doing their thing in pumping conditions here at Snapper Rocks. Ronnie Blakey joined with Richie Lovett and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 78 world champion. Bugs, this is something special. What a treat.
It really is a treat. And, you know, before I was going, what is Fisher playing tonight? there was thousands of people just rocking out. Here's Mick Fanning.
The three-time world champion, just coming back from a medial knee injury, but how could he resist the opportunity to surf alongside his heroes out here in this lineup? Certainly testing out that knee.
Wow, careful, buddy.
Checking his board, he'll call for the ski. But this is so much fun. 24 world titles out there in the lineup right now. Together, 136 championship tour wins, and many of them here at Snapper Rocks.
It is just an unbelievable record between this lot. And, well, Mick looked pretty fired up on that first wave.
Oh, these guys can't help themselves.
Well, Kelly couldn't help himself. Before the hooter went, he just took off on a wave, went all the way down the point.
Hey, I thought Stace spoke to the boys before the heat. He said Steph had ultimate priority as the queen of Snapper Rocks.
Well, look at the replay here. What do you reckon, Bugs?
Oh, yeah, look how easy Mick Fanning keeps speed up. There's a full roundhouse cut. He comes around here, and then I love this little part here. Look, bing, bing, bing. Hardly anything, massive speed. And then, wow.
Oh. Yeah, the big roundhouse hook here. Well, it is just vintage Mick Fanning roundhouse cut back there. So compressed on that final stages. And, well, it all went wrong here. Just straight out of the flats and just into the trough. Just be careful with the knees, please, mate.
For sure. Mick jumping back out into the lineup. But this is a special treat for everyone and something that WSL wanted to get on, along with the announcement of this event, this Challenger Series event being upgraded again to Championship Tour status. We've got these world champs who really did dominate through the Snapper Rocks Championship Tour era.
Well, that's right. The Snapper Rocks era really began in 2000 with Taj Burrow, but that was the QS 10,000, and then it went into the CT, and this is the crew, and plus Taj, who dominated Snapper in that era. The classic is, this is a taste of CT right now. You call it the Kelly Slater factor, it could be the Steph Gilmore factor, the Mick Fanning factor, the Parko, the Oki factor. Combined, thousands of people have turned up.
Yeah, it was amazing seeing the wave of people just come down the hill from parking their vehicles. They've travelled from far and wide to come down here and witness this, because it's a special treat. Not only are we celebrating this event being upgraded to Championship Tour status once again from 2025 through to 2028, we know we're going to have it on the schedule. We're also celebrating the end of an era. Kelly Slater, no longer a full-time campaigner on the Championship Tour, created history every time he put the jersey on through basically the last 10 years he's been on tour, Bugs.
Well, that's right, because, I mean, I think you'd think maybe Oki, Sonny Garcia, late 30s, early 40s, but say from 42 to 52, I think it's Kelly Slater.
Every time he's put the jersey on, he's, you know, up the age and up that record of being the eldest surfer competing at the Championship Tour level. Certainly going to be the eldest surfer ever to compete in a Challenger Series event this week, and he will obviously add to that record as he takes up wildcard opportunities a couple of times through the back half of this year. Here's Steph Gilmore. Great to see her out here doing her thing, Rich.
Yeah, just the grace and style of Steph Gilmore. It matches, it marries so well with these walls here at Snapper Rocks. You know, obviously this is where she really groomed that style, honed it, perfected it, and she's just, well, she's used it at all different places around the world. But you know that this is a very special break for her.
Skipped school. She skipped school to get her first Championship Tour win as a wild card. Way back in 2005. And then joined the elite ranks, and it didn't take her long to start racking up world titles, and she is the queen, the GOAT.
Well, and of all the 5 surfers, she's still live. Like Stephanie Gilmore will more than likely be in the CT in 2025 at Snapper Rocks.
Well, she's already taken up that wild card opportunity, but look at the career stats there. 33 incredible event wins all over the world, but 6 of them here at home. Here goes Kelly Slater. He's also got 6 victories here, and well, you got to wind the clock right back to think about his first.
Yeah, well, Kelly's just got an amazing strike rate here. I believe if he makes the final, he wins.
Are we calling this a final?
Yeah, that's right, Rich. 6 from 6.
6 from 6, right?
Yeah.
So he's got a perfect finals record out here, Mick.
Wow. Still looking so sharp, isn't he?
Oh, just getting the tail release, just looking so smooth. And this is a man who's just coming back from injury too, so we know he's not firing on all cylinders, but geez, he looks like he is just in fine form.
He's been a busy man too, welcoming his second child to the family. Big congratulations to his partner Bree, who'd no doubt be watching on with their daughter. As we see Joel Parkinson, classic stuff behind the rock, but Oki, he's having none of it. The 98 world champ.
All time.
Just throws himself into it. 99 world champ, just has been looking so sharp out here. Oki's forever young, built like a grommet still, so strong, and that back end never gets old.
Sure doesn't. That was awesome. What a great ride. And he picked it. That's a snapper special because Parko was super deep. He didn't give him the benefit of that. For a second there, I thought it might have been Kelly on a revisited Kira final.
Isn't that the rule between the locals, Bugs? If they don't say your actual name, you can scream and holler all you like, but if they don't call your name, they're going.
Oh, I've stood behind Bugs on a couple of waves out here, screaming the house down. Rabbit, Wayne, Bugs.
I've got a lot of nicknames.
Champ.
You got to get the right one. And of course, Michael Peterson had the classic whistle. You'd be deep in the barrel and you'd hear the whistle.
Right, he's whistling from the shoulder. I'm going.
But that is all-time Parko. I knew he was around the corner waiting for a barrel. He loves a barrel in here. What a beautiful, slotted to perfection. And there is a section right here. Oh, it's questionable.
Yeah, it is questionable, but just that trademark backhand hook. It just never gets old, does it? And, well, he's looking fit. He's looking engaged.
Oh, he loves it. He just had an evil chuckle before when we spoke to him as he was heading out for this clash. There's a great sequence of turns.
Yeah. Vintage Okalupo here. And I remember watching him get his victory out here at Snapper Rocks. Just tearing it apart.
Yeah, and I mean, in slow motion, you see he's still got that groove. I mean, the power out of the lip, whether it be, bells, J-Bay, Snapper, amazing.
Yeah, awesome. So Fanning here on a replay. Let's see what he got done, Rich.
Oh, I love this opening turn. Just gets so much tail release and really trademark that, carve to slice better than anyone. Mick just driving off the bottom there, continual speed. And, it's worth touching on the relationship that Mick and Darren Hanley have had in, making craft, making surfboards for this wave in particular.
Oh, definitely. And I think that Steph's been a benefactor of that relationship and continued to refine her boards with Darren Hanley as well. But great to watch this replay unfold and just see that, Mick's still kind of setting the pace. But here we go on the outside. Steph Gilmore taking off. Tucking in, locking into the barrel. The Queen finds the tube and gets the exit. And now goes to work on the rail. Classic stuff. Drifts the fins. We're not throwing numbers at these competitors.
No, we are.
Well, we are. Well, that's just brilliant surfing. And this is timeless stuff again from Mick. Such clean rails as he digs in on the inside here.
Wow. Mick's keeping busy.
What about the tube ride from Gilmore, though?
Look, the tide is so perfect right now. It's just turning in the afternoon about, an hour and a half after low tide. Of course, it's still very low out there, but this is when you get the barrels.
The Snapper World Champs heat is really starting to ramp up with some amazing rides going down. You know, typically you schedule exhibitions like this, Bugs, and you've got to work around a stacked field, and you're trying to get competitors out there in dream conditions. But this afternoon couldn't have played out any better. We weren't going to get into those second rounds. We didn't have enough time this afternoon. So this is unreal, having 40 minutes to watch some of the sports greats do their thing.
You know, we've got to mention Kelly got that bomb before the hooter went, and he rode it so perfectly. I don't think they could film it because it hadn't started yet, but gosh, it's not like he hasn't had, you know, the crowd was screaming already, even before the hooter went.
Amazing. Won his first event here on the Gold Coast way back in '97. Was still campaigning and challenging a whole new stable of incredible surfers when he won in 2013.
Well, the thing about Kelly, though, is that's mixed up all our classic point breaks. Burley, Kira, Snapper. You know, he's just dominated at each spot at some point.
I think he likes it over here too. Ended up getting himself a place here on the Gold Coast where he loves to spend some time. And yeah, he's having a special trip around Oz at the moment. He and his partner Kalani are expecting a child. Kalani's having a baby shower today, so Kelly's off the hook, got the opportunity to surf in this heat.
Awesome, Ronnie.
But another special note to make. Right now, up on Joel Parkinson's deck, overlooking this lineup here at Snapper Rocks, Seth Moniz, Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, Lindy and Axel Lyons also up there with Mon and his kids, all watching this heat unfold. And they travelled together a lot on the championship tour. Andy and Joel had an amazing friendship, and Andy had a great friendship with Oki and Mika as well.
Yep.
So a really special thing to get to see. For them to get to see this exhibition go down, and also with Kelly and his ultimate rival in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I just, when you were talking about that then, it just reminded me of Kelly's post-heat interview at Margaret River, and he was actually talking about the surfing fraternity as a whole, and it is one big family, you know, whether there's the tour family and all these guys compete together, and you're traveling the world, and you can't help but get connected and form relationships with all these people that you're competing with. And it goes from fierce rivalry where you just want to downright bury them into, you know, friendly, friendships that will last a lifetime after it.
And it really, at that level, it really reminds me of Formula One. You know, those guys are on the track. I mean, you know, you saw those amazing, you know, Ayrton Senevers and Alain Prost, and they're trying to, you know, work each other over on the racetrack. But then we had a tragedy. It was Alain Prost that was right there carrying, you know, Ayrton Senna. And these guys are that close. You know, they've got a lifelong brotherhood and sisterhood.
That's right. They've been through a whole lot together. Even thinking about their head-to-head history is very interesting. Kelly, we chatted with him before he headed out, and he was saying it's pretty close between him and Mick. Mick actually has the edge in head-to-head heats, 10-9 with Kelly. But Kelly's got the wood on Joel and Oki. Between Kelly and Joel, 14 heats. Kelly 11, Joel 3. Between Kelly and Oki, not too different. 13 heats. Kelly 11 wins to Oki's 2. But you're not going to be able to kind of chalk this one up as getting one back. It's not a head-to-head situation, and thank God for the rest of them, because right now Stephanie Gilmore would be taking a 1-0 lead over Kelly. She's easily got the best wave of this heat so far.
I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a beautiful barrel ride. How was the style, the poise in there? And that thing just funneled off so well, didn't it? That classic Snapper Rocks.
Unbelievable. Stace is out there amongst the crowd. How's the vibe, mate?
Ron Dog, the crowd is absolutely fizzing down here. It's absolutely packed, all walks of life, and everyone's on fire. That wave of Stephanie went down with crew basically in the tube with her. It's one of the most unique waves in the world. You can get so close to the surfers, and everyone's absolutely loving it. Uncle Mick Fanning, that'd have to be the quickest recovery from an MCL injury I've ever seen. The Bond University health team are just scratching their head. But I think I know what the cure is. The cure is perfect 4-foot snapper with no one out. So sign him up.
Yeah, that'll definitely get the adrenaline pumping and bury any pain, niggling pain that you might be feeling. Cheers, Stace. Enjoy the show, mate. What a treat.
Absolute treat.
Oh, this is awesome, what we've got out there at the moment. Obviously, Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, a Hall of Famer, a Huntington Walk of Fame inductee, of course, but some Australian Hall of Famers out there as well. We've also got one here in the booth with us in Wayne Bartholomew, but even at a pretty young age, Mick, Joel and Stephanie Gilmore, Mark Occhilupo, they've all been given that legendary status in the Aussie Surfing Hall of Fame.
They have, and ever since they were young surfers, they looked up to Kelly Slater. He was already winning titles, and gosh, you know, let's face it, I mean, he won 6 world titles between 1992 and 1998, had a 3-year hiatus, came back and had that amazing rivalry with Andy Irons on the Dream Tour. That actually set the whole future up. Andy versus Kelly, that was it. And Andy won 3 world titles. Kelly went on to win another 5 world titles. I mean, what a career.
Yeah, unbelievable, Rich. And at one point, Kelly started to get on a bit of a roll again, as Bug mentioned. And Joel and Mick actually got together and said, hey, one of us has got to beat him. It ended up being Mick that delivered on that pact, and Joel got his in 2012.
Yeah, well, it's the unique nature and the X factor that Kelly brings. He's just, you know, he's been the benchmark out here for so many years. When he first came onto the tour, he sort of changed the way and the lines and got everyone thinking about how you can actually approach this wave a little bit differently. And he's done that time and time again through the decades, you know, over 3 decades now.
Yeah, it's amazing. We almost need him to keep turning up at events in surfing heats just so we can get through his list of achievements in the jersey, but also away from competition as well. You start to have a think about it. The surf wrench, the wave pool technology that he's helped introduce and bring to surfing has been an absolute game changer. Format changes for you, Bugs. He used to bring you ideas and concepts when you were running the ASP.
Well, you know, when you know, Luke Egan and Perry Hatchett and I went out to Fiji with him when he created the overlapping heat format. It was unbelievable, you know, he used to come up with some great ideas.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have a few more. But the main priority for Kelly in these next few years is chasing swell, getting himself in quality waves, and obviously spending a lot of time with his family, which is about to grow.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Kelly is just constantly pushing the boundaries with surfboards and equipment. He's on a twin fin out here, so obviously, you know, he's been one of these surfers that have really pushed the boundaries and explored these different designs, and it's actually evolved, you know, surfing hardware, surfboards and fins throughout the last couple of decades. He's really been a pioneer in so many different parts of surfing.
Oh, here we go, folks.
Some set waves on the outside here. And it's going to be Occhi taking this one. Parko's just been a little short-changed out here at the moment. Pulled into the pit, didn't find his way through. And someone's in there. Ooh, doesn't find the exit though. Was that Parko deep in the chamber?
Here's Kelly.
Slater grabs the wall, tucks in, gets some time.
Yeah.
Before emerging, goes to one of his beautiful roundhouse cutbacks. Banks off the foam. Old swivel hips. Still got it. Bringing it through to the inside, starting to build now. I mean, Kelly, we talk about the competitor a lot, but the barrel riding too is always celebrated in a big way, but the front side wraps, the carving turns, the power that he puts into those moves, he's definitely one of the best.
Absolutely, and you know, he sort of coined that trademark. You know, the posture when he does that front side slash, it's just it freeze frames. But have a look at this: sticks the arm in, drags it, gets the vision, comes through easily. I mean, we could be in the early 2000s watching you know, Kelly Slater in his prime right now.
Wow, this is worth the entry fee right here. Kelly Slater at in all his finery, something to behold.
Nice and relaxed, just playing with this one. Driving down the line, there's that big swooping cutback. Just drifting the tail out, but let's watch the wrap. Textbook, look how low Kelly gets that back arm nice and low. Keeps all the power into the turn. Just cat-like in his approach. You just hardly ever see this guy fall.
It's amazing, and you know, over the decades, 4 decades of unbelievable, you know, high-level surfing, and here's Stephanie Gilmore.
So Steph, a lot of speed here. Watching a replay, she just glides through her turn. Hasn't. I mean, she's always looked free and not looked like she's ever restricted by a competitive jersey, Rich, but she seems to have found a whole new level of freedom in her surfing at the moment.
Yeah, there's just a little sprinkle of groove and relaxation in the style now.
We've still got just over 18 minutes to enjoy watching these absolute legends of the sport do their thing here at Snapper Rocks, but right now we're going to take a quick break. A massive chapter in the amazing history of the Gold Coast competitive surf scene unfolding at the moment, and it's not a competitive heat, it's a celebration of surfing out there at the moment between some of our greatest world champions, as we see a replay of what the Queen, Steph Gilmore, got done earlier on here. Have a look at these turns too.
So awesome, silky smooth. I loved how she just got right up forward on the board, just toying with the foam ball.
And you know, Rich, remember that first footage of Kelly's wave pool and with Steph Gilmore in the barrel? And Kelly later said he you know, that perfect bank at Green Mountain Snapper, that was a big part of his design. And there's Steph doing the wave pool.
Inspiration.
At Snapper.
Yep.
Brings tears to the eyes. Stephanie Gilmore doing a thing here at Snapper Rocks. Just an unbelievable barrel ride out there, right in front of her surfing heroes. She's still the grom out in this lineup at this stage, but I think she demands the respect. The crowd's halfway out there.
The crowd is out there. Talk about an intimate lineup.
Yeah, good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing seeing everyone turn out. I think, you know, it's been really hard to kind of get your head around when Kelly Slater might actually wrap it. Even after he left Margaret River, he had a joking comment, said, well, I might take up a spot in the Challenger Series on the Gold Coast, which he has. And then he said, imagine if I won and I went to Narrabeen and got a victory down there, I'd be back on tour.
Oh,
that'd mess with people. He's just chuckling to himself, and I'm thinking, are you serious? Are you going to do this?
Well, he is.
He is doing it.
He is doing it.
Yeah, and this is a great warm-up for him, but you know what, I think what he's really looking forward to is turning up at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro later next month and giving it a good nudge there, and obviously the Corona Fiji Pro.
And I'll tell you, in those 3 years where he took that hiatus from the regular tour, he accepted a few invitations as a wild card, and he loved being a wild card. I don't think he ever lost as a wild card.
No, he was amazing. An amazing victory over in Tahiti. And, you know, you think about Kelly's performances over the years and the number of excellent rides that he's had at different venues, 10-point rides. He's had them here. Joel Parkinson's been pretty good for some perfect scores as well.
Yeah, I think he's actually had more perfect scores than anyone in the lineup at the moment.
Parker's had 5 here.
Well, he's had 5 here, but he's been a little sleepy in this heat so far. We saw him get that big long tube, and then Occy did the little fade.
I got a feel. I remember there was the crowd. I think he was in another barrel, and the one just before Kelly's.
Right on cue.
Yeah, and rocking those Andy Irons rising subboard shorts. Iconic. As we see Joel now, he's been surfing so well lately. Just wind through one of his big front side carves. Kaipo, what a treat on day 1 of the event here.
Hey, what am I frothing about? 5 world champs, 24 world titles, pump and snapper, and I got Kelly Slater's boards. See ya.
Yeah, they're worth a bit. I wonder what Kelly is going to ride later on in the event. He's out there on a 20 at the moment. Yeah. Do you think the competitor will get the better of him, or do you think he'll just stick with the 20 and have a bit of fun in this contest?
I reckon he'll stick with the 20 if I had to put a wager on it.
I reckon, like, you know, in the interview before, Steph Gilmore went, I really regret not entering this event because surfing snapper with 3 other surfers. I think that's what Kelly wants. He just wants heat after heat. Keep going.
Here goes Occy. He's got some speed, and we know that he's got the power to sink that rail deep. Glides through a cutback, bounce on the foam. Oh, accidentally swings into reverse. As we see Steph Gilmore unleash on the outside. And Steph's just picking this lineup apart at the moment. Love where she just glides across the top of these walls. Beautiful big roundhouse. And she'll hang on for the finish.
Oh, what a ride.
She's comboed it. He's got him in combo.
So awesome. The Queen.
Putting on some kind of show. I mentioned that between this lot, there's 136 Championship Tour wins. Kelly's got 56 of them, and Steph Gilmore's got 33.
Nearly a ton between them.
Unbelievable.
Well, the other thing too is that each one of these world champions have got such a distinctive style, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, Occy, right from the outset, he came onto the tour and he sort of redefined what style was, but look at Steph. She is the epitome of style, just connects with that first turn, gets that tail release and regains perfect control down the line, and then just a series of manoeuvres. This thing just kept growing as it went right down into towards Greenmount.
Wow, that's a great view. Look at this, at the final manoeuvre there, just a beautiful, like she's gone past the crowd, she's just having a surf now. Look at the texture on that wave. Oh, Steph Gilmore just on fire. I think she's had the 2 best waves so far.
She has.
Love it.
For sure.
Kelly got that bomb about a minute before the heat. Backed up by a barrel. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Slater ducks in, finds some cover, punches through the curtain. The goat lets that lip have it and gets on full, just attack mode. Just one of the most unbelievable barrel riders that's ever lived, especially in waves of consequence. Occy on the outside, he just gets a little sunk down, riding out of that last turn. Listen to that crowd.
I reckon Ox put a bit of pressure on himself.
He's surfing well.
He's surfing so good, just on point, looking really fit and energized. Let's see what Kelly did here. You can see the barrel down the line, backdoors this section, screams all the way through the second section. You can see the red jersey through the curtain, blasts the top of that one, and then continues on down the line. A couple of funky little turns through the inside, but looking really connected at the moment.
I mean, this would have been such a tease if there wasn't going to be a CT next year. Because this is a CT, that was a CT roar.
Here we go, Parko on the outside. Finds a tube that's just big enough to fit him. Gets a bit of cover. Nice little afternoon vision here. But Joel just hasn't yet connected with a quality set wave, nor is Mick. He's on the outside, waiting for his shot at it.
Still just under 9 minutes remaining, so it's just awesome. A 40-minute expression session that we have just been so blessed to have this happen.
Expression extravaganza, I think was what we should call it. This has been a real treat.
Yeah, so fun. Just absolutely firing these conditions. And, you know, it's amazing the level that all these surfers have maintained since, you know, especially Mick, Joel, Occy, maintained an incredible level since they wrapped up their championship tour careers some time ago. Steph, obviously, just fresh off announcing that she was going to have a year off, really. We're not that far into this year, and it just feels like she could just waltz back into a championship tour event and win.
Oh, look, on the current form right now, she hasn't skipped a beat, you know. I still feel like she's energised, she's engaged. She'll have the year off to sort of decompress and refocus, and she'll come back even better. And obviously, you know, she only needs to look at Kelly for inspiration. You know, age is, it really is only a number. Kelly's proven that. If you can stay fit and healthy, stay strong, stay agile, all the foundations are still there, and every single one of these surfers we're witnessing now, they'll never lose it.
No.
Here goes Kelly. Smaller wave, but just rips through that carve. Doesn't get the finish on that one.
Well, hopefully we get to see another big flurry of sets. The tide is coming in pretty quickly now, so this is probably the last of the barrel section. In half an hour, there probably won't be that many more barrels.
Well, the sun is set. It's pretty dark out there at the moment. And yeah, it's just a shame there's not a little bit more light left in this day. Could watch this go on for another hour.
Yeah.
But it's been a special way to kick off the first stop in the Challenger Series. A big day of huge announcements. And like I said earlier, this is, you know, really about getting out there with Kelly, for Mick, Joel, Occy and Steph, and cheering him on too into this next phase of his life. But it's going to be awesome to see him compete at these next events. I love the fact that he's been given these wildcard opportunities. Yep. I really feel like he deserves them. And it's going to be the ultimate way to sign off. We want to see him signed off in waves where, performance-wise, he just took the sport to a whole new place.
Yep. He sure did. And, you know, when you really think about it, though, you know, he stepped away, but he's actually competing on 2 tours right now.
Yeah, 3 if you count this exhibition.
Fantastic.
But yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, Kelly's got so much happening in his life at the moment, but at some stage I'd love for him to take up a position on the commentary. As we see, Parko taken off. Still a real favourite here, of course, when he's surfing at this venue. People just eat it up, timeless style, as he just creeps forward on that board, loses contact with his equipment. Bit of trademark rail work there from Slater. You can hear the onside announcer just ramping this crowd up into a frenzy. How good is that?
We want more. We want more.
Okay, folks, let's hear it for Kelly Slater.
Well, the biggest cheer so far has definitely been reserved for Kelly. Here goes Mick. Nice cover on the outside. The arcing turn that saw him claim 22 Championship Tour wins when he was on the forehand. But also 3 thrilling world title victories.
It's pretty unbelievable that Mick's been away from the tour and Joel for this long, and they've still maintained such a high level in their surfing. You know, he's been around the tour, you know, and it's extraordinary. We can't really even consider him in the same conversation because he's a freak. But Mick's level is still, I mean, he's so fit still. The rail work is still so clean. The precision, the timing, still totally on point. It's just great to witness.
So 3.5 minutes to go now. Steph Gilmore well positioned where she spent so much of her time in this lineup. Bugs right there behind the rock, ready to get barreled.
The Queen is on her throne and she just is so comfortable out here. All of them are. They all surf so well at Snapper.
If Steph's the Queen of Snapper Rocks, who's the king?
Wow, you'd have to. It's out of this mob right here.
Rich, want to stick your neck out?
Flip a coin between Mick and Joel.
Yeah, that's it. Flip a coin.
Here he goes. Fanning again. It's kind of been small wave antics from Mick in this heat. He's had some great moments though. Can't punch his way through this pit though.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Mick's competitive urges have softened a little as he's retired from full-time competition.
He's got a lot going on.
A couple of kids now, plenty going on in the business world, but he's still, you know, is just so good in the water.
He's still out there every day. 2 minutes remaining here, and what a fantastic start to this event. And the Gold Coast, you know, showing off its best assets at the moment. Pump and Snapper Rocks, this pristine, clean coastline. Everyone in full celebration of this coastal lifestyle.
Yeah, well said, Ronnie. And that's what it is. It's the surfing culture and the lifestyle. Just the freedom to be able to do it.
You know, and this is an interesting one. We are looking at icons of the sport. You know, people that really did just take us to a whole new level performance-wise. They're out there together in this lineup, but when you think about this region, so many champion surfers have been produced. You've got to draw the line somewhere, otherwise you've still got 100 people out there in the surf competing for waves. As we see Gilmore up again, just a minute left to enjoy this show. As Steph just glides over that foam ball and then unleashes just a beautiful fin release from the 8-time world champion, who's really just dominated this heat. Found the best waves. Timeless style on show as always.
Just so on point. The timing perfect, the style perfect. Kelly up and riding.
Bit of foam on the face here. Kelly just carves right through it. Are we going to chalk this up as another Snapper Rocks victory for Stephanie Gilmore?
Yep. Yeah, I think the Queen has towed them up in this one. She just got the 3 best waves out there and clicked.
18 seconds to go.
Oh, hang on.
Rocky.
Yeah.
He was a regular footer this whole time. Nice work there from off. Oh, God.
Kelly getting up switchfoot.
You don't want to get in the way of that surfboard. What a show. The Snapper World Champs heat has come to a close, and it's unanimous here in the booth. Stephanie Gilmore taking the victory, but every surfer out there with some real highlight moments, and the crowd absolutely devoured the show. What a presentation, and what a treat. Never forget it.
Just a great treat.
What a moment. Yeah. All these surfers, it's going to take them a while to get through the crowd as well.
The crowd just got their money's worth big time. Surfing is free. and they just lapped that up enormously.
How good. Ockie, Slater hugging it out on the inside. I think there'll be a lot of hugs going down as these two make their way in, as all the champs meet the crowd there on the beach. Mick on the outside making his way in. Look how quickly that crowd just swarmed that line up to get a piece of it themselves.
Yeah, well, Mick got his barrel.
Awesome stuff.
Wow, what a great energy around this heat.
Can we do that every afternoon?
I know. Wouldn't it be great?
Let's finish the day with that, with an amazing exhibition.
We've still got the WSL post show, and I'm sure we're going to see some highlights from the Snapper World Champs heat. As Slater hits the shore, he's got I reckon about a 4-hour trip to get back to his car later on, because they've turned out and forced to see the GOAT today.
Wow.
A beautiful afternoon here at Snapper Rocks. Day one in the bag. The WSL post show is coming up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the WSL Post Show. A huge day here at Snapper Rocks for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen. What a performance from Steph Gilmore, the Snapper World Champs heat. Felicity, I saw you out there just taking it all in. It was huge.
Oh, it was so massive. I was down on the ground getting amongst it, and I couldn't believe the crowd. Like, they showed up in numbers, in thousands. There was so many people along the shore, even in the water, and of course, I'm happy to see the gals. Get one for the gals. Stephanie Gilmore, Queen stays Queen.
Yeah. It was a celebration, so we weren't actually dropping scores, but we couldn't help ourselves. And yeah, it was unanimous here on the set. Steph found the best waves, Rich, and I don't know, something about that style, those long right-handers, just works.
She has this just amazing ability to match the wave pace and just lay down that beautiful smooth carve, find the pit when she needed to. Just a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was fun too. A couple of messages I got. Matt Wilkinson texted me and said, I think Mick needs to get back on tour.
Yep.
He just looks so sharp. He didn't even really get himself on the biggest waves out there.
No, I've got to agree with that. I was watching and I was blown away. I was like, wow, you put him in any of these heats today and he's just still so relevant. Didn't really look like he was coming back from an MCL injury, I'll tell you that much.
No, but guaranteed all the Challenger Series event surfers would have been tuned in to that heat. I think everyone was aware that they were watching a little bit of history go down this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a really special moment. You know, I felt honoured to be in the booth, just even calling it, and sitting next to Bugs was a treat as well. Obviously, he was, you know, instrumental in implementing the dream tour as it was, and this was one of the locations. I know when I came onto the tour, I was like, oh my goodness, I get to surf snapper with only a couple of people out. It was a dream come true.
Yeah, it was really fun. And also usually, you know, you get to these events, you have a Heritage Series heat, you're absolutely frothing to see your surfing heroes get out there and get amongst it. But as I said earlier, you're going to kind of work around the contest. Yeah. Today, we got the work done. We got through the opening round for the men and the women. So there was a bit of time to get that exhibition happening, and it was firing. The waves were firing.
The waves showed up. I mean, today, obviously, that swell still stuck around from yesterday. This afternoon, as that tide started to fill in, it just started to pulse and just, yeah, the best part of the day, and it turned on for the world champs.
It was so funny watching them, Rich, just before they went out into the lineup. You could sort of just see the competitive juices starting to bubble away. They were trying to play it cool, but it all came out.
Can't help it. When you're that competitive for that long, you just can't get rid of those urges. And when, you know, you put the jersey on, get those feelings going again. And, you know, it was amazing. And if you'd asked me to write down 5 names to come and surf Snapper Rocks, it could have been anyone. It would have been that 5. So, you know, a real honour, a treat for everyone down here, treat for everyone watching. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, for sure. And we also had plenty of highlights as we got through those opening rounds for the men and women today. And we're going to have a look at some of those stunning performances. Heat 5, the round of 80, had local boy Sheldon Simkus, not going to be a full-time campaigner on the Challenger Series this year. It's hard to work out how.
Well, I mean, with performances like this today, we'd love to see Shelley get a couple more starts, but, you know, obviously surfing really free and relaxed and just pick the eyes out of it. Got a couple of gems, and really he is just so in tune with this wave, just playing with it all day long.
Yeah, he's definitely playing with it. He obviously knows this wave so well, just growing up down the road from Tweed Heads, but yeah, it's a shame. Obviously think that he doesn't get a berth into the whole Challenger Series, because you look at him surfing right now and you're thinking, wow, like, can this be done down at Narrabeen? But something just clicks into gear here at Snapper, and he obviously just knows every grain of sand out there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, I think he wishes that the Challenger Series was just 6 stops here at Snapper, and then he'd be on the tour for sure. But it was a pretty impressive heat. Ryan Huckabee as well. Hadn't seen much of his surfing before today. He looked solid, through a lot of water, and everyone had good numbers in this heat.
Yeah, it was one of those days where we got introduced to a few new faces, some, you know, returning surfers coming back, and also some, you know, some stayers, some veterans who have been punching away at this tour for a while now, trying to make their mark. But an incredible opening day of competition.
It was, and the women got the day started. We got the round of 48 underway for them, and really strong performances. Heat 2, that had some pretty big numbers in it as well. Let's have a look at some of those highlights. Eva Wong just looked really strong. I love her electric form on the forehand.
Yeah, she looked super strong, and her wave selection was on point. She just absolutely picked beautiful waves. She came up against Yolanda Hopkins too, and Yolanda came out of the gates firing here, and I actually thought the heat was going to go Yolanda's way. but with surfing like this, she looked really connected. She had a good pace, and she had good wave selection too, but it was Eve who ended up posting a 7.87, backed it up with a 5.77 with turns like this. Her board, to me, looks really good too. Just really responsive, holds the rail when she needs it to, but then has the ability to pivot when she wants as well.
Yeah.
So surfing super strong.
Yeah, Yolanda was in full attack mode, but you can't deny just how refined the rail work is here. And I think for that reason she earned herself the best wave ever, and she's going to be a force.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looked in control of all her rides, pushing hard enough. Really accelerating, throwing a ton of spray, but the board looking magic under her feet, as you said, Flick. Looked really nice.
Well, there's the numbers. Impressive stuff. Another one of those heats where everyone had decent rides. In fact, that can be said about a lot of heats through this opening day of competition. Great consistency in the surf, especially once we got past that high tide.
Yeah, I feel like today, there was just so many good waves coming through that, it was really your mistakes out there that, if you were losing, it's because of you. It wasn't because their waves didn't show up or you didn't get opportunities, because there were plenty there today.
Stace, that crowd this afternoon was amazing, and they're sticking around, and you found one of the biggest frothers in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Double duty, Stephanie Gilmore, look at her go. The kids can't wait, and why should they? Here you are.
That was so much fun. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Thank you. I hated to say that. Actually, Joel gave me that good one, that barrel, and then I just seemed to be in the. That was my plan, to go out there and just win some all, but.
1-0, baby.
Yeah, no, that was fun. It was a little slow, but wow, that was probably the highlight of probably my whole career, life maybe, to surf empty snapper with those guys. Yeah, that was really cool.
No, we could feel that on the paddle back out. You could just see how frothing you were.
I mean, you're watching a perfect wall, and then Mick rip into one, Joel, Kelly, and then Ockie. It's just like, it was like a weird dream, You dream about it as a kid, and to go out there and experience it in real life was really special. So.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming down. We're claiming that the judges were too scared to call it. We'll call it. You won.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, guys. What do I get?
Everything. Congratulations.
Priority behind the rock from here on out.
You've got it anyway, brah. Come on. Kelly, just a word. Well, 1-0 with Stephanie Gilmore.
Say what?
Love won, Stephanie.
Correct. Yes. Yep. She got 1-0 against all four of us, all the other four of us. She was just totally insane. It was funny because Mick just goes up. He's like, just everywhere she turns is just lining up for her, and she's just in sync with it. It was great. But you gave her priority, so it just was going to happen.
Yeah, but you guys started the heat early.
That's true.
I want to know, you're going to ride that board in your heat in the second round?
It's really a fun board. Yeah, it's fast. I just got to stay above it. If I lean too much, it kind of catches sometimes, but it's fun. It's a good, fast board.
What's the plan for the rest of the afternoon? You're going to be down here till midnight.
I might. Hey, thank you. She gave me a ukulele.
Bust out a tune.
Nice. It's in tune almost. It's a little flat on the bottom, on the A string. Oh, sign it. There we go. All right.
Kelly, thank you for your time. Thanks for the exhibition. That was absolutely insane. Ron,
down here for it. Thanks for letting us surf. We were just we were so stoked to be out there. It was really great. Thanks, you guys.
What an afternoon. Thanks again. Thank you, Ron. Pandemonium.
Oh, we love it. Yeah, well done. And I can confirm, word just coming in, there's a pallet of Bonsoy at Steph's front door. That's the prize for winning. So congratulations. Yeah, good luck getting through that this week. But that was a lot of fun. And you could tell the buzz that Steph had after being out there in the lineup with her surfing heroes. As I mentioned, she was the Grom in the lineup, so she would have spent a lot of her childhood just watching those guys surf on the old VHS, probably not DVDs, I'd say.
I'd say
for
DVD.
Steph. Yeah. But that was a magic moment for her.
Oh, just incredible. You could feel the energy. It was so positive, and, well, it was nice of Parker to give her that little barrel too.
What a gentleman.
What a gentleman.
What a gift.
He's changed.
He has changed.
Let's get into the Boost Mobile heat of the day. We could have picked from so many, but we're going to go with Heat 3, the round of 80 for the men, and a very strong performance from this man, Charlie Cruvant.
Yeah, he found a couple of gems and some real rail attack.
Comes around the section here, and now he starts to open up the wings. Just connecting, looked in total sync with the wave, great pace. And yeah, just finding a flow out here. Hasn't done too many heats out at Snapper, but didn't find it too difficult to get in sync. This was one of the better waves of the day, Flick.
Oh, I just look at this and I just can't believe the waves that we had here at that beautiful turn. But on day one of the waiting period, first Challenger Series event, for me, I mean, the waves have been the hero. I mean, the surfers have showed up and surfed them, but the conditions have been incredible all day, just so aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Beautiful to watch.
Yeah, look, the surfers did okay, but Snapper Rocks is the hero today.
Well, it just showed up, you know, it just really showed up.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to catch the wave of the day, but for Charlie Coupon to turn it into an 817, you know, that took something special and some great composure. And then we had one of the veteran campaigners on the qualifying series / Challenger series, and Raphael posted some good numbers too. And it was another one of those heats where we had pretty good scores across the board.
Yeah, and like you said, Flick, everyone had fair opportunity today. Lots of waves coming through, and that's difficult when we're running 4-surfer heats. You know, man-on-man heats or surfer-on-surfer heats. You know, there can be these lulls, but still everyone gets their waves. But just riddled with waves today, and our surfers stepped up. Great performances everywhere.
So from here, obviously, we're moving into that next round where we've got those higher seeds waiting to see who they're going to draw. And we're looking forward to this clash. Kelly Slater, George Patar, who's been on a tear in the Australian leg of the championship tour. Another Floridian will be in the lineup in Michael Dunphy, and Oscar Berry. We've just learnt that he's going to move into that heat as well.
Wow, so it's a real Australia versus USA matchup here. And, well, Kelly and Michael Dunphy from Florida. Yeah. And then George and Oscar from the east coast of Oz. So this is going to be an incredible matchup. George obviously coming in off 2 wildcard entries into the Championship Tour events, doing incredibly well, making the semi-finals over at Margaret River. He's full of confidence, but he needs the points, so he's actually going to have to get some work done here.
Yeah, it's not like Kelly's road through to a big finish in an event is going to get any easier coming back to the Challenger Series either. Those surfers look really sharp in the lead up to this event. Oscar Berry surfed brilliantly today, so it's going to be a very difficult draw, but we'll have a look at the Surfline forecast and see if it works in Kelly's favour. A bit more swell will allow him the opportunity to really display his power over the Groms.
Yeah, it sure will. You're going to take it away, Flick. Go for it.
Oh, well, we've obviously got this clean east and south swell mix through this weekend. So we saw that today, and we're going to see it a little bit tomorrow as well. It could be slightly smaller throughout the week as we move through to Monday through to Wednesday. But if we cast our eyes further on into the waiting period towards the end, it looks like we've got a bit more swell on the way. So good things coming.
Yeah, Sunday through Wednesday, we're going to be just picking the eyes out of it. I feel like there's going to be great waves on offer still, and then things get really interesting towards the end of the week there. But we're going to have great conditions. You know, 2 weeks ago, even a week ago, I was looking at the forecast and it was just looking a bit questionable. There was a big old question mark around it, and it's just all come good. Everything's just lining up perfectly.
It's falling in pretty nicely, and we know when the sandbar's this good, you know, we're lucky we don't need a whole lot of swell for it to come to life here at Snapper Rock. Yep. So perfect way to kick things off today. And I bet those competitors seated in the next round for the men and women are just can't wait to get out there, because today was special.
Yeah, it was. It was. We saw a lot of excellent scores. We saw, you know, plenty of 8s dropping, and if that's just a sign of things to come, then we're in for a treat.
We sure are. Let's get stuck into the BioGland Daily Dose, our top 5 moments for an epic opening day of competition. Kicking things off with one of our Californian superstars, Levi Slauson, saving himself in the later stages, flicking that board into reverse on the end section.
Yeah, super hard to do, pressure on, and I haven't seen much of him surf, and so this was really cool for me. And, you know, I was down on the ground and the crowd was roaring when this was happening. So for him to come through here, this is it right here, moving through to that inside, puts it all on the line when he needed a score. Really impressive stuff.
It needed a high range 6, turned in a 7.4. He stays alive in the mix. Coming in at number 4, a surfer that has a lot of competitive success on the east coast of Australia and internationally. Zali Kelly, she looked good.
Yeah, just up the road here at Snapper Rocks from where she lives down at Cabarita, and she looks so connected out here, just really displaying a whole lot of power, placing those turns in the perfect part of the wave, just sort of
the post-heat interview, you got the feeling like it was all just sort of taken in a stride, but great performance. If she builds from here, who knows?
Coming in at number 3, this was Kaius King. This guy's had some injuries to overcome, but great to see him dropping excellent numbers and just absolutely ripping apart the long walls here at Snapper.
This was beautiful to watch. Highest heat total of the men and women today, 16.20, dropping 2 excellent scores. And yeah, I was really impressed with his surf, and we obviously know he had an amazing junior career, but had that back injury, had a lot to deal with that bulged disc, and it's so good to see him back at full health and surfing the way he is right now.
Yeah, working with Brad Gerlach and looking prime for a big finish. Coming in at number 2, Rosie Smart, the amazing backhand of Rosie just coming to life here. The surfer from Sawtell looking so sharp.
Oh, just looking so good, and I do actually enjoy watching the goofy footers out here at Snapper. I think it's a treat. I love how they come off the bottom, off the top, get that vertical attack happening, and that's exactly what Rosie did. You can see riding these waves all the way down in past the Little Marley Rock section. She takes the win.
She sure does. And then obviously coming in at number 1, the Snapper Rocks Champs Heat, Joel Parkinson, Mark Okalupo, Mick Fanning, Kelly Slater and the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore.
Honestly, it does not get better than this. And we heard Steph say it in that post-heat interview with Stace, basically. She said, you know what? This is probably one of the highlight moments of my life right now. We saw Steph go to town. She got this gift from Joel, came flying out of the barrel, and she just looked so connected. I mean, I know no one was scoring, but we kind of were. And, I mean, all hail the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore.
I'll second that. Yeah, Fanning too, just, you know, on smaller waves. Rich, just so on.
Just so crisp and clean, the turn's so powerful, like he's lost nothing of that form. And, well, neither of this guy. Just backdoor barrel, double section, and just flying down the line, just some crispy turns. And, yeah, big question, is he going to ride the 20?
Well, I mean, it's looking pretty good, but he did say, you know, he just can't lean too far one way as it feels a bit swivelly. But, yeah, that was such a highlight for me this afternoon watching that. And the crowd. Thousands of people on the beach.
Yeah,
Thousands of people.
I'd say equaling the World Champs Heat was the crowd that we had on hand here today, and obviously everyone tuned in at home. But that was just a great way to finish off a fantastic opening day of competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We're going to leave you with highlights. We'll be down here tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. We'll be making the call for a potential 8 a.m. start. Enjoy your night. I know I will. Have a good one.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.